First generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every alien, paranoia, enemy list, wiretap, data banks, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
Another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them that were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out. Point 1. During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point 2, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex Machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT&TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify the thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin among the
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes is 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree red circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions. Fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just work. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, let it work.
Drop shit. Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participation before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the upstream dream of human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks, detected full advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks just like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the notoriety be brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole. The chorus within construction. Nanonet filaments, hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar, written enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight, disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipedes, legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. To level, hidden cages, you can't unstage this, cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hitting all chrome, hitting with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel.
completely unfair. And I realized something today. It's not just about me and my dream of doing nothing, it's about all of us together. We don't have a lot of time on this earth. We weren't meant to spend it this way. Human beings were not meant to sit in little cubicles staring at computer screens all day, filling out useless forms and listening to 8 different bosses drone on about mission statements. you worked your ass off hoping for a promotion or something. Years and years and years gone. And you're gonna go in tomorrow, they're gonna throw you out on the street. You know why? So that stock will go up 1/4 of a point. Let's make that stock go down. And let's take enough money out of that place so that we never ever have to sit in a cubicle ever again.
Put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got. Pick up, I got.
You're a laborer, and I'm the one profiting from your labor. You aren't really human. Well, it goes right back to the slave dealers who used to take babies out of the hands of black mothers on the plantations. And the mothers would cry, and the slave owners would turn and say, with a perfectly straight face to the slave buyer who's buying the baby, oh, don't worry, they don't feel emotions the way we do.
Oppressor of the proletariat!
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lines, where we talk about the lives of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, we have a sort of interesting few explanations, even contained within the same basic premises that we've already sort of been going over, right? Which is the loss of traditions, right? Separation from nature, right? Through two ideals, right? One, the compartmentalization of knowledge, okay, and the rule of experts, and the other, the myth of progress and the idea of nature versus time through the evolutionary synthesis, or these, or this idea of the spirit of world history. There you have two ideas. You have the idea of progress and the idea of collectivism, right? So
both of these notions are basically contained within the notion, one idea, right, which is called universalism, right? Universalism seeks both, universal ideals, right? So there you have the loss of tradition. It also seeks a progress in the moral scope, right? And what makes this progress possible, right, is none other than the arts of governance and science, right? So politics and science, right? Now, politics and science gave birth to something called liberalism, right? And the idea of natural law really gave birth to this principle, right? Okay, the notion of natural law really created universalism, right? But the notion that the state, right, was basically, part of this ideal, okay, and so was, the cultural fabric of humanity, right? Also, you have the idea of telos in nature, right, being universalized, right, into the notion of Teilhard de Chardin, right, and his idea of the omega point, right, which was then secularized and hollowed out of its pneuma or spirit and transformed into a an ideal, right, of of the singularity, right, and of course the singularity and how those notions came about, and obviously it's based on the notion of both progress and universalism, right, which I said that basically a moral progress, okay, of all of humanity in general, and you have to have the collective notion of humanity itself, right, that comes with this notion, the Hegelian notion of the world spirit, right, or the eschaton, right? Okay, and this is a sort of pseudo-Kabbalistic ideal, right, that's seen in the Kabbalah, right? Okay, based on the suffering of the Jews and the return of the Jews to Israel, right? So this pseudo eschatology of progress, right? Obviously hollowed out of its spiritual foundation and transformed into one of an evolutionary synthesis, right? This is particularly where we're involved, or this is particularly where the modern worldview comes about, right? So what has happened, right? Okay, it's sublimated man to technique, right? It's caused man to basically, become part and parcel of nature, okay? The ideas of mind and human society going against nature, right? As Hegel says, mind is the antithesis of nature and man is the synthesis, right? So this is part and parcel of the universalizing of man, right? But also the ideal of progress, as I've stated, right? So I'm just basically tracing where these ideas came about. Now, I drew this very long time ago before I started writing my book, right? I still have this drawing, right? If you guys could see, this is a very rudimentary drawing, right? It looks like scribbles, literally. I guess it won't really show up here, right? But see, you see stick figure drawings here, right? Where with 4 little stick figures, right? And at first, if you see, the stick figure is, there's a wheel coming out of his heart that connects it to the outside world, and that's nature, right? So the spirit was part of nature. Man embodied the spirit already present within nature, right? Going down, right? The spirit gets placed within man. See, now the spirit is in man's heart. See? And then going down, it's through successive stages placed within the collective as a whole. Okay? And finally, it's then placed outside of man, right? Within the natural environment or human society, right? Okay, having a sort of and I think I actually misplaced all of my books and things that I was going to actually read right now. So give me 1 second, folks. You know. Oh, well, that's not good. Looks like I'm missing one of my books here. Give me 1 second. Let me actually play a song, and I'll be right back as I recover my book. Hilarious. I mean, but yeah, give me 1 second, folks. I mean, I think I actually left this up in my room upstairs. But yeah, blessings.
Yep.
Spooky Saturday.
Blessed.
Buried on the battlefield. I was buried on the battlefield, located near Israel. The rest of my platoon was trapped upon the hill. I heard mega real. I was buried on the battlefield. I heard mega bombs, firearms, and war alarms, hand grenades, man rage in evil ways. My destination was to seek life. I mean, stars were so low, they appeared as street lights. I was shown the crucifixion by two Egyptians with war in heaven. I saw Christ with a Mac 11, so I joined his army. Prepared for Armageddon, 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 Armageddon.
All right. Okay, so basically, I was talking about different ideas. All right, progress, universalism. Okay, the compartmentalization of knowledge, separation from nature. Okay, the transformation from a religious consciousness to a technological consciousness. Okay, and how, okay, all of these different ideas became secularized, right? And then reinstated, right? Okay, and of course, there's three notions that I want to pay attention to very much, and that is mind, nature, and man, right? I know I brought different concepts to the discussion, right? But, you know, we want to take a look at these three themes, right? And mind is sort of neutral, right? Within man and nature, you may be able to place a good or evil valuation, right? And most people have, right? It might seem a strange thing to do for some people, right? Why look at nature or man as collectively bad or collectively good? Right? Some people are willing to say that none of these things are good or bad, but it's just willing to be based on what the purpose is or what each thing is designed for, or even, you know, what the capacity for each person is or whatever, right? So, you know, by nature, right now, there's people who believe in natural law. There's people who don't believe in natural law. right? There's people who believe in morality. There's people who don't believe in morality, right? Now, this last thing, mind, right? Is mind a synthesis of both man and nature, right? Or is, as Hegel said, mind the antithesis of nature? Okay, and where do we place each of these ideas in terms of progress and universalism? Right? Because we don't have to believe in, okay, obviously there's not people who believe, I mean, there's people who don't believe in universalism. There's people who don't believe in mind even. Right? There's people who don't believe there's anything that's not natural. Right? They believe to go beyond nature is a fallacy. Right? That's naturalism. Okay, and of course, you could have all sorts of ideas within naturalism, right? You could have universalism, and you can have the spirit, and you can have mind within naturalism. Right? Hitherto, people thought it was implausible, right? They thought if you believe in naturalism, you have to deny mind. It's reductionism, right? Unless you say that nature is intelligent. Right, then you could construct a sort of naturalistic monism, as Dr. Skrbina has done, and others. Right, so naturalism need not be the death of spirit and mind. Right, and of course, Skolimowski said that none of the scientific synthesis seems to make mind or spirit implausible. Right, and these are the things that he thinks that actually need to be brought back into the framework, right? If we're going to have an actual discussion, right? We can't just cast away nature. We can't cast away man. We can't cast away, the idea of mind, right? We can't cast away the notion of spirit. Okay, if we're going to be serious about these things, we're going to be serious about these discussions. We can't be metaphysically, emotionally, and spiritually castrated, right? Because these are important aspects of the human experience, right? So are we bringing everything we need to the discussion? Let me see if we actually are canceled or not, because I see there's only 2 watching. That could be people on the alternative channel. Could be that we were struck down. Struck down. Okay, we're still on Cyber Caliphate. Let's see if the machine lies. Oh, yeah. We are super live. There's just nobody watching us. That's fine. Yeah, I appreciate you guys for being here. The people that showed up to the stream, honestly, I greatly appreciate you guys. See, it just went from 3 to 5 somehow. Right. But yeah, you know what I mean? I greatly appreciate the people that are here. But yeah, in terms of these ideas, right? Okay, why is it important, right? It's because obviously, man is using his own creations to both enslave himself and nature. Right? So where did we become separate from nature, develop a universal ideal, right? And that's going to be obviously why we understand that we can A, separate ourselves from nature, and B, maintain an ideal of progress, right? And also maintain one within a world technological system. Right now, how did we grow into a world system? Right? That's the main thing that You know, I'm willing to unpack, and the reason that we've maintained this world system is because we're not only under physical constraints, right, but we're also under ideological constraints, right? And if there's certain vistas of the imagination that your mind cannot explore, right, well, you're not going to be able to get the you know, you may be able to understand who's ruling over you, but you're not going to understand how they rule over you, right? And if you can understand how the people that rule over you, right, then it doesn't matter who's ruling over you, right? Okay, it's because you understand what they used, right, to get the power. Okay, so this is the thing, is that technology conceals means to an end. It's a complexification of means. It's so that the power, the real power, is hidden from you. Right? Technology always obfuscates means. Right? And that's why we say that the machine lies. Right? Is because it's the way that technology colors information. Right? That's important. Right? Because technique is a total ensemble of means to an end. I mean, as ellul says. Right? And the universalization of technique, okay, is part and parcel of the commodification and the objectification of man. These two processes are inextricably linked, right? And it is this simple transition of power that explains this quote by ellul, right? That technology gave birth to its executioner. I mean that liberalism gave birth to its executioner, the technological system, right? And as he says, all embracing technique is a conscious of the mechanized world, right? But before the mechanized world came into frame, there was a mechanistic worldview. Right? So the ideological changes is not a coincidence that they came centuries before the Industrial Revolution. Right? It actually seems like it was not only that these ideas did not have a way to be realized until the birth of the technological society, right? So they depended on the technological society for their proliferation and the democratizing of means, but also they are the predecessor of the technological state. Right? These ideals are the predecessor of the technological state. See, all of a sudden 11 again. It went from 1 to 11. That would did I just become really interesting all of a sudden? Oh my god. You keep playing with the fucking numbers. That's why we have to participate in the chat. We have to spread the word around, right? We got to be, I mean, right? And for the people that are internalizing some of these ideas and looking at the architectonic on its own terms, right? Not on the way that they told you to look at all these ideas, right? Because they could filter all of these ideas out through all the pogo channels, right? They'll tell you what Nietzsche thinks and what all these other people think. You know, and of course, they'll hand select certain ideas. They'll never talk about Nietzsche's rejection of modernity or technology. Okay, and then he says that the machine as a teacher, the machine makes everything uniform and active, but it brings the lowest energies to fruition. The lowest type of energies to fruition. But that it does not make men better themselves. It creates hordes of, men who believe in things like equality. Okay, and it created the ideal of the Marxists. Right? So all these things are very important to notice. And who else is here? Somebody else came up in here. Yeah, blessings.
What's up?
What's up? Oh,
blessings, brother. What you covering today, man?
I'm not really going in any direction. Yes, and he was also a science hater. Nietzsche, the God hater and the science hater. They talk about his God hate. They don't talk about his science hate. Bias. Fucking bias.
To be fair, he was actually a religion hater. Nietzsche was actually quite spiritual. It just didn't translate well.
That too. It didn't seem like he was denying religion. It seemed like he was confused about what his spirituality was.
Yes, no, he was struggling with it. Because when he says God is dead and we killed him, that wasn't like some cynical mocking tone. Like he was like, we killed him. Like, look what we've done.
On it.
Right, yeah, exactly, Team. He was just like, how the fuck do we do this? Like look what we've made of this. Like look at the mess we've made. And that's really what he was trying to say. And he was just disgusted by like what became of everything. And like you can understand, like Nietzsche's work is very diabolical in the sense of like what that word really meant to begin with. And so he went to like the darkest parts of his own, shadow and unconscious mind. And it kind of like, I won't say drove him nuts at the end, but like if you read his earlier work and then you read his later work, like
but
you're kind of
but it's like, yeah, but the problem is like the philosophers, they undo every good thing they ever did by like the next fucking thing they write. So like for example, Nietzsche, right? He thought that modernity is evil and that we should go back to classicism and all that type of stuff, and that all these problems are called squarely caused by like Hegel and Kant and universalism and all this stuff. So brilliant in his analysis. But then he says that psychology should become a science, and there he gave birth to Freud. So with creating a good, he created a fucking evil. And then the same thing with the same thing with Rousseau. He gave birth to a devilish ideal of the social contract. Where he created this notion of the civic religion, which was evil, that was used for the French Revolution, even though he rejected, modernity, science and liberalism, in his discourse in the, in his discourse in inequalities. So right when he does a good thing, he also does a bad thing. So that's the problem with the philosophers, is that they create these universal ideals and then they become bastardized. You know what I mean?
Can't
I
win
think a lot
war,
of times
yes.
they go to extremes.
Well, they usually
they don't try to have like a narrow in between two views. That it's either this or that, And
well, to play devil's advocate for a second though, like it's more to do with what people did with his philosophy than really what he did.
Oh yeah, but that's the problem, is that you should never.
But I do agree with you.
Ideas. Yeah, you should never give birth to ideas that could be misused. You're.
But I do agree with you. I do agree with you though on that. Yeah.
I think
it is kind of
this too is like his reaction is pretty valid towards Christianity because he's coming out of a Protestant background.
Yeah.
Which like it, if you read in Not of This World, it was kind of looked at it like he looked at Protestantism as this weak, because Luther did take out all the ascetic struggle out of Christianity, took out like all the heroes, like the saints. It's this very weak. There's no heroes in it. So, and it was fake. It's kind of like a facade for Luther and the Protestant reformers just to kind of make a buck. Which we see that today with like them flying around in jets and whatnot. But continue, guys.
Yeah, Rolex for Jesus. It's really sad. Like
philosophers,
no like heroes. There's no struggle. There's
I want to kind of address these comments, because it said philosophy is a walk on the slippery rocks. Religion is a lie in the fog, right? But like that was written by a poet, one of the most dastardly people, like one of the most dastardly types of people, one of the most squirrely types of individuals, right, is poets. Right? So the thing is that The fact is this: is that philosophy and religion, right? That's like 80% of human brilliance, because they created science and technology. They created the scientific and technological worldview.
And also the problem,
right? So yeah,
because religion
so
is
how
also
did
misused.
yeah? So how did the how did the religionists and the philosophers let this thing, science and technology, get away from them? The
Right.
truth is they never did. It never got away from them. They've been misusing it. This is the truth behind it, my friends, and the truth
Yes.
that you guys don't want to face. But if you discount religion and philosophy, well, we can discount science, and there goes 80% of human brilliance and achievements.
Right. No, absolutely, I agree, man. The misuse of religion and philosophy is basically the root of all of our problems and all of our brilliance. Like you said, it really is like a double-edged sword, 110%. You know, and so that which brings us to the highest heights also brings us to the lowest lows. And that is, again, like I was talking about the double-edged sword of the intellect, and also, when I was talking about the knowledge of good and evil. Well, okay, cool. You have the knowledge of good and or evil. They're tied together. And maybe a divine being, maybe God, understands that and is beyond that and is able to harness that and discern and go above and beyond that. But we're not.
Beyond
so,
good and evil, eh?
Right. Well, yeah, that's how I see it. So when I say God is evil, I'm not saying God is evil, like God is gonna like do malicious shit for no reason. I'm saying like God has a capacity for evil, but doesn't use it because it's beyond it. That's what I'm saying. If you're perfect in all ways, okay, that means you have a capacity to do anything. Okay, so that's what I mean by that. So we have a propensity to be good or to be evil. Okay, so it's not like the understanding of good and evil. It's not the mastery of good and evil. It's the knowledge. Okay, cool. So now you know something. So now you know how to build bombs, and you know how to, use a sword. Okay, cool. So what are you gonna do with it? Like you see what the fuck happens. I mean, now if you and I were to have like knowledge of like this advanced technology, it's like what Giordani talks about. Like if they get like knowledge of like 0 point fucking energy, and then everybody like has knowledge of 0 point energy, like what's gonna happen with that? And that's kind of what it is, really.
Yeah, poets are dastardly because they think they're better than religionists or philosophers. But
Like
they're not.
you can even be
They think they're
deceived by
excused.
truth. Even truth can mislead you, because even if you have the truth, what are you going to do with it? Even if you have power, even if you have wealth, even if you're not prepared for it, it can destroy you.
Yeah, that was not really Nietzsche, but more actually Plato. His version of Socrates didn't like the poets very much. Yeah, he thought he basically said they're imitators of reality. They basically, which is itself an imitation of the forms. Also, he also complained that poets have inspirations which they cannot recount. Why? Their inspirations, have reasons behind them, right? So they can't explain why, what inspired them or what reasons inspired them. They claim that it was given to them by God, and he says that it's just like, divination or something. He said it's not something that's that other people can have access to because it's not brought to them by reason. But yeah, I don't agree with Plato completely. Plato thought that truth and beauty and goodness were the same thing. I think truth and goodness are the same thing, but I don't count beauty in there. Right?
No.
Those things can destroy someone when the person doesn't have wisdom.
Yeah.
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying. You can be very clever, and if you lack wisdom, that's not good. Just like you can have power and all the tools necessary to do what you need. But if you don't have a fucking plan, that's very dangerous. It really is. And so, just like I said, like if you have a lot of money, okay, but you don't have the mental maturity, emotional maturity to handle that, well, just look around you. What happens? There are people that are rich as hell, and something happens to them, and they lose a bit of money, and they're ready to fucking hang themselves from the nearest telephone pole with their shoelaces. Like these things have nuance. So, this is really important to understand. And it goes back to what me and Unseen were talking about too before, about you have freedom. Okay, freedom what? You have freedom to be enslaved. You can do whatever you want, you can have whatever you want, but what is it going to do for you? At the end of the day, you have a desire, and you have a desire that doesn't end. So now you have lust and gluttony, and you're feeding emptiness with more emptiness. And so the hole that you're filling, instead of being satiated, is growing larger and larger. So instead of filling it, it's growing more. And that's really it. Now, as for psychology becoming a science, I actually think that would be great. The problem is it's not. And we don't have psychology in the U.S. The only place there's real psychology is Germany.
The problem is not with psychology; it's with science, right?
Well, because we don't have science. We have
it's because it pretends to be one.
Right.
It's because A, it pretends to be one, and B,
right,
because of the deficiencies of science for understanding humanity, right? So,
right. Well, we have Jewish fairy tales.
And I think there could be a easy point made. Third, that it presupposes that mind, or it presupposes a causal link between the individual, society, and the environment. I mean,
right.
I mean, so because it assumes this tabula rasa thing.
Right, which is nonsense, at least in my opinion. Just like this Cartesian mind-body dualism, and this everything's split. I don't agree with that at all. That caused a lot of confusion as well. It's everything becoming a dual system, which I think is completely bankrupt. Personally. As you know, I would adhere more to a mystical naturalism, a monism.
Yeah, it's interesting, but yeah, how did we, get into the problem in the first place, right? Well, I think that Skolimowski's got some pretty interesting, pointers, to where the situation got started. And I'd like to begin with this quote that I've quoted dozens of times. It says, "Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge we have lost in information?" Okay, and I'd like to talk about, the different scales of understanding, between those three, right? Because, wisdom is contained in symbols, right? Knowledge is contained in language, okay? And communication is, basically part of, information, so, communication exists within information, right? And what's interesting is the how we've gotten more enveloped within information, right? We've lost touch of what wisdom even is. We actually don't understand wisdom. And then knowledge, okay, knowledge is not seen as as it should be, right? It's seen as and a sort of inherent value, right, or good, right, where it's not, right? Knowledge can be good or bad, right? That's why it's called the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, right?
Right.
It's not for example, I think that the knowledge was even more dangerous than the ideas of good or evil, right? That that the knowledge of those things could be bad itself. Right? So it's actually very interesting, right? Where does knowledge go, or why, or what's the point of knowledge, or is knowledge a limitless resource, right? And can knowledge be bad, right? So because information is seen as not inherently good or bad, right? So that begins the discussion about knowledge or values, right? Because it seems like thumos, right, which was seen as sort of led by the logos, is actually paired off with it, right? That means that the thumos and the logos, right, and the ethos are on equal ground, then, right? And they're not that means that our the idea of love of one's own, the idea of family or country or tradition is on the same as the level of reason, and universal concepts, right? So this is the insight that I think Plato really didn't understand, that values are as important as knowledge, right? That thumos is as important as logos, that thumos and ethos are just as important as logos, right? And I don't mean logos as the book of John, but I mean in the
I understand. I understand what you meant. I agree
yeah,
with
as
you.
a philosophical concept. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that means that reason has to be as important, right? Or it has to be placed alongside this thing, nature or tradition, right? If it has to, if it can actually, become, I don't want to say valuable, right? But become effective, right? But yeah, values versus knowledge, right? So this is an important thing that Skolomowski is pointing out, I think. Right. So he says here, let us begin, and I'm only going to read this first paragraph, and then I'm going to take a little break here, right? And play some of the music that I have for Spooky Saturday and all that type of stuff. And but yeah, I think he's hitting on some key points, and I want to discuss these with you guys. He says, let us begin with certain distinctions that are fundamental to the scientific worldview, okay, and are at the same time responsible for many of our present problems, conceptual and otherwise. One is the distinction between knowledge and values. Okay. The separation of these two was a momentous event in intellectual history of the West, leading as it did to the emancipation of specialized scientific disciplines from the body of natural philosophy. Okay, so that's another key element, right? Is that philosophy gave birth to science, right? Science used to be called natural philosophy, right? And it used to be a sub-discipline within theology or religion, right? But how did it, totally go outside of that range and then be placed alongside those, so that, theology, right, philosophy and science are seen as three different subjects. And this is also what I mean by the compartmentalization of knowledge, right? It's the same exact process. Okay, all of these forms of knowledge, and you might disagree that science is under theology, that it's under philosophy. You might think science is on top, and then religion on, second, and then philosophy third. You might put them in whatever order you want. The point is that all of these three things used to be one, and now they're separate. That's the point I'm making. Right? And how did that come about? Right? He's absolutely right. The separation of knowledge and values is the most momentous event in the intellectual history of the West. Dare I say, actually, the world. Right? Because there's no distinction between the Western society and the international system, is there? No, not at all. As I pointed out several times, techno-liberalism is a system that was birthed in the West. Right? Of course, it has universal implications. Right? Because the goal of some of these people is to create self-replicating machines to explore the solar system. This post-human ideal, as we've talked about, right? But yeah, how did they get to that stage? How did they totally cut nature and humanity and the idea of mind out of their notion of scientific progress and enter into this post-human phase? Well, it's probably because they separated knowledge and values. That's probably where it came from, folks. That's what I'm trying to point out here. Right? So he said that, okay, yeah, he's absolutely right. Okay, that science, okay, came from the body of natural philosophy, right? And it was separated from that. This was a perilous event, he says. 2, in that it led to the long run, led in a long run to a conception of the universe as a clock-like mechanism. Okay, how do we become separate from nature? It's because the universe became mechanized. Right?
Wound
mechanistic
and left.
ideal. Yeah, but
wound up and left to do its own thing, you know?
Right. Right, and there you have the notion of time, because time used to be based on the process of nature, based on the seasonal ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so now it's based on a linear process, right, of growth. Right, why? It's because we lost the idea of nature and we moved to one of time, moving beyond nature and moving in tune with the production of human society. So we've totally lost track of time, so to speak. All right. What is time? Right? Time it has to be connected to nature. And this ideal of time that is disconnected from nature gives birth to the notion of progress. Linear growth.
Yes, it's
there's
like
no progress
an
in nature.
obsession with trying to get to a state where man doesn't die, I think, too. There's something about that, right?
Yes,
it's like trying to beat death. That's what it's all about.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, immortality. And, of course, the body is holding them back. And so they got to get rid of the body. Nature's holding them back. They got to get rid of nature.
Kind of ironic.
There is no soul, you know what I mean? So we can just count that out. So you could just become like this mechanized thing, Yeah.
Yeah, there's no soul, there's no God, there's no meaning, there's no truth. There's no virtue.
There's only life and death, and we're trying to beat death.
Yeah, and we're just animals, and and the body is flawed, and nature is dangerous, and we're just another animal, and so we need to upgrade. Yeah, because it's fight or flight, and survival of the fittest, and it's dog eat dog, and that's it.
We didn't.
And
we didn't build a clock and lose the concept of time, but we turned the universe into a clock. right? So this is a
Yes.
different thing. So it's a mechanized universe, mechanized world, clock-like universe, right? So he's saying the conception of the universe as a clock, right, which goes back to Paley's, an
Yes,
argument from
there was a
design.
scientist, Neil, Knell, who literally created this idea of a mechanized universe. That philosophy is done and over with, and that's what it is. Because this is
like
scientific,
making
as you
a
know. It's a fucking fairy tale. This shit is
it's
not
like
scientific at
making
all.
it's like making the universe into a simulacrum.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's exactly what it is. Yes, and the Gnostics would say that this is the modus operandi, the fingerprints of the archons. This is what they do. They turn everything unnatural, and you know, everything becomes mechanized, including the mind and the soul. You know.
Yeah, nature is a clock that's headed for self-destruction because of entropy.
Yeah.
Right. Human society is a clock because it relates to the notion of progress and linear growth. So it's all moving in a straight line, right? And that and that's based on the mechanistic worldview, right? So man is in a race against time. So the problem is that we've brought ourselves to a notion of nature versus time, right? Which is the wrong notion.
Right.
As I said, time should be a subset of nature, instead of it dominating over nature, and enslaving nature, right? Through man's creations, right? So this is the huge problem that we've come to.
This myth of progress, it has bled into every form of scientific study as well. So everything that this is like the centerpiece of the idea that we needed millions of years to account for the fact that everything is in a structured way, and we have to have this idea that we're reaching to match up with our presupposition that we're evolving into something, right? So it's like that's the way it's thought of. It's like we have to, if we're moving forward, that obviously means the next evolutionary goal is man becoming machine, like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like if there's no real reason and purpose for anything else, this is the reason and purpose for man, is to beat death. That's it.
Yeah, because the justification they've used is that and this is why they've cut mind out of it. They've had to cut mind out of it. Is that technology is evolving faster than human society, right? So they said we have to combine with the technology because that's what's moving forward, right? So as you said, something's moving forward, and it's the technology, right? Nature's getting left behind, right? So if man wants to move forward, he has to combine himself with the already accelerating technology, and of course, by man they mean the individual, right? They don't mean the collective of humanity.
Oh no! They've endowed that with godlike ability, and
by man they mean
they had
Superman.
to separate. They had to separate. Right, exactly. They had to separate, the mind from the body, and then nature from the mind, and then turn the mind into a computer. Because if they didn't do that, then they couldn't say that the brain creates consciousness and all this nonsense. So, because if they don't do that, then they can't say, "Oh, well, this is an upgrade," because it's all just thick synapses in your brain firing, and that's all it is. There's nothing after this, and your consciousness is just an hallucination. It's just, whatever bullshit they try to feed us. So that's the thing, is they had to despiritualize everything. They had to make nature look like some frightful thing that we just have to deal with. That's why everything you watch, it's like You know, what is it like when animals attack or whatever, or like you see anything with like in movies and shit, it's like always like crazy weather, like nature's always out to get you. It's like the boogeyman, you know, and it's just like you spend any time in nature, like it's not like that at all. It's really not. Can it be dangerous? Sure, but I mean, if you're careful, like nature gives you what you need. Like that's the fact of the matter. Like it's nurturing. It's not out to get you. Like so, you know, they have to just like that's why they want everyone to believe we're in a fucking simulation. Because if you believe that, then again, there's no meaning. There's no truth. There's no actual truth. It's just your truth and my truth and everyone can just make up their own truth, you know. And it's basically like soft solipsism without telling you, you know. So, and then you don't need values, you don't need morality, you don't need virtue, you don't need empathy, you don't need anything. You just go along to get along, and you know, make sure you get in line, get your 6 boosters, sit down, shut up, and do what you're told. And we hope you fucking
be
die.
careful with that language.
Oh yeah, sorry. But yeah, you know, like, I mean, that's really it, man. Like, like that's really it. Like, there's no will to, you know, you have will to power. There's a will to meaning. That's the real one. That's what I subscribe. Will to meaning. If you don't have that, they can twist your, you know, perception and you know, put your brain in a blender and make you believe whatever the fuck they want. Because you have no direction. And you basically just give it up. And so at that point, it doesn't even matter like what you know about them. In fact, it's better you know. And that's why they kind of allow things to be known. Because they know most people are just going to like crash or crack from the stress. They're like, yeah, we do all these terrible things. You know, what are you going to do about it? Like, like, you know, and that's why I try to like focus on the psychological aspect of it all. Because that's really the end all be all. You know? And, you know, like, it's just how we are divided from ourselves. Once you understand that, you know that there's a schism within, and then that allows the schism without, how we're divided from each other, and then how we're divided from nature and God, and how that distorts our perception of ourselves and others and nature and God and our purpose and all that. And when you have all these divisions, then it makes it a lot easier to you know, and this is where psychology is important, because it all ties in together. Psychology is very real. What they teach us in psychology is nonsense. The only real psychology is in German. That's a fact. And you have existential psychology, which is especially
that's what I mean. How could psychology be real and consciousness isn't? It literally makes no sense. You know, they don't understand what consciousness is, but they understand human psychology. It's like, are we really gonna play fucking games here? Right? So it's like you guys know what mind is. You guys are just ignoring it. No,
well, any of the real psychologists acknowledge consciousness.
Yeah, or they don't want to tell people, you know, of the existence of mind, because then they'll study it. They'll try to figure out the origins of it. They'll try to figure out the capacity of this thing called mind. They'll try to figure out where it exists. They'll try to figure out what its dimensions are, and then we'll have a problem on our hand, because we'll have actual thinking people on our fucking hand, you know, and we don't want that. I mean, so yeah, they don't want you to think about thinking, right? Even though thinking about thinking is basically you know, how they've created this entire system, right?
The
So,
fact
so
that
this
you
is the
can
thing
think
of,
about thought proves that you're not your body in and of itself. Because how the fuck does that work? Who the hell is even thinking? Because you're a thinker and a listener. Don't get me started with that shit. You get into Heidegger and all that. Like, that's some shit, man. You really peel that apart. Like, who the fuck is thinking? You're a thinker and also a listener. So what is that? There's a dialogue going on. So when you're having thoughts that you're not necessarily proactively thinking about, where are they coming from? And then you get into meditation and all that. Like, where's this coming from? If it's all just, you know, the brain, and it's just, we're all just animals, and it completely obliterates the materialist bullshit.
okay, so hopefully we don't get canceled for these 2 videos here. And yeah, we'll be back in about 6 minutes. You know, spooky Saturday. And yeah, I'll be reading Skolmowski and then reading some Ellul, and then and actually yeah, so Skolmowski, then Ellul, and then the Tao Te Ching. So yeah, so that's the direction we're headed here if you guys are interested. And yeah. So yeah. This I made recently. Powers of the Deep by Drexia, mixed with Who the Fuck Are You by C. Ray's Walls.
Who that is?
I mean, so yeah, hopefully I don't get, canceled for this. Blessings.
Fuck alarm clocks, battle me. You'll start waking up, I slice you with your rhyme book and write verses on your paper cuts with alcohol pads. Excuses you be making up sound dumb, like Outcast breaking up. Last time you shot somebody, you had a camera. I'm C. Ray's, the author of Stamina. Lounging on the walls, you'll end up like Humpty Dumpty. Get your shell cracked, scrambled, and served with something. A narcissist, I bomb quick. You're full of shit like sausages. Pardon this. I alone turn crews into the Partridge Kids. I love games. I play it like bragging right cartridges. Y'all against me is dragons versus ostriches. Totally preposterous. Like abortions, I kill stupid kids before they act up. Make a new suit flip, call it a back tuck. You cracked up like base heads in a spaceship, playing skelsies in the Matrix. The only thing I'll lose is my patience and smack the shit out you tissue heads. Once the missile set, you see I'm official bred. Hip hop dawn, deep into stocks and bonds. I take a shit in your house and blame it on your mom. Surviving the game. When I get money, I'm buying a chain, driving the range, and my flame will inspire your fame. I'm coming through, loaded 1, bucking 2. I'm C. Ray's Wall, son. Who the fuck are you?
Yo, I'm trucking through with my ruckus crew. Your luck is through.
Yo, I'm C. Ray's Walls. Who the fuck are you?
I'm coming through, fifth knuckle bruise, brick fist snuffing you.
Yo, I'm C. Ray's Walls. Who the fuck are you?
Yo, I'm trucking through with my ruckus crew. Your luck is through.
Yo, I'm C. Ray's Walls. Who the fuck are you?
I'm coming through, fifth knuckle bruise, brick fist snuffing you.
Yo, I'm C. Ray's Walls. Who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck is you?
Who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck is you?
Who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck is you?
C. Ray's Walls.
Plain pack.
Some people must get jacked. My repertoire from back, smacking cats with gats on impact. Just like that, we fested like bubbling cuts. Doubling up, now funny cats get fucked up for mumbling stuff. Thunderous trucks roll up, I'm just playing with this. Every line explosive, my pen broken up, but still smoking, stroking thrust. Fuck closing shows, my frozen flows is hot, let me open up. Like Arabian referees who yell Sesame Plus. I spread through the industry with leprosy cuts. Effectively strut, put a hole in one the second we putt. You so pussy you come from my ribs, you son of a gut. Lion ass rappers duck, I'm the lightning struck. Blazing like we lighting a Dutch master stuck. At the Mason-Dixon line, twisting lime in the cup. Get your mind fucked up by a 9 in the truck. Even my producer know math with his Caucasian ass. So just because you say peace don't mean I won't blast, stupid. You gotta show and prove it. Brothers live and die for this music. Don't do it for amusement. Ghetto high top, blaze you for your high drops. Put Glocks on my Ivis clock and watch my eyes pop. Chicken head, I did your lifestyle. Do a song with Charles Dutton to see how I rock.
Yo, I'm trucking through with my ruckus crew. You luck is through.
Yo, I'm C-Rays Walls. Who the fuck are you?
I'm coming through, fifth knuckle bruise, brick fist snuffing you.
Yo, I'm C-Rays Walls. Who the fuck are you?
Yo, I'm trucking through with my ruckus crew. You luck is through.
Yo, I'm C-Rays Walls. Who the fuck are you?
I'm coming through, fifth knuckle bruise, brick fist snuffing you.
Yo, I'm C-Rays Walls. Who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck is you?
Who the fuck is you? Who the fuck are you? Fucking C-Rays Walls.
Plain Pat.
What? Yo, me and Plain Pat go way back. Like spines on a scale. I'm rocking through with my ruckus crew. Me and Plain Pat. If you don't understand this, yo, who the fuck are you? Stupid. I'm C-Rays Walls. This is my destiny. Regardless of how you feeling. Coming through, bucket cool with my bucket crew. Virtuoso. Yeah. Thunderous overture. Roll over curl like Ben-Hur. I'm your mentor. So who you gon' send for? 10-4, I read you. Your people are over and out cause they see through. Think I'ma believe you when you speak to me. You lie frequently. Got me visible like I'm covered in sequence C inside what your skin hides. Been fly since 10I. Send guys with limbs tied. Bipolar tape recorder disorder. Transformer, performer, maneuvering it. Hit deep, Taurus strips. We hard. Walking our cold without my feet scarred. What you been kicking? Slim pickings while this beat's lost. The moral, I make morals hot like 5 horror. One strike to your right pectoral. When I respond like epidurals. Storm through portals with ravenous baboons. Stabbing gouge your thalamus with a spoon. Leave you lost like rudderless boats upon the Ganges. Slam these microphones and bite the bones like hard candies. Cause your family's thin like the atmosphere on top of the Andes. I charge head first like Ramses. Damn, he's inhuman. The Pentium processor professor. If you're the aggressor, I'll make it go black and deck ya. Rhyme explosive detonated a melodious pitch, which entwines infinite like a Mobius strip. I'll beat your head till it's softer than a piece of bread. Or Play-Doh, you'll see stars like Galileo. Shot at your staff to rip the body in half. I'm so dope, your radio wants my autograph. More drive deliveries like midwives, master deliveries. Rhythmically rhyme limber, mind bender, sent to command the hordes. Chop a fjord in your neck with the mic cord. Bow to the Lord, wild like a sight board and down for the cause. Cause the cause of the earth's flaws are ours. Spell checker in my right hemisphere, ears here. Dictionaries, mouth spit obituaries. Nothing's harder than the winter in Boston Harbor. Search for an answer to cancer like Dana Farmer. Char your crew with hot spray like when Mount Vesuvius buried Pompeii. Bend off the wrong way, gonna be a long day. You lay upon my torture rack, force a crack in your rib cage and contort your back. It's just the one to hide and undersides like barnacles. The one to lie, only see through one eye like a monocle. Diary of Dark Lives, Part 5, Library Archives, psilocybin lace, sharp knives, Wanda Marco spark live blood to the throat. Rabbit Allen Poe who flow like the wind blow. Yo, bruise cruise till their bodies black and blue. Bruise play their pain with a record needle, first wrecking people. You're exposed as your facade corrodes, while I'm Beethoven, Sebastian Bach composed.
Yeah, blessings. Look at Rocky Shepherd living the life. Peace be with you, sir.
I got Starlink at the cabin.
Low tech,
So
high life, perhaps.
I don't need to go to the bunker in town no more. I can stay at the cabin. See? In the cabin.
Starlink. What exactly does that do?
You just
Gets
it's a
in the
mobile.
internet.
Yeah, it gets me on the internet. You just plug it in and you point it at the sky and it hooks up. And the antenna is also the modem. So you just plug in the antenna and the modem is in the antenna. And I can take it wherever I go when I go on the road.
So it's a singular device.
Yeah, I'll show it to you. It's right. Show it to you.
Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard of this. But I think I saw the thing go by one day, and I thought it was aliens or something. I mean, because there's a bunch of different little beams linked up in the sky. You know, so
They
if
were
it moves
balloons.
through the
They were
if it moves through the sky, it looks like
That's my shop. That's my shop.
Centipede of light or something.
I've been telling everybody I had this shit, and I don't think anybody believed me. There's my camper. I'm gonna take on the road. See.
I believed you.
See that right there? That's the antenna. I set it right here and plugged it in. And there's
looks like a laptop.
It's out the 150
Yeah, it's
feet.
it's like a giant one of those boxes that people put in their house. It's basically that. The Wi-Fi thing.
Yeah. It's a mobile one. It takes anywhere from 12 to so many volts. Just plug it in. So you can plug it into your truck, your camper lighter when I go on the road. And I put it on that truck right there. I put it on that truck. There's my Bobcat over there. See my Bobcat? My fuel tanks. I live off grid. My hydro's not working. So you can hear the generator running in the background.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. Yeah, it's a classic American Rocky E. Shepherd. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
I worked my whole life for this shit. Nobody gave me none of this fucking shit. I never got on welfare, never took shit from the government. I was always self-employed. I don't work for nobody. Anyway, there's my old solar panels. I don't use them no more. Well, they're a backup. They still work, but my hydro.
How good are they?
They're getting old, so they're not working as good as they used to. But my hydro works twice as good as the solar panels, and I just put a new one in. You can see in the background the ditch that runs a 6-inch pipe. I dug it with that excavator.
Oh, yeah?
See the 6-inch pipe right
I
there?
think so.
That pipe goes up and it has 30 foot of drop. But somehow there's a bushing, a shear, I forget what you call it, a rubber shear sleeve between the propeller and the generator, and it's sheared off. So right now I'm fixing it, putting a new
You know, we were
Once
talking
it
about putting
dries, I can turn it back on. But
we were talking about putting some them panels, them solar panels on the roof of where I'm at. People come out and like surveyed the place to see if they're gonna do it or whatever. And I don't know, man. I'm kind of skeptical. Like, what's up with it? I've heard that you only get about 30% power or something.
No, I can show you how to put them in. The thing is, I've had these for like 10 years, and I think they're all still good. It's just my wires came undone, and I think only 2 of them are working. But when I get the hydro going, I don't even need the solar no more. It's 24/7 power.
Wow.
That's badass, Rocky.
And
well, now, was the hydro stuff expensive or what?
6-inch PVC pipe. I had to get 500 feet. That's about $2,500. And then the hydro was $1,500. And it's the best hydro made in America, made by one of my neighbors.
Damn.
Well, he's about 150 miles from here.
See, we're on a mountain and we got a lake right near by us. That might be an option.
And I'm going to cross the bridge. I put this bridge in about 25 years ago.
Yeah.
It's
looks good.
It's an old railroad car with the cabin cut off, a box car.
That's cool.
So I can drive logging trucks. I can drive my excavator across it. It goes across the river. I mean the creek. Here's the creek. Can you see the creek?
Yeah, I see.
Hell yeah.
You go fishing around there? You got any bluegills or something?
This creek used to have brookie trout. And then the federal government, working in conjunction with the fucked up fake Indians, killed all the fish in my creek. They killed all the fish in my creek on purpose.
No, bro.
The pretendians, yeah.
The pretendians.
Yeah, bro. The pretendians.
See, when I put that shop in up there,
yeah,
right there. It was that red shop. When I put that in, I was 5 feet closer to my old shop, to the creek than before. And they said, "Oh, you can't do that." I said, "Why not?" "Well, you might get dirt in the creek and kill some of the fishy." And then they came up and killed all of the motherfuckers' fish when I was overseas.
Fucking hypocrite, man.
Yeah, when I was overseas,
they can do that.
they
You
did
can't, though, Rocky. Don't you know that?
Yeah, you're not allowed to kill them, man. They want to do it. Don't you know that? That's how it goes.
Yeah, this is my fucking mountain. And they did it when I was out. They did it when I was overseas because they knew better. Because if they would have done it when I was here, I drink out of this water. They poison the water that my family drinks out of.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
Government and the pretendians poisoning water, man.
Yes, sir. They poison on a water hole.
Turning them down frogs gay, too.
Anyway, my property goes a half a mile up that mountain. I got my own mountain in my backyard.
Me too.
You can't see the top of it.
How are you in the daytime right now, though? That's what I want to know. I'm in the night.
Right?
In the West Coast. The further north you get, the longer the days during the summer. And and I'm the West Coast, so we get light till like 9 o'clock here in the winter. I mean summer.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we got
It's already
comments.
pitch
We got
black
Creek
right now.
Mary. You know, how dare you put dirt in the creek? Oh yeah, bunch
Right.
of poisoners. And then
They
also
love
Arrow
it.
Jack. He
Fish
says
love fucking. If you work in the
there's a
creek
snake
and
in his
dig up,
boot.
You're not.
it digs up the bugs, and they love it when you
Don't be
dig in
hurting
the
the poor fishies, man. We gonna kill them.
Yeah. They replaced the really good brookie trout with bull trout. And they said, oh, the bull trout were native. Brookie trout weren't native to the area.
Oh, that's crazy.
This is bullshit. Bullshit.
They're done telling you what trout you can have now.
I gotta sit down.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
We got a graph here. We're gonna tell you which trout you can have.
How do they even know that though? Like, come on, man.
They don't, bro.
They weren't native there, man.
We've been here 117 years.
Yeah. Imagine if you know,
See,
people.
You know, I'll tell you why. The reason they did it, the federal government don't want you to be self-sufficient.
Hell no.
So they and everybody worships the native Indians. And the native Indians got casinos. You know, the natives will do anything the feds say because they give them casinos.
Yeah.
So the natives used to be poor as a motherfucker around here. And then the American government gave them the right to have casinos. But us white boys, we can't have casinos because we're white.
You should be ashamed of yourself, Rocky, being born white.
Well, don't you know you're an invasive species? You know,
need to,
you're not
you need to
native to that land.
I probably have more Indian in me than those motherfuckers that say they're Indians.
Right. Right.
They're not even Native Americans. I knew a real Native American once. He didn't shave. Anyway, I shaved my head. Hey, TML, how much to shave your head?
Yeah, I mean, I think if I stay married to the same woman, it'll be gone. You know, it'll be all gone soon. But yeah, you know what I mean? For sure.
What?
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
what kind of crazy initiation is that?
Yeah, one of my grandparents was bald. I mean, so who knows? You know what I mean? It may be falling out soon. I mean,
don't do that, man. Why the hell would you do that?
There are some native Indians around here. Colville Indian Reservation is where they sent the last what was Geronimo, the guy, the last Indian they sent to Colville Indian Reservation, which is about 50 miles from here. And then the Kalispel Indians, they're Indian, but they were mostly Catholic. The Catholics got a hold of them and turned them into
damn
Catholics. Yeah.
Jesuit Indians. Yeah.
Damn Jesuit.
I forgot what I was about to say. Yeah.
Well, today is Trump's birthday. It's the Army's birthday. It's
happy birthday, Trump.
It's Flag Day. It's also Flag Day.
Better not have an American flag though.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. They come over here and this shit.
You better hang it upside down if you're not a true American. If you don't hate yourself because you're white. That's basically the narrative. If you don't self-deprecate and tell your family to self-deprecate and, you know, hate your ancestors and shit is out of hand.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting into, is that, you know, the whole thing about thumos is basically a bridge to values, right? So I think that you know, ethics, you know, it can't just be about universal concepts of morality, but it actually has to be tied into you know, your family and your country, and I mean, it all goes back to the idea of love of one's neighbor. You know, and the neighbor
No,
is
no,
someone
we
who's
don't want.
close by. Oh wait, what's
Yeah,
that?
no, we don't want to love our neighbor.
If you read Plato, he talks about virtue being connected to virtue and piety be connected to what the gods thought as good, right?
Absolutely.
So the moral basis for society was based on whatever the gods seen as virtuous and pious. Now, what do you do when you're in an atheistic society? Then what are your virtues?
There
What are
you go.
what's the piety in? Where's the virtues now? Where do we? What's the higher thing that we sort of look to base ourselves off of? And we just don't have that. So now it's
Yeah,
just like reason or something, you know?
yeah. I think even beyond reason is this thing thumos that I'm talking about, and thumos, you know, it'll love, you know, family and country, you know, even though there's no reason to do that, right? So there's so thumos goes beyond reason, right? It also puts hatred of somebody doing something to your family or your country, right? Into a moral category, right, of somebody who is part of you know, evil in general, right? So it's able to put you know, the person, the people that are close in a higher moral category, and put the people who are you know, away under a you know, a more you know, strict standard of obeying the morality that's seen at home. So this idea of thumos, you know, although it doesn't go in line with, you know, God or nature or these universal concepts, you know, it has to
Right.
be part of the value system, right? And this is why it goes beyond just the notion of pure ethical values, you know, and moral concepts, or even the notion of you know, reason, which strives towards you know, universal ideals and concepts. So so this is the notion that has to find a sense of you know, before I was trying to say inherent goodness, and what I meant to say is intrinsic goodness, or intrinsic value. That was a word I was looking for. But yeah. So yeah, how do we find intrinsic value, right? And that you know, has to be opposed to you know, universal ideas and the concept of reason. See, why do we defend, right, our own countrymen, our own family, even though you know, there's no reason to do it? I mean, right? They might be worse than others, right? But we love them more, right? So this is this is the weird concept that I'm going with, is love that goes beyond reason, right? Yet it's rooted in ethical principles, right? Because it's about you know, the actual scope of ethics, you know, which is that it's found within the environment. It's placed within somebody who's part of a family, part of a tradition, part of a country, right? So that goes into a greater notion of that. So anyways, let me go back to the quote. It says, "Where is wisdom? We have lost in knowledge. Where is knowledge? We have lost information." And he points out that some of it was dissipated in this idea of the scientific worldview, right? And science itself, you know, replacing the idea of natural philosophy, right, which came from the theological world of from the world of theological speculation, right? So where does that place intrinsic values, right? What do we have left for intrinsic values, right? So he goes on to say, he says, logically, there would seem to have been two different processes involved. Intense exploration of the physical world on the one hand, and the slow disappearance of intrinsic human values on the other. This logical separation, okay, is misleading, however. For what we witness here are two aspects of the same process. The quest for scientific explanations and the growth and importance of physical sciences coincided with, indeed took place, in the context of a decline in the importance of intrinsic values, right? Both of the movements happen together, right? One went up, right? Our knowledge went up, right? And our values went down, right? And it was the knowledge that replaced the values, right? So he's saying that actually this movement is the same movement, right? Not only are two things equally important, but, as one increased, the other decreased, right? So historically, we understand that, that this happened, right? So he says, yeah, thank you so much, Rocky, for sharing that with us. That was truly beautiful. Now, I wanted to let that run for a little while, because I thought that, I found value in that. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, logical separation is misleading. However, for what we witness here are two aspects of the same process, right? The quest for scientific explanations and the growth and importance of the physical sciences coincided with, indeed took place in the context of a decline in the importance of intrinsic values. Our vast store of knowledge of the physical world can thus be said to have been accumulated at the expense of human values. Okay, this is a large claim, and the present essay will attempt to justify it. Also, I shall agree that there appears to be a seesaw relationship between factual knowledge and intrinsic human values. As one goes up, the other goes down, right? So that's exactly what I just said, right? So he's, understood that, there's actually an inverse relationship between the two.
What's something I've been thinking about what you're just saying about the relationship between reason can't always account for like a family's love or something, right? Like what were you saying about that?
Oh yeah, like I think, see, this is why I'm trying to say that what coincided this with this change is the birth of universalism, right? So by universalism, it's fine to treat people good who are good, right? But when you love your family, it's not that way, is it? Right? There's many ways by reason that you're not supposed to love your family or whatever, but it doesn't make sense not to, right?
There's a conversation between Socrates and Euthyphro. Euthyphro?
Euthyphro, yeah.
Euthyphro. Yeah. This conversation sort of deals with that subject, where it's like, Socrates, for you think that it make any difference whether the victim is a stranger or a relative? One should only watch whether the killer acted justly or not. If he acted justly, let them go. But if not, one should persecute. If that is to say, the killer shares your health and table, the pollution of the same. If you knowingly keep company with such a man and do not cleanse yourself and him by bringing him to justice, the victim was a dependent of mine, and we were. But he goes into they have a conversation on ethics when it's dealing with family, like some exactly what you're talking about. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's why Plato's wrong, right? It's because or in my opinion, right? Or Plato started this problem, right? Because he said logos is in front and thumos and eros follow behind. And not only is he putting eros on the same level as thumos, which it's not, right? And ultimately he doesn't do that because he says that thumos is like second place Whereas Eros is like third place. Right. So there is a tripartite division of the soul where passions are second, but I'm saying passions are as big as logos because love is included in the passions, right?
Right.
So you know what I mean. So it's got to be way bigger of a place than it's got to be placed alongside reason at least if we're gonna have the whole interplay of human society and culture and dare I say nature, right? And the whole play about the body involved, right? I'm sorry, Rocky, what was that?
Paul said, if you have not charity, you have what you don't have squat.
Yeah.
If we have hope, if we have faith, if we have all these other things and have not charity, then you're a sounding cymbal or something.
There's another saying that goes, it's sort of like this. It's like, if you can't find grace and the beggar at the door, you won't find it in the chalice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. So something that is by the way bringing goodness and glory and all that stuff. You know what I mean? If you can't find that, in helping somebody, right? It's the same thing as, these acts of goodness and glory that are just about pomp and really serving yourself, right? So yeah, totally. That one is quantifiable, the other is not. You know what I mean? And so yeah, he's making a point, that there's total separation between knowledge and values. Right? I mean, it's all over St. Paul. I mean, the whole thing between spirit and flesh is like knowledge and values right there.
Right.
So
it is.
So you know what I mean?
And that's why he also says like the wisdom of the world is foolishness to God. Like he makes that distinction, because man was putting his own understanding over, everything really, right? It's like, as long as we can, I don't know.
The spirit wars against the flesh. And the Bible says this corruption must put on incorruption, which means we're going to get a new type of body, probably like a light, like a light body made of light or something. It says, because we war against the flesh. And before Adam fell, he was like a light being, spiritual, like a spiritual being without like light. And God, if you listen to Michael Heiser, he says that God is more of it's not really a characteristic. It's all the beings that are not flesh, that are like light beings. Those are called gods, angels, messengers of God.
Sorry, sorry. I know I've just joined, but do you have any evidence of beings that aren't flesh?
Evidence of what?
Beings that aren't flesh. Like beings that are not made of flesh.
It says that.
Yeah, that's a little. Yeah, to be fair, that's a little inconsequential to I mean, I know you just joined, but yeah, I'd like to direct what we're talking about is knowledge and values, right? Which one is more important than the other, right? So I know you can weigh in on that one. You're a very brilliant individual, as I've talked to you many times. So yeah, weigh in on that if you like.
Yeah, but sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Carry on.
No, it's okay. It's okay, but just this whole idea of knowledge and values, I think it's huge. you know, in terms of, you know, see, one is sometimes see why it's relevant to the discussion is that sometimes one is placed on the side of religion and the other is placed on the side of science, right? Right. Like, so, I'm like, some people will say, I get my values from religion, but I get my knowledge from science, right? You could see somebody saying that, right? So that's why it's really interesting. Right? Yeah, because the scientific theorems and all that type of stuff, they don't really tell you what the right thing to do is, right? You could use science, right?
Yeah, you can't. What is it? You can't get an art from an is.
Yeah,
Science tells you what is. Yeah.
Yeah,
Religion
exactly.
with the art. What you,
yeah, so that's kind of the problem is that Skolimowski is saying that society is basically based on two of these forms of valuation, right? And the problem is as he's saying, is that there's a seesaw effect between the two, right? That it seemed like, you know, we got a lot of knowledge, right? We increased in knowledge, but like, we don't know what values are anymore. We used to have a collective sense of what values are, but we didn't have that much knowledge, right? So he's like, wait, something weird's happened where it seemed like there's a seesaw effect about the two. So this is a controversial statement, but yeah.
I get what you're saying, but like with different religions, like everyone who believes in the same religion will have a certain set of values. Everyone, like Buddhists will have a certain set of values. Christianity will have a certain set of values. So it doesn't give you a uniform set of values. Do you know what I mean?
No.
Oh yeah, yeah, but within the religion, there's a uniform set of values, particular to that religion, right?
Yeah, within a specific religion, there will be uniform.
Yeah, but we said earlier, right, that science, there's no values there, right? So see, this is the problem: is that religion worldview, right? It's got some values, right? The scientific worldview, it's got none, like almost no values. Right, so this is the thing. It just simply can't make valuations if it wants to do its job correctly. Right, so that's another bit of the problem. You know, right? So you got one side that within their within the consistency of their own worldview. Granted that there's other views that have their own set of particular values. Nonetheless, they claim a complete set of values within their particular tradition, whereas science, it doesn't make up for that. Right, so it's still missing, and that's the problem of, it's probably the biggest problem of communicating science, right? And that's probably why religion appeals to so many people, right? It's because it's able to make valuations where science simply cannot, and you'll see that a lot. Within the debates, they'll say, "Well, you can't even make valuations." They'll say that to the people who espouse science, right? So that's the number one argument right now, right? So
the thing is, I get what you're saying, and I agree. Science doesn't make proclamations about what you should do. That's not what science does. But if people disagree about religion, how do we work out which religion is right and which values are correct? It doesn't really solve the problem. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a great question. And that's why I have three things on the table, right? One is ethics, right? Or ethos. Right, the other is thumos, or your particular society or your background or where you come from, your family and your country and that sort of thing, right? And then you have a third thing, which is logos, right? Which is the idea of universal values, right? Sometimes religion is connected to logos, and sometimes it's connected to thumos. Right, which is the cultural framework, right? So how do we distinguish between that? Because we need values, right? We can't go without values, right? Because there's going to be valuations regardless, right? So the fact is that how do we make room for values is the real question, right? So that's kind of where we're at in the discussion, and it's an interesting question.
Yeah.
So that's where Skolimowski's kind of at, and he goes in and says, so he said there's a seesaw relationship between factual knowledge and intrinsic human values. At least historically, a case could be made, right? Even if not the metaphysical or epistemological domain of valuations, right? But he's saying as one goes up, the other gets pushed down. If this perception is correct, then it would follow that the resurrection of intrinsic values and their reinstatement at the center of our lives may indeed come about, but that it will be at the expense of the adulation of science and of the physical fact, which we have exaggeratedly elevated to the status of deities.
Sorry, I would disagree with that. I mean, the physical facts will remain the same. You can have opinions about religion and which religion is right and which values are right. But if it's a scientific fact,
no. Let's not conflate values with religion, right? Because because those are two separate things, right? Right, but as I said before, religion had like all of the values before, right? Now it's got like some of them, right?
Yeah.
Right, but science has none, so that would be the problem, right? So values are still distinct from religion, but yeah, carry on though.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. How do you work out which values are true and correct? Surely you have to use the scientific method to do that. I mean, everyone can agree or disagree on which.
So you disagree with what you said before, that science does not make valuations.
No,
now you're saying it does.
No, I'm saying you need to use a method. If two people disagree on the values, which value is correct over another. I'm not saying the scientific method, but you need a method. I'm just asking what the method is, because everyone disagrees on what values are and what is right and wrong.
Sure, I agree. We would need a method. So, and I agree with you that we don't have one, and that's part of the problem that Skolomowski is pointing out.
Yeah.
Right, is that we don't have one. That there has been this seesaw relationship. One has gone up, the other's gone down, and now we're just kind of shit out of luck. Up Shit's Creek. I mean, without a paddle, as I say. Yeah. So yeah. I get where you're coming from. Because there's a problem in getting there with the science. We don't have one. Yet we're in this predicament, right? So,
I would say it's not a predicament. It's not science versus religion. It's like leave science to itself. That can do itself.
It's not science versus religion, but it's knowledge versus values.
Yeah, but I'm saying leave science to itself, that deals with actual facts, and then come up with a methodology for values. They don't have to be in conflict. Do you know what I mean? Like science does one thing, values does another. You just have to come up with a methodology to work out which.
There really is no conflict.
Yeah, I agree.
The conflict is contrived. Can I weigh in on this? The conflict is contrived because religion, when stripped of its institutionalization, is about individual faith, which is something very different. Science, on the same token, when you're just applying the scientific method, is bulletproof. The problem is you have what's called scientism, which is just as bad as religion, because it's more of a philosophy that is then undergirded and it uses the science name when really it's nothing more than a religion or a philosophy. And then they take the facts to try to make it stick, when it's really not science at all. So the real issue is the institutionalization of both. Both in their pure form are really one and the same. And they're aiming for the same objective. And if you go back far enough, philosophy, theology, and spirituality, we're one. And then you get into occultism and alchemy and all that, that's a side topic. But like they were taught as one, just like all academic topics were essentially taught as one. That's why you had people with like 6 different, degrees back in those days. You know, people like Da Vinci and all that. And it's like, why are there so many people, so many geniuses? Well, because education was very different back then.
Yeah, that's one of the huge problems with atheists and Christians is that they love their alcohol, don't they? You know, you know, they come up here hammered, trying to debate philosophy or theology, and it's like, holy shit.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know. I don't know what you mean.
No. I think no, he may be wrong about you, but yeah, there's plenty of examples in the past, for sure, of those cases.
Most Christians and most theists, I know, quite like weed. You know, they get stoned.
Oh yeah, that's what I like. Yeah, that's what I like too. You know, definitely into the cannabis.
Yeah,
but yeah, let's go.
You just prefer a different drug. It's not really the best.
Yeah, but let's go a little further into this. I'm into his analysis, and I won't go too far because I think that I've basically made my point. You know what I mean? But yeah, and I'm gonna actually give a more detailed explanation of this on Tuesday, maybe. Right, so maybe on Tuesday. Actually, you know what? Let's do that Wednesday. Right, so Wednesday I'll give a more detailed explanation of this. You know, of these few paragraphs that he has here. Right, but yeah, nonetheless, I'm gonna go ahead and read some of this. He says, historically, we can distinguish at least 4 basic positions regarding the relation of values to knowledge. Okay, the first position is classical antiquity, exemplified by Plato. Values and knowledge are fused together. One does not become dominant and subservient to the other. As we know, Plato believed in the unity of truth, goodness, and beauty. Within his universe, values and knowledge are 2 aspects of the same thing. No knowledge is then value free. No values can be regarded as void of knowledge. According to Plato, to possess, superior knowledge is to lead a superior life. Knowledge is vital part of the network of life. Most sins are the fruits of ignorance. In the Middle Ages, we can distinguish the second position. Knowledge is fused with values. Okay,
So I agree with that, yeah. Like, you can't have knowledge without values, and you can't have values without knowledge. They're both interlinked. If you had values without knowledge, then you don't know anything about values. And if you have knowledge without value, you know what I mean? They're both kind of you need both.
Yeah. So then he says, and they're not separated yet in the Middle Ages, he says, but at the same time subordinated to values. Okay, that knowledge is subordinated to values too in the Middle Ages. And that's determined by the church. He said knowledge is then in the service of values and must agree with the values a priori accepted as supreme. To grasp God's design, God's order, and the values that follow from this order sometimes required faculties stronger than mere human intellect. Okay, which at times saw discrepancies between natural reason and God's order. Hence, revelation was accepted as a mode of cognition, for it allowed one to transcend reason and to find a justification in the fusion of knowledge and values under the supremacy of values. The remaining 2 positions can be clearly discerned in the post-Renaissance period. The third position separates knowledge from values without, however, giving supremacy to either. This position is perhaps best represented by Immanuel Kant, 1720-1804, who clearly saw in Newtonian physics indubitable knowledge governing the behavior of the physical universe, a separate realm unto itself, but who at the same time would not submit the autonomy of the sovereignty of man to any deterministic set of physical laws. Hence, he summarized the autonomy of both realms by announcing the starry heavens above you and the moral law within. So in the third position, they're separate. Okay, in the fourth position is held by the classical empiricism and the and most recent extensions, 19th century positivism and logical empiricism. This position separates values from knowledge, and by attaching a supreme importance to physical knowledge, and by ruling that values are not proper knowledge, it ipso facto establishes a primary, a primacy of knowledge over values. Okay, so if I could summarize, there's been 4 changes, right? One is Plato's, link between knowledge of values being the same thing, okay, by truth, beauty, and goodness being the same thing, right? Then you have the Christian worldview where values dominate over knowledge, right? Now values are over knowledge, right? Right. Then in the third position, they become separated, okay, by Kant. He says they're actually in 2 distinct realms, right? One is about morality and the other is about physical laws, right? Right. So he held Newtonian physics on the one hand, but he also held the moral law on the other hand. The deontological, worldview of universals, and moral concepts, right? So he said, so then he separated knowledge and values. Finally, we have positivism, which then got rid of values and said, we can't get to values through knowledge, right? So basically, the knowledge game isn't about valuations. All right, so it dumped values and it went with knowledge. So these have been the 4 changes, and this is why there's become a separation between knowledge and values, and why one has gone up and the other's gone down, so on and so forth. So this is what is going on.
Yeah, I would agree with the third one more than I could be wrong, but the separate entities. Do you know what I mean? They might intermingle and might be, but I will go with the third one.
Yeah.
The last one doesn't seem right to me. Like, knowledge is more than values. I don't understand that, but yeah, I could be wrong.
Yeah, that's positivism. So yeah, it's interesting, and I'll go through those 4 changes next time because it relates to most of the things that I was saying in the beginning of the section. But I'm going to move now to Road to Wigan Pier, right, and look at some of the thoughts of Orwell here, right. So give me a second and let me open that up. Okay, before we move to ellul, and this will be pretty quick now because we've already spent so much time on these different ideas, and also we had a bit of discussions going here, so I appreciate that. But
so I can just say George Orwell is a great writer. Like, nice.
Oh yeah, he's excellent. Yeah, we're about to see he's actually one of the greatest writers of all time. This is one of the greatest things, in my opinion, that he's actually written. So I'm gonna get into it here. But yeah, he says here, he says many, perhaps the majority of thinking people are not in love with machine civilization. But everyone who is not a fool knows that it is not he says he knows that it is nonsense to talk at this moment about scrapping the machine. So he says everybody who's a thinking person is not in love with machine civilization, but nobody thinks of scrapping the machine, right? So he's saying that we're caught in a paradox, right? And the paradox is that we understand that, okay, that the technological world isn't the perfect world that we could create, right? And there's people who, especially those of the utopian mindset, they seem to follow this, understanding, so they think that, in the game of knowledge and values, right, that, we could simply just make room for values, right? So they don't think that there's an inverse relationship between the two, but, and maybe the Kantian, the third option leaves the most room for that sort of thing, right? But sort of here, right, what he's saying here is that, although we've been caught, okay, in a machine civilization, okay, there's two, okay, the paradox is that while most people, right, don't think it's like the best thing ever, right? Nobody's trying to get rid of it, right? Nobody's trying to scrap the system.
But,
right?
but can I just interrupt to make a bad joke?
Yeah.
We all know the machine lies. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Oh yeah. 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 1,000,000%. Yeah, 1,000,000%. But he says here, he says, but the unfortunate thing is that socialism, as usually presented, is bound up with the idea of mechanical progress, not merely as a necessary development, but as an end in itself, almost as a kind of religion. This idea is implicit in, for instance, most of the propaganda stuff that is written about the rapid mechanical advance in Soviet Russia. Okay, Karol Kapik hits it off well enough in the horrible ending of his play, R.U.R., when the robots, having slaughtered the last human being, announced their intention to build many houses, just for the sake of building houses. The kind of person who most readily accepts socialism is also a kind of person who views mechanical progress as such with enthusiasm. And this is so much the case that socialists are often unable to grasp.
Stop. Oh, sorry. I thought it was on mute.
That's funny. But yeah, blessings. But yeah, yeah, where was I? Oh, whoops. Oh, okay, here it is. When socialism is established, right? Wait. As a rule, most persuasive argument they can think of is to tell you the present mechanization of the world is as nothing to what we will see when socialism is established. When there is one airplane now, in those days there will be 50. All the work that is now done by hands will be done by machinery. Everything that is now made of leather, wood, and stone will be made by rubber, glass, or steel. There will be no disorder, no loose ends, no wilderness, no wild animals, no weeds, no disease, no poverty, no pain, and so on and so forth. The socialist world is to be above all things an ordered world, an efficient world. But it is precisely from that vision of the future as a sort of glittering Wells world that sensitive minds recoil. Please notice that this essentially fat-bellied version of progress is not an integral part of the socialist doctrine, but it has come to be thought of as one. And the result that the temperamental conservatism, which is latent in all kinds of people, is easily mobilized against socialism. Every sensitive person has moments when he is suspicious of machinery and to some extent of physical science. But it is important to sort out the various motives which have differed greatly at different times for hostility to science and machinery, and to disregard the jealousy of the modern literary gent who hates science because science has stolen literature's thunder. The earliest full-length attack on science and machinery that I'm acquainted with is in the third part of Gulliver's Travels. Okay, but Swift's attack, though brilliant as Tour de Force, is as irrelevant and silly because it is written from standpoint, perhaps, from the standpoint, perhaps this seems a queer thing to say of the author of Gulliver's Travels, of a man who lacked imagination. To Swift, science was merely a kind of futile muckraking, and the machines were nonsensical contraptions that would never work. Okay, he talks about Erewhon. He talks about Dickens' Hard Times. Okay, pause. All right, and he also talks about the various people who applaud scientific progress, like H.G. Wells, right? And others who talk about men getting rid of all work, not doing any work anymore, right? And freeing men up for leisure time, right? And he says that they want a world, basically that technology and science, they want to nerf the world. Right? And what do they want to do it for? For leisure. I said leisure to do what? Right. And he's saying that it might actually just be necessary for man to find pride in his work. He says all mechanical progress is towards greater and greater efficiency, ultimately, therefore, towards a world in which nothing goes wrong. But in a world in which nothing goes wrong, many of the qualities which Mr. Wells regards as godlike would be no more valuable than the animal faculty of moving the ears. The beings in Men Like Gods and the Dream are represented, for example, as brave, generous, and physically strong. But in a world from which physical danger has been banished, and obviously mechanical progress tends to eliminate danger, would physical courage be likely to survive? Could it survive? And why should physical strength survive in a world where there was never the need for physical labor? As for such qualities as loyalty, generosity, in a world where nothing goes wrong, there would not only they would not only be irrelevant but also unimaginable. The truth is that many of the qualities we admire in beings can only function in opposition to some kind of disaster, pain, or difficulty. But the tendency of mechanical progress is to eliminate disaster, pain, and difficulty. In books like The Dream and Men Like Gods, it is assumed that such qualities as strength, courage, generosity, etc. will be kept alive because they are comely qualities and necessary attributes of a full human being. Presumably, for instance, the inhabitants of Utopia would create artificial dangers in order to exercise their courage and do dumbbell exercises to harden muscles, which they would never be obliged to use. And here you observe the huge contradiction which is usually present in the idea of progress. The tendency of mechanical progress is to make the environment safe and soft, and yet you are striving to keep yourself brave and hard. You are at the same moment furiously pressing forward and desperately holding back. It is as though a London stockbroker should go in his office and in a suit of chainmail and insist on talking in medieval Latin. So in the last analysis, the champion of progress is also the champion of anachronisms. Meanwhile, I'm assuming the tendency of mechanical progress is to make life safe and soft. This may be disputed because at any given moment, he says, the effect of some recent mechanical invention may appear to be the opposite. Take, for instance, a transition from horse to motor vehicles. At a first instance, one might say, considering the enormous toll of road deaths, that the motor car does not exactly tend to make life safer. Moreover, it probably needs as much toughness to be a first-rate dirt track rider as to be a Bronco buster or to ride in the Grand National. Nevertheless, the tendency of all machinery is to become safer and easier to handle. The danger of accidents would disappear if we chose to tackle our road planning problem seriously, as we shall do sooner or later. And meanwhile, the motor car has evolved to a point at which anyone who is not blind or paralytic can drive it after a few lessons. Even now, it needs far less nerve and skill to drive a car ordinarily well than to ride a horse ordinarily well. In 20 years' time, it may need no nerve or skill at all. Therefore, one must say that, taking society as a whole, the result of the transition from horses to cars has been an increase in human softness. The ideal of efficiency is the ideal of softness. The ideal of progress is one of efficiency. So what's the goal of progress? Is it to make men soft? That's what Orwell's asking. If you nerf the world, you'll make men soft. And then where are the values going to come from then?
1,000,000%. It's to turn wolves into puppies. If you catch my meaning.
Oh, yeah.
Strip them of all instinct. all holistic collectivism and replace it with artificial collectivism. You know, the tribe mentality, the healthy one, not the bullshit that they try to purvey now. You know, again, they take everything real and turn it artificial. They take everything unnatural and make it natural. It's all inverted. This is the modus operandi of the archons. You know, this is how they work. The Gnostics didn't say we lived in a simulation or an illusion. They said the archons work through simulation. And the word in Greek is hal, H-A-L. If anyone is familiar with 2001: A Space Odyssey with Stanley Kubrick, that's the name of the computer. Because Kubrick was an initiate. He understood this, even back then. So hal means simulation. So this is an ability of the archons, and it's through the human mind the simulation occurs, nowhere else. So it's the propensity of the human mind to project false ideas onto reality, onto nature, that then are believed as true. It's not that nature is fallen or is a trap or is a simulation, but that the mind itself has been corrupted. And so through that lens, it then sees the world in that way. And this is my biggest pushback on that whole ideology. And this is what 90% of what is written about Gnosticism is simply not true. This is actually what the Talmudists believe. And the corrupted Kabbalah as well. They were in a simulation, essentially created by God, but a lower God. The pagan Gnostics did not believe that at all. As I've said many times, this is a natural environment, 110% real. And not only is it real, it's a super living organism. So they've sucked all the life out, all the meaning out, all the values out, all the virtue out. The telos, the aim. As I said, the Gnostics, the pagan Gnostics were called the telestai, those who are aimed. Aimed to what? Nature. When I say nature, I don't mean the green stuff. Something much deeper. Mind and nature are not separate. Nature endows mind in the mystery. You understand? Look at like Plotinus, and you read between the lines. Like the sense of self. We'll be here a while. Nature is a mirror of the self. So as above, so below. As within, so without. As the universe, so the soul. We are an exact mirror of the creation. Everything it's made of, we are too. An image, shall we say. all of the parts that were used I don't want to say in the creation necessarily. It's more like a projection. You know, as I always say, like, we are 70% water. Nature is 70% water. You know, if you look at the neurons of the brain and then you compare it to like an image of the solar system, the galaxy, it's the same. You know, they're saying now we basically live in a mind. Well, that's the mind of God. Nature is negentropic. That means it sustains itself by itself through itself without the need of anything else. It's not like technology. It doesn't have an on and off switch. It doesn't need a plug. It renews and refreshes itself.
Yeah, it's interesting because you use the term mind of God. Sometimes I have a problem with that term. Also, the idea that mind and nature are not the same. Well, I think there can be an argument made that they're a lot more similar than we think they are. You know, but yeah, it's interesting. Definitely very interesting reflections about all of those themes, you know, mind, nature, you know, mankind's role in that, you know, all those ideas, you know, and I think they are very much linked, right? All these concepts and ideas are very much linked. I mean, and of course, people have different definitions for these things as well. You know, not everybody thinks they're
Yeah.
the same thing. I mean,
The
so
terminology is very
yeah, the terminology is a
misleading.
hang up.
You got to
I
get
mean,
into the nuances. We would have
yeah,
to get into
exactly.
the nuances to make sure we're actually on the same page.
Exactly.
But yeah, I'm sure we would probably agree on more than we disagree.
Oh yeah.
But I'm sure there would be maybe some things, you know, and that's fine. But I mean, I'm just saying that, like, you know, the world outside exists inside. Is essentially what I'm saying. You know, there is this mirror effect that, you know, there's an ideation. In other words, like, this is not a physical world. I think we can agree on that. You know, they
Yeah, I think
say that,
that matter is an invention, right? I think
right,
matter is way more made up than mind. The mind is real. The
right.
mind is part of existence, you know, with a capital E, you know, but matter, I don't know, what is that?
Right. And if you look at any of these scientists that were pioneers of quantum physics and information theory and all that, they straight up tell you, you know, we studied matter for 40 years and we realized there is no such thing. You know, and behind matter is a mind, which is the matrix of all matter. You know, an invisible force that interlocks all, you know, they get into all this and they start talking almost like from a spiritual religious perspective. They won't admit that, but that's what they're doing, you know. Even some of these atheists, where they're almost, you know, conceding, hey, there's consciousness. Maybe not, you know, outright, but because once you get to you know, the bare bones of it, there's no way to deny it. Materialism has been dead for over 100 years. It's just being artificially kept alive. You know, it's on life supports.
Oh yeah. Well, there's my little intro, folks. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Right. Well, let's move on to ellul. Finally, the main event of this entire show. I think this will be, and then I'll play some music for you guys. Right up. But yeah, so he goes on to say, he says, we're on page 196 here. Right. Actually, end of 195, really. It's interesting what he's saying. He says the state must centralize all statistics and either make them available only statistics of interest to a given category of businessmen or manufacturers to keep completely secret, whatever might be of interest to the enemy. This surveillance was entrusted in 1950 in the United States Bureau of the Budget. It must be noted that the American public opinion is not content with this compromise, nor is it a factor in coming to the conclusion of what the Bureau of Statistics and what the statistics are going to be used for and who they're aimed at. It's the public opinion does not make decisions about, how could it? How could the public that's being categorized make the decisions about its own categorization? It's kind of obvious to figure out, right? But yeah, it says here, he says, the American public opinion is not content with this compromise. How could it be? It's totally redundant notion, right? That they would even guide the process at all, right? Right. So it says here, it tolerates badly the indecision imposed by the Cold War. However, a strong minority desires a total blackout of statistics, as in the Soviet Union. The state would then have indirect, but nevertheless complete control of economic activity, in as much as it alone would know the full economic situation. Okay, a bond is thus established between the state and the economy, whereby technical progress is not possible without the intervention of the state. This does not mean that the whole economy is in the hands of the state. We are on the whole to abandon the idea of a ravaging and dictatorial state, he says. And this is the reality of the situation, folks. He says, let us think only of cold and impersonal mechanism that holds all sources of energy in its hands. That's it. It's not anybody that's guiding it. Right? It's not some evil people that are taking reign of technique and then using it against people. It's the technique itself that's evil that they're using. Okay, so they are changed by the techniques that they use and employ. It's not the technique that's then being used to change things from them. Okay, that's why he says, let us look only of impersonal mechanism that holds all sources of energy in its hands. What is a production without energy? What is the economy? Does the agent that controls the supply of energy also direct the economy? Nope. Technically speaking, the control of energy can no longer be in the hands of any agent but the state. This is true even in the United States and has been recently shown. If statistics are to be given their full scope, it is necessary to coordinate the actions of different organisms to avoid useless repetition and also to pay the bill, since centers for statistical research do not pay for themselves. When statistical data have been collected, what agency but the state is in the position to exploit them fully, to make them yield their total practical value? It is scarcely necessary to recall very different factors that result from technique: trust, atomic energy, capital concentration, the hypertrophic enlargement of means of production, and many more. All entails state action. The relation established by technical facts, which become the common denominator between state and economy, is neither chance nor fleeting. There is no possibility of reversing the movement, as certain idealistic anti-interventionists would have us believe. Neither is there any hope, short of certain extraordinary transformations, that the conjunction of state An economy is transitory, as the communists would have us believe. Certainly, if production were to become sufficiently great, if the system of distribution were perfect, and once fixed were not subject to variation, and if above all else men were to become angels, an indispensable condition, the conjunction between state and the economy might disappear. The same would be true of modern technique were to vanish. But it is advisable to think in more realistic terms. The fact that the economy and the state are reciprocally joined is technically founded in such a way, and the two tend to become aspects of the same phenomenon, a phenomenon which, moreover, is not the result of a simple accretion of previous phenomena. It seems to me particularly important to emphasize this new character because of the existence of techniques. We are beyond the problems of ordinary etatism or of socialism. It is not the simple phenomenon of growth, power, of power, or the struggle against capitalism which is decisive here. We are witnessing the birth of a new organism, the technical state. I think he's totally right about this. The technical state, not based on any political theories, right? Not based on any economic system, right? But the technical state, right? Based on large-scale techniques which combine both the state and the economy. Right, and he says it makes economic life more secure in proportion as it becomes more technical. It is no longer even possible to say it could be done otherwise. In the abstract, as it were, in the concrete. And I think this is a very important point. Okay, he's saying again and again that this has nothing to do with abstract or concrete notions. Right, remember the statement on page 127, despite all of the efforts of the men of goodwill, the governments of the world are being ringed about by a band of steel. Right, so the terminology of technical necessity is here employed to explain the objective factors of power. Right, and if you haven't gotten down to that brass tacks, folks, you're not going to be able to analyze power. You're just going to focus on who is doing it and not what is being done and how it's being done. Okay, which are indispensable factors. Okay, because the factor of objective objective power is the technical means. So if you don't know how it's done, then that's the entire thing. Right? Otherwise, you'll say it could be done. It could be done otherwise. Focus on idealism, and that's a problem because you don't understand technical necessity if you're saying it could be done otherwise. You're not understanding technological determinism. Okay, in the abstract as well as in the concrete, all technical evidence attests to the contrary. What is involved is the logical development of the nation state. This double relation, the state assuming the national life and whatever pertains to the national converging towards the state, becomes more specific, stronger, more rigid when technical elements come into play. What was mere tendency and framework, what was talk becomes means, and the relation of administration to population becomes organization. And because the economy is an aspect of the nation, it too comes into the system. The state too changes its aspects on contact with technical elements. The principal goals of the economy are at first modified, but its elements of pride and power, potentially always there, emerge subsequently. In a more brutal way, humble humanitarian motives are no longer important. Technique is too neutral and the state too powerful for either to encumber itself with such things. It is no longer even a question of wealth or distribution. In the technical synthesis, the economy becomes again the servant, when after Marx, it had been thought the master. Okay. Hold on, give me a second here, folks. Huh. Okay. The duel of politics. Damn. Trying to figure out where I put my sunglasses. But yeah, I'm not about to cam up anyways. So yeah, just give me a second, folks. Okay, I will cam up in a minute here. And I appreciate you guys for being here. But and we'll go take a little musical break here. But yeah, he says here the duel of politics and economics culminates in the synthesis in which politics appears and economics is forced into submission. This synthesis, to be sure, has not yet been fully realized. France, one of the older nations, is not even completely conscious of what is happening, but the Soviet Union is already very close to the synthesis. The United States is being oriented in this direction very rapidly as a result of the large-scale economic maneuvers into which it has been forced. And above all, new nations such as Australia and New Zealand are spontaneously constructing the synthetic complex. How could Africa even hope to refashion its society rapidly, as its new independence requires, if it did not resolutely embrace the technical synthesis? Nasser, Mohammed V, Castro are all attempting precisely this. I remarked above that this is not socialism. With the disappearance of humanitarian goals, socialism is rendered unfeasible. And sheer weight of techniques. Okay, by the sheer weight of techniques, the ownership of means and the ownership of the means of production ceases to be the central problem. Social equality becomes a myth as a result of the emergence of aristocracy of technicians. And the proletariat is necessarily extended to no one's dissatisfaction instead of disappearing. Certain elements of the socialism continue to exist. For example, Social Security, redistribution of the national income, the suppression of individual profit. But they exist as isolated fragments and not as a system. It is not even certain that these elements will be found in all the syntheses now being created. Then he goes on to say their continued existence depends on whether they are judged to be efficient. They cannot escape this judgment. An excellent example of the fragmentary socialism based on anything but socialistic motives is given by Forresty. He demonstrates correctly, I believe, the capital decreases in importance in proportion as technique increases in importance. Quote, in a period of technical progress, the wage value of capital tends towards zero, whereas the physical product of capital constantly increases. Clearly, it is not a question of the absolute value of capital, yet the capitalist sees his asset lose value in direct proportion to the development of technical progress. I shall not repeat Forresty's reasoning. It seems to me convincing. His conclusion moreover, is of the first importance. The center of the economic problem is shifting. The legal question of ownership is no longer important. The debate no longer concerns who owns the means of production and who will take the profits. The crux of the economic problem has moved to the extreme point of technical development. The real debate concerns who will be in a position to support, absorb, and integrate technical progress to furnish optimal conditions for its development. Huge. Okay, a huge realization. Okay, let me repeat that. Okay, he says, in a period of technical progress, the wage value of capital tends towards zero, whereas the physical product of capital constantly increases.
Not now.
Wait, what's that, Remington?
We're seeing that now.
Oh, yeah.
It's probably just going to get worse, I'm assuming. Well, it depends on how the technology, how they release it and how it changes, and etc.
Oh, yeah. All dependent on the technology.
Yeah, not on us, per se.
It says, it is contrary to the nature of technique to be compatible with anarchy in any sense of the word. When milieu and action become technical, order and organization are imposed. That's a huge quote. When milieu and action become technical, order and organization are imposed. Huge quotes. Huge bombs.
The complexification.
Yeah, that is a quote itself that describes the process of technical necessity. Right? The state itself, projected into the technical movement, becomes its agent. Technique is therefore the most important factor in the destruction of capitalism, much more so than the revolt of the masses. Human revolt can also accompany the destruction of capitalism and philosophize about it.
Like, i.e., communism, technology easily take over capitalism and communism.
Yeah. And then he goes on to say, as to socialism, the final result is still indiscernible, and no prediction except of a negative nature is possible. Economic centralization has been criticized on humane grounds. Jean-Francois Gravier has attacked the movement on purely technical grounds and has attempted to show that decentralization, at least of the population, is necessary if society is to remain in equilibrium. His thesis is as follows: technique permits the diffusion of the population over a wide area with as well developed economic potentialities as the great cities. Diffusion would not be subject to present health hazards, oppressive costs to communities. A resident of Paris costs the state 5 times as much as a resident of Vendée, and so on. This thesis then is based on new technical development. But there are 3 objections. First, decentralization is not possible unless there is a powerful planned organization for decentralization. Such an organization usually operates on the level of the individual, not of the economic organism. Second, population diffusion could lead to and urbanization of the countryside, rather than to true diffusion of the population into a rural milieu. Third, the thesis represents a mere theoretical possibility and not a necessary movement. Okay, we all know what has actually been the case, right? The cities is spreading, right, to the non-cities, right? And that process is gradual and has been gradual, but also it's accelerating. So now he says, it must be admitted that the actual experience seems to contradict the thesis, right? Since 1955, a serious and concerted movement has been under the way to decentralize Paris and its industrial complex. The result so far is that 600 industrial plants have left the area, but only 4,000 wage earners have been resettled in the provinces, whereas when the plants in question achieve full operation, they will employ 75,000 wage earners recruited locally. Moreover, half of these 600 plants have been settled in the vicinity of Paris. During the 5-year period in question, 50,000 new jobs have been created each year in Paris alone, and the population of the city has risen by nearly 1 million. Decentralization, then, has experienced a radical setback. Economists who have analyzed this setback conclude that in order to decentralize industrially, it is necessary to effect total decentralization, including administrative, financial, and cultural decentralization. Total action, however, would be difficult to achieve. Precise and adequate technical motives for it do not exist. Furthermore, it would have to be implemented by authoritarian measures. The state would have to act to constrain the citizens with authoritarian penalties corresponding to authoritarian decisions. It is easily seen that the proposed decentralization would have to rest upon major aggrandizement of centralized authority. And that's exactly what's happening. So he goes on to describe the authoritarian nature of the planned decentralization, okay, that's used to offset technical necessity, and this is the great achievement of the state. I mean, where it's just coping with technical necessity itself, right?
It kind of reminds me of that one chapter in the Tao talking about how they make more laws and therefore there's more criminals.
Oh yeah, 57.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He said he also talks about technical necessity in that chapter. No, we read it. 8 different versions of it. Actually 9. So yeah. Speaking of which, it's time to move to the Tao Te Ching and see what reflections there are in the Tao Te Ching and catalog some of that. So in this, actually, I'm gonna play some music here, as I said, and then we'll move on here. And of course, Spooky Saturday involved. So let me try to open this up here. Give me a second, folks. Thank you for being here. And this is from that Secret Brotherhood of Atlantis movie that I have. And the music is from the Quake video game. So hopefully we don't get, but usually video game music, it usually doesn't get you popped. But yeah, it is what it is.
So what, like 30 something years now?
Yeah. Hall of Souls.
It was Reznor that did that soundtrack, remember, right?
Oh yeah, that's Reznor.
So we'll see.
Spooky Saturday. And there's another one too.
What else do you want, people? Peace. I got you, peace. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. That's them seven darts, ribcage arrows, dark creeps, white.
Yeah, blessings. Thank you guys for joining. I'm still trying to find where my place is here. In the text here. Oh yeah, here we were. Yeah, I should really be engaging with the chat, but I really haven't done that today. I'm sorry, all you guys. But I appreciate you guys being here. All your contributions. And of course, there's a different type of show happening on the panel and also in the chat for the people that are paying attention to it. And for the people that are, wanting to, engage in crass behavior with minimal, repercussions for their actions and no accountability for their words. Good luck to you. I mean, total stupidity, insolent pride. I won't be having none of it. I just ignore it. You fucking, go ahead and ban my channel. All right. I'll never talk to you again. Fucking nitwits. I mean, but yeah, all these guys, it is what it is. Let's check out some of these words. Yeah, blessings televised. I appreciate you, sir. I appreciate you. A name isn't important. Dr. D Head, I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. But yeah. It says here, desire for created things. Right, like I said, nature is God-made technology. The technology that we make is man-made nature. Right? We can only recreate what's already been made. Right? And of course, the desire for those man-made things. Right? Okay? The root of all evil, right? And the desire for created things. Right? Whereas love of God is, basically the source of all goodness, right? So interesting here. Right? So yeah, check this out. Desire for created things combined with the senses becomes pleasure. It's a deadly combination. We've all seen it. Many have not made it back from that combo. Okay. They took their last hit, as it were. All right. Okay. Desire for created things combined with the senses becomes pleasure. The senses, stimulated by desire, take advantage of the sensible object. Sensual pleasure is the mother of division. Breaking the primal oneness, perfect love, sensual pleasure is the mother of death. Okay? Mother of death. I got to scroll down here. And the death of such pleasure is suffering. In desire to escape pain, we seek refuge in sensual pleasure, calling it by the name of happiness. But in trying to blunt pain with pleasure, we increase our pain. For pleasure and pain are intertwined. Therefore did the ancient sage cry. Oh, misery, happiness lie by its side. Oh, happiness, misery lurks beneath it. Wherever there is pleasure, there must be pain. Okay, so see, we were talking about intrinsic values earlier. But we were saying that, a little bit of pain goes a long way, right? A little bit of suffering, right, can save you from an ideal of softness, right? An ideal of efficiency, an ideal of, progress. Now, of course, nature makes you hard, right? Now, the fact is, Oh yeah, nature makes you hard. Pause. Another pausable statement. I mean,
Sagimon.
right up. But yeah, look at this. The idea of intrinsic value, right? So putting on a scale, if there's pleasure and pain, if there's suffering and growth, right? Then pleasure cannot be an intrinsic value. You know what I mean? And just as efficiency is not an ideal, right? There is no progress in nature, as we've said, right? So yeah, it's interesting how the Tao reflects on almost all of the levels of the sort of philosophical, idealism, but it actually cuts through all of it in a very succinct way. You know what I mean? It does that again and again, for sure. I mean, there's so many truths in the Tao that I've wrestled with philosophy, and then I came back to understanding that the Tao was right about what it was saying. It's so fucking weird, right? How many times that's happened, right? Where I'm like, you drag these ideas through the mud of philosophy, and they come out looking brand new. I mean, it's kind of weird. It has a timeless quality to it, for sure. Our poll, blessings. I appreciate you. I appreciate the 5 people that are watching this according to YouTube or whatever, right? That's right, 5 folks.
It was at 16 at one point I saw.
Now 4 people watching. Thank you so much. I mean, but yeah. I guess the words of Seraphim Rose are not popular today. Other times, you'll hear all these little Christian groups, and right, talk about Seraphim Rose and all that stuff, but they never reflect on his views on modernity, right? His views, or his, reflections on Eastern philosophy. We've done a lot of that. We've looked at that a lot. I mean, so yeah, check this out. So he says there must be pain. There must be pain. I mean, let me scroll down here. For through pain we have not chosen. The way turns from illusory pleasure we have chosen. Pain forces us to rise above the realm of the senses, to live according to our true nature, our original designation. There are 2 kinds of pain. Pain of the senses. An absence of the object of the body's desire, and pain of the soul, the absence of the object of the soul's desire. Right. There's 2 ghettos, one in the mind, the other physical. Pleasure of the senses is emptiness ever filling itself, yet remaining ever empty. Right. Most desires are insatiable, especially when it comes to pleasure. Okay, wait, where is... Oh, there it is. Yeah, let me turn this off for a second. But yeah, that is a great line. Okay, pleasure of the soul is fullness ever emptying itself, yet remaining ever full. Okay, pleasure of the senses is emptiness ever filling itself, yet remaining ever empty. Ooh. That's excellent. Yeah, as Lao Tzu says, those who are bound by desires see only the outward container. It says, make your desires for you. And he says the number one things to stop desiring are like those things that everybody, desires, like to accumulate, like knowledge and wealth and praise. He says these things could certainly bring you to ruin. Okay, that having them is bad enough, but desiring them, just that could kill you. So therefore, said the sage, what is most full seems to be empty, but in its use cannot be exhausted. I appreciate you guys. And let's go to Crowley. Alistair Crowley. Attending to details. It is easy to grasp what is not yet in motion, to withstand what is not yet manifest, to break what is not yet compact, to disperse what is not yet coherent. Act against things before they become visible. Attend to order before disorder ariseth. Now he gives proof. He says, a tree which filleth the embrace grew from a small shoot. The tower 9-storied rose from a low foundation. The 10-day journey began with a single step. Right. To go far, you must go near. Right. The high is built on the low. Right. Not because the low is lower than the high, or it's because it doesn't matter. Right. But because it needs it. It's necessary to begin with the small. And so he says the small is pretty much the greatest thing in existence. Right? It's way better than a lot. Right? One is better than many. Right? Few is better than a great amount. Right? Meaning that quantity, it's not it's just like we said earlier. It's just like pleasure is not an intrinsic value, neither is quantity. And you can combine them. If you quantify pleasure, that could be self-destruction. So it's interesting. Okay, it's the opposite of like Bentham, pretty much. Right? Okay. But yeah. But yeah, check this out. He says, he who acteth worketh harm. He who graspeth findeth it a slip. The wise man acteth not. So worketh no harm. He doth not grasp, and so doth not let go. Men often ruin their affairs on the eve of success because they are not as prudent at the end as in the beginning. The wise man willeth what others do not will. Excuse me. The wise man willeth what others do not will, and valueth not things rare. He learneth what others learn not, and gathered up what they despise. Right, fine taste and which has no flavor. Right, keep your desires few. And also simplicity and sincerity are basically two sides of the same coin. You know? Thus he is in accord with the natural course of events and is not overbold in action. All right, let me go to the next thing here. $65. Okay, I think there'll be another entire week of these, readings with the Tao Te Ching. Now we've read, by then as many as 6 different translations. Okay, now we've looked at other lines from other translations as well, right? So I think we've taken a comprehensive look, despite the variety of translations available, right? We've resonated with some continuous themes within all of the different, translations. So I think that, comparatively, if you look at the analysis that's available, okay, in terms of, the Tao Te Ching online, there's been almost no personal development, personal relation, and original content using these verses. Right? There's many people who claim to understand the Tao Te Ching. Right, but yeah. There's been no critical reflection on the lines in general, right? So yeah, let's go on. And that's not an attack on anyone specific, but it's obvious that, of the number of people that I've heard have found value in these works, right? There's almost nobody, displaying what value they've found. Right? But check this out. Chapter 65. He says, pleasure of the senses is succeeded by the pain of the soul. While acceptance of pain of senses is succeeded by pleasure of the soul. The soul pleasure we call joy, the endless joy of binding oneself to the way. Thus the followers of the way gladly accept suffering. Patiently enduring involuntary afflictions, they turn them into smooth, untroubled paths. Through self-restraint, they do away with sensual pleasure, which is intricate, convoluted, wrapped around every sensible object. Therefore, said the ancient sage, the way unravels, tangles. Okay, there is the notion of simplicity as an inherent and intrinsic source of value, unlike, pleasure and quantification and that sort of thing, right? Right. While the way is natural, it focuses on growth. Right. What is against the way focuses on quantification, accumulation, assimilation. Yeah, and instead of complexification and assimilation, we can have simplicity and sincerity. Those are of the way. Right? These other things are not of the way. My children. Like as he says, the way unravels tangles, submerges turmoil, redirecting the impulses of their desire. Followers of the way act according to nature. They no longer yearn for bodily pleasure, nor do they fear pain. Right. Right. You should abandon fear and not pain. Fear is the thing to be abandoned, not pain. Pain's part of life.
Is this guy a Christian talking about the way, the truth, and the life?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's one of the premier Christian writers of our time.
This ellul?
No, this isn't ellul.
Oh.
That's right. I actually read a lot of Christian writers and thinkers. The people that these other channels quote, that claim to be Christian are pretty much secularists and atheists. They're secular humanists.
They lost their way.
Yeah, you can say that again, my friend. They lost their way. But yeah, to abandon, thrill seeking. Better is life for the adventurer than the thrill seeker. But the adventurer has to abandon fear and not pain.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He's got to go with nature. Right? Overcoming such yearning and fear together with sensual self-love that gave them birth. They kill with the single blow of all the passions. Therefore, said the ancient sage, control of the passions by will is called strength. Free from desire for created things, followers of the way pass from the outer to the inner, going beyond superficial aspects of these things. They come to know their inner essences. As words within the primal word, thoughts of the primal mind. Therefore, said the ancient sage, the sage is always without desire. In order to contemplate the mysteries of nature.
Who is it again? Who is this?
Seraphim Rose. But yeah, ever desireless, one can perceive the mysteries. And those who are bound by desire see only the outward container, offering themselves to him who is beyond all created things, he says, sharing in his self-emptying. Followers of the way become wholly united with him. The true goal of love and longing, the true end and fulfillment of desire. All right. So I think I'll move to here. Let me see how much time we've spent. Oh, whoops. Oh shit.
Do you agree with this? What you're reading? Mostly.
Yeah, mostly. Yeah, yeah, mostly. I would say yeah.
So you're becoming a Christian. Damn.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but there's a lot of similarities between Islam and Christianity. Probably too many to count. I mean, actually, Islam actually claims that it would be impossible without Christianity. You know, if you read the chapters of the Quran, right, that talk about Mary. Okay, there's a whole surah in the Quran, a chapter of the Quran that talks about Mary and Jesus, right? So it's pretty interesting, right? Anyways, my StreamYard is crashing, so I have to come back. Give me 1 second, folks. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Impossible, eh? That's interesting.
Don't all of you speak at once.
Sad Jambone Rocky.
See my hat?
Firm believer in Jesus. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that earlier. I'm like, FBI, Jesus, huh?
Some guy was selling them at the annual event up here. I like to buy hats, in case you didn't notice.
You have definitely a good collection of hats, that's for sure.
I was gonna wear my I was gonna wear this one. I was gonna wear this one to the No Kings parade. see if recognize freedom of speech.
Maybe they'd try to hit you or something.
They probably try to kill me. I believe a kingdom is better than a republic.
As long as the king is not corrupt, yeah, probably, and his dukes and whatever else he's got with him.
Yeah, the Magna Carta, which is the preamble of the Constitution, is the Magna Carta. The kings were under the same law. They got to be under the same law. I say bring back the kings. Fuck the republic. Republic is the form of government that Rome had when they crucified Christ. And basically we're under this Roman Republic. Same Roman Republic. In my opinion. But the apostles and Jesus never said to fight against Rome. I don't think. Maybe. Pick up a sword, maybe. What's up, TML? Your stream going okay? StreamYard.
Yeah, I'm just noticing some of my comments getting deleted in different comment sections. And
yours or
oh yeah. You know where you know what I mean? Hmm.
Oh, it's
in
probably
the chat or in other places?
Oh
probably
no,
don't.
in other people's comment sections. You know what I mean? Where it seems like, you know, yeah. So yeah. So yeah, but looks like some people are having a hard time with the truth. I mean,
That's what happens when you get shadow banned.
They probably didn't like that hat I had on. So they had the anti-King's Day today during the Trump parade. I guess they're saying that Trump thinks he's a king or something. I don't know, but he did sell this hat to me.
He ain't no king.
King of kings, Lord of lords. How can you be king of kings if there are no kings? Just republics and democracies and communism and socialism.
Well, you might have a point there.
anyways, let's not antagonize these guys too much. In the comment section of NFTU, because they had a show about Islam the other day, and there's some fucking clown on there that's called "Without Lies, Islam Dies." So I was like, "What the fuck?" First of all,
that's interesting.
yeah, so I'm like, I could defeat you in 3 fucking statements. I mean, literally, you know, so this guy literally says all Muslims are PDFs. And so I was like, that's an interesting opinion. So for whatever reason or another, Sweden had put this comment up, right? So I commented on this channel. I said, anybody who believes that 1 billion Muslims on earth, you know, they believe that you know, PDF is okay, you know, they're a fucking moron. You know, that's a outrageous position to hold, right? In the modern fucking world. And right, what are you talking about? Like, you just, like, literally, you're lying about people, right? That they support that, right? So so what's interesting is, right, so I comment, I say, that's not plausible. Second of all, right, the church supported in many cases, right? And of course, the Catholic and the Orthodox Church were one church, right, at the time, right? So that's what's interesting. So you know, you can't.
Church, the fake Catholic Church.
So you can't tell them.
I call them fake. They're not true Christians, but they're the real PDFs. Like, they've been caught. I grew up in Omaha as a child, and the biggest PDF ring was the Omaha Home for Boys, ran by the Catholic Church. You can look it up. It's called the Franklin Savings Scandal. It happened in Omaha. Yeah.
I've seen a phrase going around called without the lies, Christianity dies. So
everybody calls themselves a Christian, You know, the Pope calls himself a Christian, but he ain't no Christian.
It's just crazy. You know, you have to take history and morality and the whole understanding of human nature, and I mean the entire thing of what Christians and Muslims have done. You know, some of them are weaselly bastards, right? So just because somebody takes that name doesn't mean they're a good person, right? So it's pretty obvious, right? But nonetheless, you know what I mean? 2,000 years, there's been massive achievements by both Christians and Muslims, right? So, I mean, it just has to, you have to take, I mean, all these things into consideration. And although we talk about scientific progress and technological progress, and the lapse of values and the loss of, of human traditions and the rise of universalism and all that stuff, we're not damning either scientists or technophiles, right? We understand that they are a result of hundreds of years of historical development. So to categorize, blame, and to label any group of people, or to claim that, Jews or Muslims or Christians or any of these people, or, or even pagans or anybody is up to pure evil, or even occultists, really. There's people who study the occult who don't have any intention to commit any evil. And I know that might be hard for some people to realize or understand. They might think that the occult is synonymous with evil.
Yeah, we
Right? But
got one right on panel if he's still here.
yeah, you know what I mean? There's many people who think that learning about things, that doesn't necessarily have to change their motives. Right? So, but I think that knowledge for the sake of knowledge, it is a trap. I think it is an evil thing at its base, right? And I think it has caused a lot of suffering for humanity, right? Not that the goal of life is to seek pleasure, as we see, right? But nonetheless, and right, it goes to some pretty
Yeah,
interesting themes here.
the tree of knowledge of good and evil, that we weren't, I mean, God knew that we were going to eat from it, but it was in the time of innocence when, you didn't know that those weren't meant to be known. Certain things weren't meant knowledge of good and evil. Some of it wasn't meant to be known, but we had to. I guess it's a test or something.
Well, one could say that God commanding them to not eat of that tree lest they die, that would be teaching them about evil, about good and evil. So it's not that they weren't necessarily innocent in that sense, but I can see what you're saying.
Yeah, I just learned something about it, but I can't remember and I can't articulate what I learned about the tree of knowledge and good and evil, but that the fact that Adam and Eve learned about the knowledge of good and evil, something happened to them. I mean, before they knew about it, they were naked and didn't think it wasn't evil because they didn't know it was evil. But when they, and I think it might have something to do with the knowledge of good and evil. There's divine good, and then there's Satan's good. Like Satan has a good side. He wants to do good. He wants to copy God, but he can't because he's a liar. I knew exactly what that meant, the knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah, speaking of copying God, here's Crowley. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Quite a strange fellow. Bless his Creek Mary. Thank you for joining.
Hey, I will tell you my theory and my interpretation of the
Sure.
knowledge of good and evil. Up until that point, there was only good, God's will. And even Adam and Eve walked and talked with God and so forth. And until they created sin or evil, there wasn't any. So they had no knowledge of good and evil until they created an opposite of good. So when they disobeyed God, then that was the creation of an opposite of good.
But can I, if evil didn't exist, then where was Satan? Wasn't Satan already evil?
I don't know. Satan didn't come until there was time to learn the knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah.
But until, like I said in Sunday school one time, adult Sunday school, I said it didn't have anything to do with an apple. It didn't have anything to do with sex. I said he could have said, don't get up before 10 o'clock on Thursday. The point is that they disobeyed. And that was the creation of an opposite to good, that was evil. And they could not have knowledge of it until it existed. So that is how they gained the knowledge of good and evil, and that was where the tree gave them the knowledge, because that was the method of the lesson or whatever, the creation. Because I also had I also noticed that when there was creation, that it was more and more fine, like matter and non-matter, light and dark, male and female. It became more and more refined, the opposite, like yin and yang, until it got to the point of something like, good and evil, man and woman, like that. And to me, that was a further refinement of creation. And sometimes I wonder if it's finished and if there's an even more refinement going on now. So that's what I think.
The way I was taught was that the knowledge of the tree of good and evil was Satan's good and evil. Satan's good was to put on, the first thing Eve did and Adam was something good. They put clothes on. That was Satan's good. That was his type of good. Put clothes on, you're naked. Who told you were naked? Satan did. Now it's ordinary. Nobody walks around with no clothes on.
Well, I think that it was a development of self-consciousness, because when they became, and also the development of free will, because up until that point, there wasn't any free will, because there wasn't any other will but God's. So without the creation of an opposite, which was, disobeying, then there, I lost my train of thought.
you couldn't have free will if there wasn't a choice.
Yeah, you couldn't have free will if there wasn't a choice.
You had to have a
choice. And
choice.
until there was an opposition and a disobedience to God's will, there was not a chance of a choice, because everything was always God's will until then.
Yeah.
So that was, and to me, I think a lot of the things that happened are because of man's free will, because they want to be in charge and think they know more than God. And who is God to tell you what to do? Which is ego and pride and so forth and so forth.
Yeah, Satan tempted him with ego. Said you could be like God, knowing
Yeah.
both good and evil.
And that was supposed to be one of Lucifer's sins, was he was jealous and wanted to be God too.
Mm-hmm. But he already existed, so he was already fallen. He had already fell. He was already evil. So
anyway, that's what I was thinking. That until there was an opposite, until there was disobedience, there was no free will and there was no good and evil. So there was no knowledge of good and evil until then. So possibly that is the, sin is that free will, the opposition to God's will.
I believe in the gap theory. You know what the gap theory is?
Mm-mm.
The Bible says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Period.
Mm-hmm. Plural.
Period. He created
Plural.
the heavens.
It doesn't say heavens plural anymore. I'm a Mandela person.
No.
But yeah, I noticed
anyway, God created the heaven and the earth. Period. The earth, the second. So this is the gap between the first verse and the second verse. The earth became void. The earth
I
became
heard the
void.
earth was without form and void.
Yeah. The word was can be translated became. It's a time thing. You can either translate that word into was void or became void. If it was meant to say became void, then that means maybe Lucifer inhabited the earth before the fall. It was nice. And then it became void when Lucifer fell. And that's the gap theory. And that's where you get where Lucifer, the different age that people say the earth is only 6,000 years old, but it seems maybe it's older than that. If it became void, that means we don't know how much time was between the earth when Jesus says that God created the heavens and the earth, period. And the earth became void. We don't know the time between there. That's called the gap theory.
I think it's more descriptive.
Well, even if it was void, it was still there. I mean, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, period. The earth was void. And he recreated it in 6 days. In 6 days, he restored the earth.
Maybe.
That's how I was taught.
Because I take it as, go ahead and reading it like a book. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, like you say, period. And then there's a description of the earth. And the earth was, just like you would go on to describe a bunny rabbit. A bunny rabbit is soft. There was the earth, and the earth was without form and void. Now, the without form part is interesting. So what was it if it wasn't formed? I mean, I can understand the void part. There was nothing on it. It was probably bare. But he created the earth without form.
Well, imagine after the flood, it would be kind of like the earth is void and without form. Because
it would still have form, but it would be void. But it would still have form.
It was flooded. There was no earth. It was gone.
No, there was an earth, and it was flooded.
Underneath the water. The
And
earth.
there was an earth, and it was not. It was formed still, yeah, under the water.
Earth means that that's not in the water. Anything under the water is, I don't know.
It was formed already, and in the beginning, it was without form.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask Jesus about that when I get up there.
Well, yeah, you ask him and tell me what he says.
I'm waiting for the DVDs on history. When I get up there, I'm gonna watch all them DVDs on true history. the fuck's going on?
Anyway, that was all. I thought I would pop up and share my thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Creek Mary. Blessings.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, appreciate you guys being here. Seems like there's as many as 17 people watching, although we can't be completely sure who's a human and who's a bot.
Yep.
So, so then the actual number is probably considerably lower, right? So yeah, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you guys. Nonetheless, and a special thanks to Creek Mary, for coming up here. Yeah, I greatly appreciate you, madam. You know what I mean?
It's been a while.
Yeah, always very useful contributions. Yeah, Creek Mary has been watching all the time, though. I've seen her in the chat many times, even last time.
Yep.
So I greatly appreciate you for watching as well. And yeah, also, Voy. Whenever I see Creek Mary, I see Voy. They're like a pair. It's hilarious. I love those guys. Blessings. Namaste. Thank you. Yeah, you're a human. I appreciate you. Yeah, thank you, Creek Mary. Yeah, that means a lot. For sure. Godheart Guardian, I appreciate you, sir. Not Knows here as well. He's a great contributor. Name isn't important. Okay, whoever that person is. GT. Okay, and of course we have Rachel Zinger. I appreciate you. Thank you for watching today. And of course Browns Boy. One of the OGs of this channel. Browns Boy. He's sort of staying out of the chat, which is funny.
Conspicuously quiet tonight.
Recently. But yeah. Yeah, so let's move to transhumanism. Okay, we're going to move to a transhumanism section now. And yeah, here is some music for you guys. Okay. Of course, Spooky Saturday. So yeah. I don't know which one to go with first. Let me go with this first. Skeleton Darts.
Creeps, lights, it's on. Fanatic. Torment from Codex, anti-Illuminati beats off. Nose of an elite squad, delete flaws in the 3 stars. Drum spell Wolfowitz, Shady Neocon Protocol. Cold war, so there's a storm, 9/11, Hemi 1 million lost in Iraq, Pax Americana reign. Terrorist starts from a man, repping Republican ways. I slap Hillary with the crowbar, the election's fixed. I'm digging ditches for rubberneck, pencil dick congressmen. FEMA Armageddon, budget death in the 9th war. One cell couldn't hold me, slice my way out with a shining sword. Able danger document, macabre knowledge kept from us. Secret UFO crash in Brazil, we the people, what do we know about Forsaken souls in Black Hills, wounded knee trees, bro. I'm proof that crack really kills, wanna see me smoke? Masonic sorcery, Bohemian Grove, fuck that. Dominatrix, cattail for the next 9 lives, so we stuck rapping. Red dandelion wine, then it's murder by candlelight. You a sacrifice attached with wires to a rack of spikes. Slashed with knives trapped inside a castle of ice. Baptized in a quagmire, I strategize graphic sides. Rapid decline down a half a flight led to a snapped spine. A tragic night captured in the eyes of dragonflies. Past the time, pacified by acid vials. Still act tight, collapsed right on the pantomime, I had to smile. Play the violin, gas mask, chamber lock 'em in. Talk is free, talk is cheap, talk your bottom dollar, talk to me. Let us see chemistry, cooking where the chemists be. Chemically free in the least, proven dose to side effects. Comatose to the point, can't value most. The Holy Ghost gives without the vice of wicked grips. Tell it if the noodle sticks is permanent in the skin. Like tribal prince, easy to write the right move. My tribe chopped and screwed close to the ear of the crew cut. What is motivation? Move their asses and elbow grease is all I want to
prophecy. This ain't the fun and fancy free pipe dreams mediocrity. How they gonna crop the seed? Hard copy philosophy.
Grinning like you ain't shit. Skull and Bones Academy. Made man, Yale, you photo op immaculately. Calculated, hesitated, whispered in your ear to make it real clear. You're sitting there, all in it like a pinky swear. Towers fell that morning, same time my seat was born. Now your bumper sticker faded, lines drawn, your seats are torn. United we stand, propaganda press packets. Here's your new catchphrase, put it on your shirt, your jacket. Witch racket, planes, trains, oil fields, blood on the soil, spilled civilians and soldiers feel not so hot. Coming home in the pine box as they ride. Where's the unity? I think not. Families in chaos, heads hung in shame. Can't pay your bills, plus Osama's at the Knicks game. Pull your hair out, go and get some Rogan. Suicide bomber style, blowing up the whole thing.
Historical tactics, mystical verbal backflips. I got the ability to put you in tranquility, fulfilling this reader's death wish. The last thing you'll see will be a creator's masterpiece in the casket. Rest in peace, then I blasted. There were only 6 pandas that lasted. No surrender, no trash kid. I ask it, no questions, 4,000 answers. We're the best in any language, don't ask it. Now guess who's the fastest? Pulling the gun. Keep competitors on the run with my lyrical tongue.
Remember me. Remember me. Remember me. I kill beats skillfully. Remember me. Remember me. Remember me. I kill beats skillfully. Remember me. Remember me. Remember me. I kill beats skillfully. Remember me. Remember.
Yeah, and I got another one for you guys with a fucking mouse smoking a cigarette. Chill.
It's hocus pocus. Who this kid? No one knows this. The scene in the mist. Stay fly just like a locust. My downfall, you hope this. But I'm staying here like the end of the world and some roaches. My knowledge about the holster, ready to approach ya. The youngster, closer to $1 million. Born gunner, #1 stunner. Homie, you know what none of justice slugs, no love. 16 days, OT, now I'm rolling with word sound. Skids putting it down. Ain't no way we turning back. Not in each other, only way we turning our backs, motherfucker. Holla back, nigga. Hocus pocus, homie, hope you know this.
The sugar be rolling, now we straight toasting.
Used to be in that hood,
now we straight coasting. Demons wanna please us.
Rubber ain't like no shot.
Do it like this. Always got a swerve in it. Chunk of bliss, label me da-da-da-da. That's sabotaging my persona. Major projects, speak for itself, name sensational. With my own way of thinking, my shots keep blinking in sync with bombing hits. Baller status, scheme Dutch madness. Grip the microphone in my poems, I zone with it. Flows, I stay awesome with it. World domination, my thoughts ain't no procrastination. My style is visible. Trying to hold me down, fuck you with passion. Not sexual, not in that situation. On top of things, my doorbell rings to my mansion in Brooklyn. The living legend, eligible for the good things in life. That's how I like to keep it. I speak it loosely, you can't run with me. I'm flirty, make beats bouncy.
This motherfucking new year right here. New life. Taking over. Nobody stopping us. All them haters, I'm living in a future mentally. While you sharpen the present, my path and my children's lessons. Hard to stay positive in life's aggression. But I know one thing, dog, I'ma stay with my weapon. I'm only 24, and I ain't thinking of dying. No time soon, dog, and I ain't lying. 6 up one day, the next bummed out, that's hocus pocus. In a minute, the world gon' know this. All I got to do is stay focused.
Yeah, yo, it's right here, right in front of you. It's the hocus pocus. She was luscious. I like the atmosphere on some faultless. My focus, have your focus, seeing the real shit. Capturing that natural shine thing. I'll be signing up acts. I'm laying on to them hot raps. You hear the sound bumping out the speaker, vibrating the spot, treat a pleaser. That New York slang for old skeezer. This high coast ride you see, yeah, he's my beamer. Yo, when you pump my joint up, you don't be putting no scratches on it, man. Yo,
Hocus pocus, homie, hope you know this.
the succubus we rolling, now we straight toasting.
Used to be in that hood,
now we straight coasting. Divas wanna please us,
rubbing it like lotion.
Hocus pocus. So as we were looking at Hillis, you know, he was describing intelligence and its different capacity. You know, he was looking at the idea of, you know, attention recall, you know, which is different from you know, the notion of using intelligence to solve a problem, right? And of course there's attention that can be used to solve a particular task, and then there's switching in between different parts of information and realizing your own mistakes. And so one of the particular forms of intelligence that he's saying that computers need is to use all of the available information, right, and be able to pull out for whatever's happening on the ground, right, and apply it to situations, right, instead of finding a task, right, and then you know, directing all the available information you have at that particular task. See, the human mind is able to search through all the different information that it has to see what specific piece of information is necessary in solving a particular problem. Whereas a machine, it has to be programmed, you know, with an already set of information, right, that it has that it can apply towards particular problems, right? So, so the question is can a machine, instead of, you know, see, and that's the thing, is that the machine has all the information at its disposal at once. A human does not. Right? So there's another key difference here.
Yeah, but too much information can be a problem.
Oh yeah, for the human, but not for the machine. But for the machine, the problem is finding the particular piece of information it needs. Right?
I got a job. I got a job, and one of what I put on my application is I'm a problem solver. AI, but I have values, and AI can solve problems for evil people too.
Oh yeah. That is one of the cases that came up in the Senate hearing, you know, where I think it was Altman or somebody else, where they said that one of the, they ran an experiment where one of the operators of the AI pretended to be a child, and they said they're a little child trying to deceive their parents to try to meet up with an adult, you know, that their parents don't approve of. You know, and the AI told them how to do it.
You can ask AI and say, can AI lie? And they'll say, yeah, AI can lie.
Well, they call it hallucination, right? If it lies and makes up information, they say the AI hallucinated. And how many people are able to make that excuse?
Yeah,
You know
put
what I
that
mean?
in air quotes.
Yeah, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know, how many
tough.
people are able to make that excuse? I mean, right? So what's interesting here is he says, he says the difference between human intelligence and brain and computer intelligence. He says the computers, the more they know, the slower they get, but humans, the more they know, the quicker they get. And humans are able to search for exactly the piece of information they need throughout all the information, whereas humans have to whereas computers use all the information they know to direct it towards whatever they're working on, right? So he's saying there's two key issues with how machines think, quote unquote, in air quotes, right, and how humans think, right, and how it's different. And they, of course, the goal is to improve the performance of the machines by making them more like humans, where humans excel in their method of intelligence. But certain people might say that this is exactly why a machine can never be like a human, right? So either we may have to conclude that machines and humans have either different forms of intelligence, or that one is capable of intelligence and the other is not, right? So it might come to either or of the two conclusions. Is there somebody backstage? Oh no, I just have too many things added here. Let me actually.
I'm doing a Cecil.
Doing a Cecil. Yeah, I hope Cecil's
Going to
okay.
sleep.
Yeah, I hope Cecil's okay. Shout out to Cecil.
No, it means I'm watching while I lay my head down.
Yeah, Cecil, one of the homies that was always on the show, and see, that's the thing with these panels is sometimes you miss connections, and you never get to know who the people are on your panels, and they just fade out and stuff. Nubs and Cecil. I really appreciate you guys. I hope you guys are okay. Definitely lots of great conversations we had with those guys. Right, and I appreciate their time on the panel, and of course they're always welcome back. Right, but we had a couple characters here, Nubs and Cecil especially, that they just seem to have vanished.
Last time I heard, Cecil was in Idaho, living in his car, looking for a place to settle down.
Yeah, I hope he's okay. See, that's the thing, right? Hope that Cecil's not in jail or something like that. And
yeah, maybe the cops got him, because the cops are going after people living on the road. You can see them. They harass those motherfuckers like, hey, this is a public park. It's supposed to be open till dark. It's only 6 o'clock. They harass you. Oh, well, you're suspicious. You're living in your car. That's suspicious. What's suspicious about living in an RV or your car? See, so when I go on the road, I'm going to take my Starlink, which is mobile. And if the cops get me, you'll all see it. Maybe I'll go live or something.
Hopefully not.
Yeah.
Cecil went live, I think, once in a while, didn't he? Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
he just
I think
went
he
on
did.
panel.
Yeah, he went live playing video games, but yeah, he's an interesting guy. But yeah, it's interesting here. This idea of, he says the human mind manages to look at once at everything it knows and then somehow pull out relevant piece of information. He also says computers we deal with every day are nearly powerful enough. The more they know, the slower they get. So these two key differences I pointed out, and then he says the principle. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, although those new chips that they're coming out with seem to be exponentially faster in processing power.
Right. It's crazy. So now they're saying that those silicone chips or
Little chip
graphite.
from Google, and I think Microsoft or Nvidia has a chip.
Yeah, like we heard from both Warwick and Kurzweil, both Kevin Warwick and Ray Kurzweil. They believe that human brains are inefficient compared to the stuff they have on the market, at their time?
Right.
You know, I asked AI once a question, and it couldn't figure out what I was trying to say, but I Googled it and found it myself. So AI is not that smart. See, I asked him about the motherboards looking like Egyptian cities. They look kind of like Egyptian. What do you call it?
Yeah, that maybe the ancient city was like electrical power grid of some sort. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Sigils, like sigils.
Hieroglyphics.
Yeah, it looked just like a computer board. I even got a picture. I think I got it as my virtual reality. I'll show you one of them, maybe.
Yeah, earlier we had the complete fraud of crypto Bernai alchemist. You know, I call him crypto Jew alchemist. You know what I mean? Who dresses like he's in high school and lies about everybody. Right? He came up on the show earlier in the show, and he was saying that basically, you know, the city in Angkor Wat is like a grid or all that stuff. They claim that stuff with the Tartaria angle that they're kind of espousing. I mean, they're kind of espousing the McKenna archaic revival scenario, right? So yeah, obviously this goes back to Bateson. Gregory Bateson. These shows should be watched together. You know, where there's a show on Tuesday we did that now I've changed the name to Special PSA Against Transhumanism. Right? Where we were looking at different ideas of transhumanism that were that I thought were dangerous, right, and coming into frame during the recent years, right, and then obviously Wednesday's presentation was huge. Okay. Yeah, that's crazy, Rocky.
That's
I found this.
That's an Egyptian city.
Yeah, I found this really weird video. Let me show you guys this fucking weird ass fucking video, man. You know what I mean? Actually, I played for one of the little music videos I made, you know, last time, and people were noticing this whole thing about Rocco's Basilic and Yadowski guy or whatever on that internet forum. He was going around crazy warning people about AI and stuff. You know, well, anyways, he had inadvertently created a scenario about a good AI. And it kind of sounds like the white hats, you know, the good people in the government. They're going to like expose corruption or whatever. So it sounded like good AI. It sounded like an extension of the QAnon thing, right? Kind of a weird thing.
I got a white hat and a black hat.
Yeah, it looks like you got a computer chip hat right now. But yeah.
I got a green hat too.
Yeah. Let me check this out here.
Yes, see, that's a computer motherboard. Kind of looks like a city grid.
Yeah, this is kind of a weird video that this guy made, I guess. But you know, really weird animations for this video. Definitely a very strange type of video. Very strange type of channel. This channel is called Pursuit of Wonder. 3.28 million subscribers apparently. So yeah.
Poses such severe hazards that they are like a sort of mental virus that should be quarantined in the minds that have conceived it. The philosopher Nick Bostrom formerly argued that there can be, and coined the term information hazards or info hazards to describe these sorts of cases.
By the way, this guy is a transhumanist, Nick Bostrom. Okay, so he's openly espoused transhumanist ideals. He actually has a organization. It used to have a name called Transhumanism or something like that. The Transhumanism Society or something like that. Let me actually look this up. But yeah, this guy is extremely interesting. He's one of the huge proponents of simulation theory. Right? He's been popularizing that a lot. He's also said that AI the waking up of AI is the same as Rabbi Kiva and the Golem and shit. So he's compared AI to the Golem. Yeah, this Future of Humanity Institute. Okay, I think there was other names for this. Yeah, I guess it's called the Future of Humanity Institute. But yeah, this is interesting. Center for the Study for Existential Risk. Okay, so it says extinction level threats posed by present or future technology.
Well,
so there's an entire institute dedicated to that, even though they're promoting the growth of technology. So that should be quite a quixotic paradox there. Right? Check this out. Simulation hypothesis. The fraction of human level civilizations that reach a post-human stage is very close to zero. The fraction of post-human civilizations that are interested in running ancestry simulations is very close to zero. The fraction of all people with our kind of experiences that are living in a simulation is very close to 1. He says one of these 3 statements got to be true.
I think the whole transgender agenda is related to the transhuman agenda.
Oh yeah, 1,000,000%. Because if you look at Foucault, right? Because postmodernism, right, it's linked to this idea that human beings are going to become like objects, right? So you could have sexual pleasure from inanimate objects and all that type of stuff, right? So you could think of them as sexual, and then so that becomes a form of sexuality in Foucault, right? So you have the idea of people changing themselves with different parts, right? And being able to change their bodies, right? And modification of the body, right? So it's all linked. Yeah, so it's all linked because it's about how you can change your identity, upgrade yourself. How your ideas about who you are can that you could change that with your physical by changing your physical makeup. I mean, right? So it's all similar.
That's the forbidden knowledge I'm talking about. How to trans into a transhuman. That I believe.
Phanes Protagoras. The Orphic Pythagoreans, right? They believed in a hermaphroditic god.
Yeah, the Greeks' oracles were male prostitute whores. They were males that prostituted themselves to the Greek leaders, and they were the oracles. So it's been around a long time, this trans shit.
Hell no! Hell no! That shit ain't gonna happen.
Yeah. No, it's male prostitute whores. Been around.
But can I finish my inquiry, please, before you move off of it?
if you masturbate with a wooden dildo, and that's conceivably fine, but having sex with a tree which is alive is not, then the only threshold breaker there is that the wood is dead.
Well, there's a guy who really wants pickles, I think.
Bone.
No, the
But yeah.
Greek mythology, my pastor told me they were myths, but they weren't fairy tales. You know what I mean? In other words, they were real. The Greek myths of the gods coming down. Hercules was a half god, half man, according to the Greek mythology. Mm-hmm. So Nephilim. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And it even says iron mixed with clay. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So it even says iron mixed with clay. And so that's spooky.
Cyborgs.
Yeah, and the golem, so it's just weird that this dude is talking about golems. He's talking about simulation theory. He's talking about existential risk to humanity. But anyways, let's go back to this video here. This is a crazy video.
And the connection between the homos and the transhuman is that they have to have an unclean body. So like a trans body, transhuman body, or a sodomite who's been sodomized, that there's ritual sodomy. It's ritual because when you do that sort of thing, you're connecting with the underworld type thing.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the connection between, the whole idea of Frankenstein and how the lady, who wrote Frankenstein, and talked about, taking different parts of a human and combining it into a human, right? She's talking about that in the story, right? And they use electricity, right, to bring the person to bring it to life, right? So basically, she was a daughter of somebody who was an occultist, which was Percy Shelley, right, and also Mary Wollstonecraft, right, who was basically one of the founders of feminism.
Yeah, and the
Right.
monster, the female monster that was created in Frankenstein wasn't her name the same name they gave the first AI in Arabia? What was the name of the Sophia? The name of the robot in Frankenstein might have been a different movie where they made a female robot go. I think that was cosmetology or something, but they made a female robot and called it Sophia. And then Trump dedicated an AI system to the Saudi Arabia, whose name was Sophia or something. Strange. Like they told us all this shit in the movies. We have to decode it or something.
Yeah, we got the homie Bob Smith in the chat. Finally. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Yeah, we were just talking about how Cecil's missing. JG won't come to the show. But yeah, this is another one of the huge, like homies that's been watching the show for a very long time. I would greatly appreciate you. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Pose as such severe hazards that they are like a sort of mental virus that should be quarantined in the minds that have conceived it. The philosopher Nick Bostrom formerly argued that there can be, and coined the term information hazards or info hazards to describe these sorts of cases. He wrote, "Information hazards are risks that arise from the dissemination of true information that may cause harm or enable some agent to cause harm. Such hazards are often subtler than direct physical threats and, as a consequence, are easily overlooked. In general, the harm caused by info hazards can be onto other people, oneself, or both. For harm."
So see, if you just say that there's good and bad types of knowledge, then you don't have to create a stupid term like info hazard, right? Because it actually doesn't make any sense, right? You just say, oh yeah, knowledge is all good, but there's knowledge that if you, or even truth, they'll call it, which is stepping the bounds. How the fuck do you know it's truth just because it's knowledge, right? But they'll say, well, if there's true stuff that, the wrong type of people might get the information, right? Which, they'll basically use it for bad. So that's an info hazard. But it's like, why is knowledge inherently good? Right? It's like they forget to ask a very basic question, right? So, see, within his paradigm, he has to assume, right, that knowledge has to be, that knowledge for the sake of knowledge is good. Yeah, so we must pursue it at all costs. So that then if, the dangerous knowledge that comes as a result of that, oh yeah, that's just an info hazard. What the fuck?
Harm caused unto others, this could include things like information about the creation of an extraordinarily destructive weapon, or information about how to access and use certain data regarding financial, genetic, or psychological systems. For harm caused unto oneself, this might include cases like information about one's poor health or proximity to death when there's nothing anyone can do about it, or information about the conditions of the universe that suggest a lack of objective meaning and an ultimate end to everything, or information about a subject that implicates guilt in a certain time or culture, like how knowledge of the occult increased the likelihood of someone being accused of witchcraft in the 17th century Salem witch trials. Or perhaps it might be information about a forthcoming, immensely powerful technology. There is one particularly infamous thought experiment that is often associated with info hazards. It has been regarded by many thinkers as the most terrifying and dangerous thought experiment in history. One where as soon as you are exposed to it, you are implicated in a supposedly imminent future scheme of potentially immense suffering with seemingly no right choices and enormous responsibility. This thought experiment is known as Rocco's basilisk, named after the serpent beast from ancient mythology, a basilisk, which kills anyone who observes its gaze. Though this thought experiment does have unsettling undertones, and for those who take it seriously, it can certainly evoke fear, realistically, there are far more good, clear reasons to not take it seriously than to take it seriously. For the avoidance of any doubt, I do not take it seriously, and I don't believe anyone should to the extent in which there would be any reason to avoid sharing it or thinking it. In truth, what's most unsettling about the thought experiment, particularly its popularity, is not its specific conclusion, but what the sentiment suggests in general about humanity. The psychology of fear, subservience, morality, control, helplessness, imagination, and the way we interface with existence. But if thought experiments and risks of this sort are not your thing, fair warning now before we go any further. The thought experiment goes as follows. Imagine that sometime in the future, humanity reaches a sort of technological singularity, which leads to the development of a superintelligent AI, an entity that is essentially all-knowing and all-powerful. Given the current rate of technological advancement and the direction society is going, this doesn't seem totally implausible. If this AI were to ever come to exist, it would possess the ability to make sense of all the information in the world, able to optimize all conditions and the conditions for all conditions. And so, the logical thing this AI would ultimately be tasked with, or take on for itself, would be to optimize civilization. In order to accomplish this, however, according to the thought experiment, this AI would determine that all humans who considered its existence but did not support and contribute to its development or resisted its development are and were in the way of said optimization. As a method of retroactive incentivization to ensure that as many individuals support and assist in its development as fast as possible, this AI would also determine that all individuals who considered it would need to believe that the AI, once brought into existence, will severely punish them if they do not support and assist it. And so, this AI would severely punish all those who knowingly did not contribute to or stood in the way of its development. According to the thought experiment, this punishment could be carried out through something like uploading and simulating individuals' minds, where the AI would then inflict constant torturous experiences indefinitely. It could and would even resurrect deceased individuals via simulated copies of their brains in order to ensure that no one was missed. The AI would know who did and who didn't aid in its development by being able to model and derive sufficient insights from all available data, ultimately knowing who would have encountered a sufficient idea of it and, out of those people, who demonstrated assistance or resistance to its creation. The conclusion of the thought experiment is essentially that, even if such an AI were not certain, but possible, anyone who knows of such a possibility would now be in the potential future AI's awareness, subject to its potential immense punishment. And so, the most rational thing to do would be to assist or support its advancement. This results in a sort of feedback loop of conceived threat, theoretical punishment, and altered decision-making, an acausal blackmail. By merely being exposed to the idea of the potential future threat from something that doesn't even exist, the likelihood of the threat being real increases until finally, with enough individuals, the entity and threat does become real. After all, the more people that are exposed to the idea, the more people who will fear it, and the more people who will assist in the AI's advancement. But of course, in participating in such a thing, one would also be aiding in and supporting the advancement of something capable of administering such pain with such precision at such scale.
Okay, so that's basically the thought experiment.
That's
Pretty interesting.
that's basically Pascal's wager, just with technology.
Yeah, they said that too. They said it's Pascal's wager with technology. It's got a little bit of simulation theory in there. But yeah, the good AI in the future, creating a simulation. But also,
At the beginning, it sounded like they were talking about God.
yeah, or the Antichrist is have like godlike powers and convince people that it's God. Right?
Like Satan wants to be omnipotent, all-knowing, but he can't. Thinks he's got to use the machine to become omnipotent on everybody.
Exactly. And yeah, so I mean, I'll watch more of that video with you guys next time. You know what I mean, for real. But yeah, right now I'm going to actually read more of this here. I mean, and see where this this kind of thing goes. So he says, oh yeah, and I did read a lot of this before, but yeah, what he's saying here, about how a human mind works versus AI, and he's saying that the mind works with the hardware of the brain. I guess what he's thinking of as mind is brain plus body or something like that. Right? Or maybe he's thinking of input and output from the environment as well on top of that whole thing. Right? So it could be that he's talking about input and output from the environment. Yeah, none of us have Cecil's phone number. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I thought because we had him added on Discord, I tried to send him a Discord message, but that didn't go through. But yeah.
Yeah, especially if he left. Yeah.
So
I think he wants to be anonymous, and he got rid of his cell phone.
Yeah, most likely, yeah.
Because he doesn't want to be tracked. He's hiding out in the woods somewhere.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know, so yeah, check this out. So yeah. So yeah, what do we have here? Yeah, the more you know, the slower the computer gets, right? Whereas the human mind is the opposite. Human mind manages to look at all things at once and knows and somehow pull out the relevant piece of information. Okay, the mind manages to work on the hardware of the brain. Okay, and he says that the hardware of the brain is pretty slow compared to that of the digital computer. Right? So that's a place where it's different. Right? He says the other thing about your mind is if I slice up your brain, it's a bunch of wires and connections. So they try to recreate the brain by recreating all the wires and connections. Right? So they have different boxes for the different functions in the brain. Right? And then they try to recreate that. Right? For example, they said, imagine a collection of tens of thousands of people doing these modules. Okay, where they say there's a vision box and a color. So then, within the vision box, you get different specialists. One does color, one does depth perception. So different behaviors, right, that the programs would, basically carry out. Now he says there's every reason to believe that the brain is not, in fact, that neatly partitioned. If you look at biological systems in general, while they're hierarchical at a gross level, there's a complex set of interactions between all the parts that doesn't follow the hierarchy. It says, but I'm convinced that our standard method of engineering wouldn't work very well for designing the brain, although not because of any of the physical principles we can't control. The brain is an information processing device. And notice how he makes that leap, though. Right? Because he's comparing the brain to what it creates, right? And it does nothing that any universal processing device couldn't do. So what's the problem? Right? He then says there's another approach besides this strict engineering approach, which we can produce something of that complexity, and that's the evolutionary approach. Oh, brother. Let's take a look at this. Evolutionary approach. Okay, he says, we humans were produced by a process that wasn't engineering. So he claims, right? Oh, we now have computers fast enough to simulate the process of evolution within the computer. What?
That's bullshit. The brain is more complicated than any computer.
Yeah, sounds like
God made the brain.
Yeah, sounds like we're going back to breakfast tacos, right? Where I asked him, he said, that the machines are going to evolve faster than the humans evolve. And I said, well, is it evolution biological? Isn't that just talking about biology? Say you take all of science, right? Evolution is a subset of biology. It's not talking about computers, right? So what the fuck are you talking about? Machines evolving, right? It's interesting. He wants to apply evolution to where it really doesn't apply, right? So is he talking about evolution in terms of, technology, human society, even nature?
They believe that they will evolve into gods using AI technology, uniting transhumanistically, and they will live forever in the singularity because they will be downloaded on the cloud and live forever as gods. They're stupid as hell because they'll just be dead. They'll be dead. You can't download your brain. to the singularity and wherever. They're trying to find a way to get to heaven without God, basically.
Or if you could download your mind or brain, you would have to also figure out how to download your heart also.
Yeah.
Heart is its own kind of brain as well.
Yeah, the heart. There's more to the heart than people think. It's not just a pump.
Yep. Not just the pump. That's like the basic function of it. There's way more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know what they say. If you try to make it to heaven without God, you'll make it to hell in a handbasket. But no, actually, I just made that up. But yeah, I mean, makes sense though. Right? Think about it. But yeah, check this out. Crazy stuff. We humans were produced by a process that wasn't engineering. How does he know that? Right. He just emphatically just stated it, and then he claimed that machines evolve, which he means that evolution applies to things that aren't biological, right? Which he's taking a mystical approach to evolution itself, right? That means, so he's willing to deny mysticism in terms of whether humans were engineered, but not in terms of evolution. And this guy's silly. He's a silly man. Okay. So then he says that intelligent programs evolve within a computer.
Transhumanists are usually silly.
Yeah, get the fuck out of town. So we weren't designed by a greater power, but little little programs in a machine are evolving now. Give me a fucking break. Am I right? So so then he goes, I have programs that have evolved within the computer from doing nothing. What? I think you better call it something else. Right? Maybe they've transformed, metamorphosized. I think that might be a better term for it, right? Or maybe emanated. I mean, yeah, this computer program is an emanation, right, from another computer program. I have programs that have evolved within the computer from nothing. From what? From nothing. From what? From nothing. And they do fairly complicated things. You begin by putting in sequences of random instructions, and these programs compete, interact with each other, and have sex with each other. His words, not mine. Okay. And produce new generations of programs.
But can I finish my inquiry, please, before you move off of it? If you masturbate with a wooden dildo, and that's conceivably fine, but having sex with a tree which is alive is not, then the only threshold breaker there is that the wood is dead.
I'm becoming a part of the machine.
You know what's really creepy about that clip is that the witches actually have wooden dildos. Have you guys ever heard that? So it's pretty weird that he said that entire thing. I mean, really weird.
I never knew that.
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
So, like, what is he talking about there? Right? That's
Oh,
a
which
good
is
question.
broomstick.
Yeah.
Broom dick.
Oh man. Yeah, so yeah, he's claiming that these problems are having sex with each other to produce new generations of programs. If you put them in a world where they survive by solving a problem, then with each successive generation, they get better and better at solving the problem. After a few 100,000 generations, they solve the problem very well. That approach may actually be used to produce the thinking machine. Okay, and so yeah, so exactly what Weiner was saying on Tuesday, right? That you need basically machines that can produce programs in their own image, and this continued cycle, of old programs replacing new programs is going to create the idea of self-replicating machines, and also machines that program the programming of complex machines. Right? He said these were conditions for you know um you know this idea of evolution of technology to take place, and of course they're combining the notion of biology um and a biological evolution, right, with that of machines, right, self-replicating machines, right, which is a as I was observing, it's a whole new aspect of this notion biotechne, right, which is sort of at this stage is sort of like necromancy. I mean, right, so yeah, let's go on a little bit. And yeah, so let me actually turn this off for a second. Oh yeah, there's good reason to believe it already exists, just like that Broca's basilicus. It may not be to that extent, but some version of that advanced form of technology most likely probably already exists, right? Either some could be used by some elite group of humans to create a breakaway civilization, or non-humans. I mean, or even some demonic force.
Earl.
Yeah, so yeah, brain cells used in certain computing technology now. Yeah, we've seen that too. Yeah.
RoboCop.
Yeah, I've seen that too. So yeah, so he's talking about self-replicating machines. Successive generation get better at solving the problem. Few 100,000 generations, they solve the problem very well. The approach may actually be used to produce a thinking machine, he says. One of the most interesting things is that larger order things emerge from interaction of smaller things. Another assumption. How do they emerge? Right? Emergence. Okay, see, these are the two sides of the coin, chaos and emergence. Magical properties necessary for science. Right? For the scientific worldview. Right? You need one miracle to start. Okay, it's like, I think McKenna was quoting somebody else, but he says, give us one free miracle and we'll give you the rest. I think he was quoting Sheldrake. Right. Science says, give us one free miracle and we'll give you the rest. And what is that miracle? It's either life or mind. Right. You need, right, or something from nothing. Right. Of course, they can't explain either of those three things. Most essential elements. Right. And that might explain the knowledge and values gap right there. Right. Is that they can't encroach on those territories. Right. And we all know that for a long time, when neither science or religion couldn't answer a question, then the occult would come in and just make up a answer and then fool a bunch of people. But of course they've been second-rate philosophers and third-rate theologians until the scientific age came. Then they functioned as a sort of prophecy. Then their methods were prophetic. Because they understood the scientific method way better than any of the religion people did. For sure. So I guess there's some interesting territories, folks. But yeah, let's get back to the text a little bit. He says, one of the most interesting things that larger order things emerge from interaction of smaller things, a huge assumption. He's assumed that. It's one of the biggest assumptions of the scientific worldview. That smaller random processes could end up in larger ordered processes. They've never been able to demonstrate it. But he assumes that this is the case, just like he assumes that the brain is a processor, just like he assumes that the human wasn't engineered. Even though he compares the brain to an engineered product, even as he does that. And of course, we're reading Danny Hillis, one of the great proponents of AI, part of the Long Now Foundation and one of the huge researchers, founder of Thinking Machines Corporation, so on and so forth. He seems to be a big-time fool. Which is why I'm trying to read it and expose this to you guys. These guys pretend to be smart. Imagine what a multicellular organism looks like to a single-celled organism. How could we possibly know? The multicellular organism is dealing at a level that would be incomprehensible to a single-cell organism. Oh, man. Yeah, and, they pulled the fish out of the pond. And he saw a human, and he went back to the other fish, and he said, I just saw a human, and they said, you're fucking crazy. Even though he described it and everything.
Yeah, that's funny.
You can't explain. Can a human who's seen a fish explain a human to a fish who's never seen a human? Probably not. Yeah, we get your point, Hillis. But what's your actual point? I think it's possible that the part of our mind that does information processing is in large part a cultural artifact. What? So part of our brain does information processing. I wonder what part. A human who's not brought up around other humans isn't a very smart machine at all. Bad machine. Part of what makes us smart is our culture and our interactions with others. Highly perceptive comment there. Can a machine have those? But he just called humans machines. That's part of what would make a thinking machine smart too, he says. It would have to interact with humans to be part of that human culture. Okay, so he's thinking of something more like the data than the Borg. Okay, as I explained, Borg is the machine's idea of human. Okay, whereas data is the human's idea of a machine, so to speak. And that's why there's key differences. right? Data wants to be a human, right? Whereas the Borg has no such desire. Right? The Borg sees its human aspects as, something that's holding it back if it needs to cut it off, right? Whereas Data's, he finds his parts to be part of himself, right? He has identity. Okay. So it's interesting.
You mean Data in Star Trek?
Yeah. So he's saying that the machine needs culture, but can it have it? Right. And of course, he's saying that humans are machines. Is he right about that? And then he goes on to say, on the biology side, how does this simple process of evolution organize itself into complicated biological organisms? On the engineering side, how do we take simple switching devices like transistors whose properties we understand and cause them to do something complex that we don't understand? So see, they want to see, look at how dangerous this is. Right? They want to create something that they don't comprehend what it's going to do. It's going way beyond the precautionary principle of not causing harm. Okay.
For sure.
It's like, what?
That's what they said about CERN. They said they were going to open up a black hole, but they don't know what was going to come out of it.
Yeah, this is what this guy just literally just said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some dumb fuckers.
Yeah, he said, on the engineering side, how would he take simple switching devices like transistors whose properties we understand and cause them to do something complex that we don't understand?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, that's what somebody said, that the difference between genius and insanity is literally nothing, because we don't know how the genius accomplished what he accomplished. Until his method is recreated, reformulated, and turned into a technique, right? Of course, then it loses its genius. So a genius is a genius because we don't understand how he did what he did.
Mm.
And sometimes we don't even understand why he did it. So it's interesting. He says, how do we get a machine to do something that we don't understand? Isn't that very, very dangerous proposition? He says, on the physics side, we're studying the general phenomenon of emergence. Okay, does that mean something from nothing? Is that real? Of how simple things turn into complex things. Of course it's not. It's how simple things turn into complex things. All these disciplines are trying to get at essentially the same thing. Of course, they've shown that extremely simple processes can create complexity at extreme levels. Okay, you could go to people like Stephen Wolfram and the work he's done, right? Or Gregory Mandelbrot, right? Extremely simple set of functions can create extremely complex programs. All you need is an on switch and an off switch, and you could basically create any structure known to man. So basically predicted by the Tao Te Ching. And the I Ching especially. But yeah, simple to complex, more like, right, there's 64 general patterns, right? Everything seems to follow along those lines, right? So here it goes. It says on the physics side, we're studying the general phenomenon of emergence, simple turn into complex things. All these disciplines are trying to get at essentially the same thing, but from different angles. How can the whole be more like the sum of the parts? How can simple, dumb things work together, produce a complex thing that transcends them? Looks like they're missing something extremely fundamental. That that's essentially what Marvin Minsky's Society of Mind theory is about. That's what Chris Langston's artificial life, quote unquote, is about. That's what Dawkins' investigation of evolution is about. That's fundamentally what physicists who are looking at emergent properties at studying what Murray Gell-Mann's work on quarks is about. That is the thread that binds all these ideas together, simple to complex. The idea of the whole transcending the sum of its parts. The idea of emergence, the idea of complexity. That's what the entire idea of evolution is. Right? If you have to break it down to its most fundamental aspect. And of course, this is what me and Dr. Scribina talked about in episode 4 of The Machine Lies. Can this be the case? We say not for a very simple set of reasons based on the ideas of the philosophy of mind. Cannot be the case. The entire episode 4 of The Machine Lies is a refutation of this position. So we've made significant contributions to this ideal, right, in a negative fashion. But check this out. He says, I'm excited by the idea that we may find a way to exploit some general principles of organization to produce something that goes beyond ourselves. If you step back a zillion years, you can look at history of life on Earth as fitting into this pattern. First, fundamental particles organized themselves into chemistry. Then chemistry organized itself into reproducing life. He assumes. Then life organized itself. These things are organizing themselves.
It takes zillions and zillions of years. They always say they always have to have millions and millions and millions of years. Man evolved from the slime off a rock.
Okay, so first fundamental particles organize themselves into chemistry. So where did the fundamental particles come from? Right? He then says the chemistry organized itself into self-producing life. How? The chemicals have no direction. They have no motive. They have no desire, as it were. Right? How do they organize themselves? Right, into self-reproducing life of all things. Right? He then claims that the life organized itself into multicellular organisms. For what purpose or end would it do that? Right, and then the multi-celled organisms furthermore organize themselves into societies bound together by language. Okay, so he's claiming that society is an evolution of the biological. Okay, but if you look at that as me and Dr. Scribino were talking about, society is of an order of complexity, okay, of an exponentially greater magnitude than chemicals. Let alone from chemicals to biological life. There's a huge leap of complexity. Yeah, Vanta Black, exactly. Irreducible complexity is what's on the table here.
Q and Michael Behe stuff from yesteryear.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, those guys make a great point. Behe and Stephen Meyer, and signature in the cell or whatever. I mean, it's huge. No such thing as randomness. Is there any such thing as emergence? Probably not. They're probably made up concepts. And then fundamentally, is there anything from smaller to larger parts? There's a huge question missing. How do we know that it's not top-down organized? Either by nature or God or both. If we don't know what consciousness is, then we can't even begin to ask the question, really. And how does life emerge from dead matter? What combination of chemicals? They literally don't know. He literally just assumed that.
It's assumed these chemicals have the same properties as they did back then, right?
Yeah. I mean, if the chemicals equal the multicellular life, why can't they create multicellular life with chemicals? Should be pretty easy. He says that's where it came from. He can't demonstrate it. That's the facts, folks. So there's huge gaps in his reasoning. A, to get to the particles. B, to get from the particles to the life. Huge leaps. There's lots of missing information there. Not saying that we'll never get that information. I'm just saying that lots of missing information there. He's assumed it. He's assumed it. Intelligent people will know what I'm saying. He's assumed these things. Okay.
If life came from chemicals, It should be repeatable.
Right. You should be able to take the chemicals and produce a living cell, or just one fucking cell, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
One fucking measly piece of bacteria, anything. You know, the truth is that the biochemistry is exponentially more complex than chemicals. And how did it get to that order of complexity? Yes, of course, they say it took billions of years. But look at what they say is missing and why they can't reproduce this process with the machines. Interesting. So here he goes. And of course, it gets worse. It gets way worse, folks.
The whole theory of evolution, everything from nothing is ridiculous. We always used to say it's like finding a computer in a tornado going through a junkyard.
Oh, yeah.
And makes a computer. That's like evolution. Stupid.
Even with a tornado, that still follows a basic pattern. But I get your point.
Oh, yeah. Tornadoes are determined.
Going to make a computer. Yeah, a tornado goes through a junkyard and a computer is made. That's like the Big Bang Theory. Just Big Bang, boom, universe, or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you apply chemical evolution to biological life and say that, you know, and compare the order of complexity, it's simply implausible, right? That life came from these chemicals. The same thing can be said about human society. There's no way you could look at life, okay, the basic elements of life and what life does, and then get to human society, what human society does. Okay, it's several orders of complexity. It's very, very hard to predict changes within human society. Okay, actually, they have no idea what makes humans tick, pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay, despite all of the crazy stuff. And of course, the fact is that, we're talking about groups of people. They're not talking about, oh, yeah, you can brainwash some fucking schmo. Of course you can. It's not the point. But yeah. But yeah, groups of people, groups of society. Okay, it's very hard to predict changes or try to control those things. Right? So yeah. But he's claiming that societies are evolving. So I'm just trying to show that if you take the, and of course we've shown this, if you take the order of complexity, okay, from chemicals to, life, too much complexity is involved. If you go from life to human society, too much complexity is involved. Right? Yeah, he's now saying that societies are organizing themselves into larger units, producing something that connects them technologically. So he's saying that societies and technological advancement is part of evolution. which is a huge assumption, right? We almost might put evolution into the mystical development and area there, right? That nature or the universe or some more fundamental thing is causing evolution to cross biological boundaries and go into the organizations of cultures and all these things, right? And even technological evolution, right? That seems like pseudo spiritual, right? That seems like mystical evolution, mystical side of evolution, right? Okay, if they grant that all, right, then you have to assume, like, it's much more plausible that nature is intelligent at that stage, because what's causing all of this? Right, development.
Plasma, perhaps.
Yeah. So he's assuming that all this progress just happened, right? Because two atoms banged into each other, right? Which is insane, right? And he's saying that societies are organizing themselves. What does that mean? Into larger units, producing something that connects them technologically. Of course they're not. It's because of technical necessity. They've created large-scale systems. Okay, and they have to fill the roles within them. Right? He's claiming that this is some natural process. Bullshit. Right? And then he says producing something that goes beyond them. He says these are all steps in a chain, and the next step is building of thinking machines. Oh, well, isn't that special? Thinking machines. Thinking machines.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go start my hydro, see if my repair worked.
For sure, Rocky. Yeah, we're only here for a little bit while more. But yeah, blessings. Thank you. For being here. Of course. And providing some semblance of sanity in these dark times, honestly.
Shouldn't take that long. You might still be up.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah, I got a little bit of ways to go here. He says, to me, the most interesting thing in the world is how a lot of simple, dumb things organize themselves into something more and more complicated. Again, something he's assumed. And of course, he's labeled it the most interesting thing in the world. I mean, that's got to be a key there, right? Do you really think the most interesting thing in the world is, something you've personally observed? Well, that seems like a lack of enchantment there. But yeah, the most interesting thing in the world is this abstract notion that simple things organize, dumb things even, organize themselves into something much more complicated and a behavior on a higher level. Everything I'm interested in, whether it's the brain or parallel computers or phase transistors in physics or evolution, fits into that pattern, he says. Right now, I'm trying to reproduce within the computer the process of evolution, the goal of getting intelligent behavior out of machines. Oh, okay. Okay, with the goal of getting intelligent behavior out of machines. What we do is put inside the machines an evolutionary process that takes place on a time scale of microseconds. For example, in the most extreme cases, we actually evolve a program by starting out with the random sequences of instructions and say, computer, would you please make 100 million random sequences of instructions? Now execute all those random sequences of instructions, all those programs, and pick out the ones that come closest to what I wanted. In other words, I defined what I wanted to accomplish, not how to accomplish it. Okay? And they say that, like, for example, they'll have a virtual person in a virtual world try to open a can without the use of a can opener. And they'll have different computer programs figure out which ways they open the can. Right? And then they basically evaluate which one did it the best. Right? And the ones that did it the best, they'll use features of both of their programs to create a new program. Right? And this cycle goes on and on, right? Of course, the goal is to have machines do this process themselves. Right? So they could reproduce and then select themselves which is the best program. Right? So he says, if I want a program that sorts things into alphabetical order, I'll use this simulated evolution to find the programs that are most efficient at alphabetizing. Of course, random sequences of instructions are likely to alphabetize, so none of them does it initially. But one of them may fortuitously put two words in the right order. Then I say to the computer, would you please take the 10% of these random programs that did the best job, save those, kill the rest, and have the ones that sorted out the best reproduce by a process of recombination analogous to sex. Take two programs and produce by a process. Take two programs and produce children by exchanging their subroutines, he says. Okay, so it's pretty much how I described it. The children inherit the traits, the subroutines of the two programs. Now I have a generation of programs. I'm a new generation of programs, he says, produced by a combination of the programs that did a superior job. And I say, please repeat this process, score them again, introduce some mutations, repeat the process again and again for many generations. Every one of those generations takes a few milliseconds. So I can do equivalent of millions of years of evolution within a computer within a few minutes. Or in a complicated cases, in a few hours. Finally, I end up with a program that's absolutely perfect at alphabetizing. And it's much more efficient than any program I could have ever written by hand. But if I look at that program, I'm unable to tell you how it works. Huge danger there. Huge fucking danger there. So literally he produced a machine that does something he doesn't understand. Literally the thing that we were saying that it's going to be a huge problem. That doesn't take the precautionary ethical principle into account, that you're going to create something with the intention of not doing any harm. Of course, for that to be the case, the dangers would have to be measured in advance. I'll say it again. He says, I can do the equivalent of millions of years of evolution within the computer in a few minutes, or in complicated cases in a few hours. Finally, I end up with a program that's absolutely perfect at alphabetizing, It's much more efficient than any program I could ever have written by hand. But when I look at that program, I'm unable to tell you how it works. I guess I don't have to reiterate what the dangers are of such a thing, of doing such a thing, accomplishing such a task. Literally defies logic, folks. Like, and of course, why shouldn't the people who are attempting such a thing, creating something that they don't know how it works, why shouldn't they be cleaning up monkey shit at the Detroit Zoo instead of their present jobs? I think they should be thrown in jail, personally. But I'm not the one running the show here. Nor do I plan to be one of them. But yeah, check this out. He says, it's an obscure, weird program, but it does the job because it comes from a line of hundreds of thousands of programs that did the job. In fact, these programs' lives depend on doing the job. How do I really know that the program will work? In the sorting case, I test it. What if it was something really important? What if this program was going to fly an airplane? Well, you might say, gee, it's really scary having a program flying an airplane when we don't have any idea how it works. But that's exactly why you have what you have with the human pilot. Uh-oh. You have a program that is produced by a very similar method, and we have a great confidence in it. I have much less confidence in the airplane itself. Right. If the pilot crashes the plane, do you blame the airplane for it? Well, who are you going to blame when the program crashes a plane? Is it nobody's fault when it happens? If a computer makes a mistake, is it nobody's fault? If a computer queefs in the woods, if a cyborg queefs in the woods, can anybody hear it? That awkward silence roll there. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, he says, I have much less confidence in the airplane than the pilot, even though it was designed by a lot of very smart engineers. He said, I remember riding in a 747 with Marvin Minsky. Uh-oh. Were they going to Epstein Island?
Ruh-roh.
Maybe they were riding in the Lolita Express.
Sad Ramon.
He pulls out his card from the seat pocket, which said this plane has hundreds of thousands of tiny parts all working together to give you a safe flight. Marvin said, doesn't that make you feel confident? Hilarious. He's got a pretty good sense of humor. The engineering process doesn't work very well when it gets complicated. We're beginning to depend on computers that use process very different from engineering, a process that allows us to produce things of much more complexity than we could with normal engineering. Yet we don't quite understand the possibilities of that process. So in a sense, it's getting ahead of us. Uh-oh. We're now using those parts to make much faster computers so that we still are able to run this process much faster. The process is feeding on itself. It's becoming faster. It's autocatalytic. Oh, man. Autocatalytic. We're analogous to the single-celled organism. To single-celled organisms when they were turning into multicellular organisms. We're the amoebas. And we could quite figure out what the hell this thing is that we're creating. Can't quite figure out what the hell is this thing that we're creating. We're right at the point of a transition, he says. And there's something coming along after us, he says. It's haughty of us to think we're the end product of evolution. Or to think that we figured out that the point of life is evolution. That's not haughty at all. What's this guy smoking, man? He should pass me some of that.
The transhumanist drug.
Yeah, transhumanist pixie nanopixels.
Stardust.
Yeah. Pass me some of those nanopixels, son. Let's get this party started. All of us are a part of are a part of producing whatever is coming next. Oh yeah. 70 million nanopixels right to the fucking dome. Get you some of that. We're at an exciting time, he says. We're close to the singularity. Woo! Go back to that litany of chemistry leading to single-celled organisms, leading to intelligence. Oh yeah, that fantasy you displayed earlier. The first step took a billion years, so they say. The next step took 100 million, and so on. We're at the stage where things change at the order of decades, and it seems to be speeding up. Technology has autocatalytic effect of fast computers. So let's design better and faster computers faster. We're heading towards something which is going to happen very soon in our lifetimes, which is fundamentally different from anything that's happened in human history before. People have stopped thinking about the future because they realize that the future will be so different. The future their grandchildren are going to live in will be so different that the normal methods of planning for it just don't work anymore. When I was a kid, people used to talk about what would happen in the year 2000. Now at the end of the century, people are still talking about what's going to happen in the year 2000. The future has been shrinking by 1 year per year ever since I was born. If I try to extrapolate the trend to look where technology is going sometime early in the next century, there comes a point where something incomprehensible will happen. Maybe it's the creation of intelligent machines, he says. Maybe it's telecommunications merging us into a global organism. Already happened. If you try to talk about it, it sounds mystical, he says. Oh, yeah. He's dropped many mystical ideas here. and he thinks he's just talking in science. Okay, he's basically moved into the realm of science fiction. Right, but I'm making a very practical statement here. I think something's happening now, no shit, and will continue to happen over the next few decades, highly questionable, which is incomprehensible to us. That's dangerous. He thinks it's good. He's trying to create things that are incomprehensible. There lies the danger. So, and I find that both frightening and exciting. It's definitely frightening. Okay, it's exciting for some. Maybe the people who are working on it would find it exciting. Obviously. Otherwise, why else would they be involved in creating something like that? Right? That they can't comprehend. Right? And assuming, and they have the hubris to assume that they know what the point of life is. So Scorbina de Hillis, he says, I teach philosophy. This is 10/25/06. He says, I teach philosophy at University of Michigan Dearborn. And for a number of years now, I've had my students read your essay, Close to Singularity. It always provokes a lively discussion, but it is rather dated at this point. We are now wondering if you still subscribe to the singularity notion, how we are progressing, and if and when you think it might arrive. Have the past 10 years accelerated as you anticipated? Any thoughts on the next 10 to 20 years? Of course, Scorbina thinks that proposition is impossible. But for a very different reason than Hillis or any of these guys. Then Hillis to Scorbina. He says, yes, I do still believe the things that I said in this essay. Okay, he said, I do still believe the things that I said in this essay, he says. Although I've been surprised at how slow the progress has been in the last decade. So many experimenters have been distracted by the business application of computers. Looked like Warwick was in the same boat. Right, Kevin Warwick, he basically said that he took a break from working on the problem of thinking machines because he became obsessed with selling computers and living the life. So he says that many, he says not that many are working on advancing the underlying science. So I'm sorry to admit that I've been guilty of this too. Still, I think the potential is there and we will make progress on it. Okay. So, way slower. That's an indication that it's not going so well. It's probably some pretty bad assumptions that were laid in how they're trying to solve the problem. That's what I think. And they're not looking at consciousness, the philosophy of mind. They're not looking at the gaping holes in theory of evolution. And right, but yeah. They're also not looking at the effect of technology on human psychology and a lot of other stuff.
Until it's too late.
Yeah. Yeah, blessings. Homie. Yeah, take care.
Huh?
Oh no, I'm just talking to the chat here. We're ending this soon.
Oh, okay.
You got name isn't important here. Yeah, you're saying take care, hermanos. Blessings, homie. Dr. D. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. But yeah, it's been a crazy week of I think, reflections. I mean, about transhumanism, techno-liberalism. And of course, we're bringing back a lot of this stuff, right, on Tuesday, right? And of course, we're bringing back the work Technological Slavery. We're going to be looking at that work in a lot of detail, right? And of course, we're on a section now that I've basically created an extension of here, right? Looking at the problems of the singularity, and I'll also give some reflections that I have about AI. And of course, we'll give a development of those historical ideas that led to universalism, techno-liberalism. And of course, we'll have another week of reflections on Crowley and Father Seraphim Rose, and looking at the Tao Te Ching. Right, so we've been doing a series on the Tao Te Ching that's part and parcel of a series on Buddhist philosophy, right, which is part of a greater series on Eastern philosophy. Right, so we've looked at several ideas that aren't Buddhism so far. Right, then we'll look at some of the ideas of Buddhism and the Abhidharma philosophy on its own terms before we move into expansions of Buddhist thought into the Mahayana Buddhism. Okay, and then we'll go into the influence of Buddhism on the occult. There's a huge influence of Buddhism on the occult. So we got tons of stuff going on for that series. Now we're going to be looking at the development of the scientific worldview or the mechanistic worldview, right, and relating it back to the developments of ellul. Okay, and of course we have a huge section in ellul, okay, coming up about economics and how economics recreates man. Okay, into an economic environment, right, instead of a natural environment. Right, this world of money becomes our nature. It becomes the basis for our survival. Right, and that is a statement about technical necessity, but it's also, systems that are way too complex to be managed by any single individual. Right, and they're usually put under the guise of state power. Right, so there's a lot of the development of technique, okay, and how the economic system and the political system become subservient to technique. So that's all the different ideas that we're developing next week on the Machine Lives. And of course, I greatly appreciate the people that are watching here. Okay, we had some new people in the chat. Some old friends showed up here that I greatly appreciate. Okay, and of course, and I greatly appreciate the time that you guys spent here reflecting on these ideas with me. And we're developing more stuff on this channel, more recordings. We'll try to get some guests in here. And of course, I am concerned with the growth of the content and the participation here. So I have no idea what to do about that. But yeah. If you guys find a way to spread this around, to people who are interested, to people who are capable of having intelligent discussions, right? Or are interested in, some of the ideas, some of the dangers of technology, right? People who have a special interest in those areas. I very much implore you guys to spread this around, and to reflect yourselves. It's more important that you reflect on some of the resources that I've laid here, right? Even if you don't contact me or, or talk to me, of course, it's been a very dark time for me personally during this show. I've just now reflected on the several years that I've been doing these live streams and just how desolate of life has been in terms of my personal affairs, so much so that I'm reflecting on maybe quitting doing this show for a while and working on either having more personal relationships and procuring more resources for myself, because as I've been writing my book and then doing this show and now writing another book, it seems like there's no time to actually work on myself, and focus on my own personal development. So it's been very dark times. Not been that much support from the people around the internet. Of course, I do love and appreciate the few friends that I have made, but literally can count on my fingers, the number of true supporters that we have. You know what I mean? So there hasn't been that many, at all. So yeah, it's, so yeah, as I go to write my second book, I am worried that, obviously all of this work will be in vain, and that I'll be warning people and nobody will listen. And that as I'm doing this stuff, obviously I'll end up pretty much alone, because I'm working on things that nobody really wants to pay attention to, right? Or people don't have the time and energy to actually pay attention to it, right? They don't have time to focus on, the anatomy of deception, or, how they're trying to fool people, or, all of this, world of progress that they try to, sell to you. And nobody's going to question any of those things, right? But they're going to question me, what my personal life is like and all that type of stuff. And nobody wants to look at the problems themselves, right? Well, I guess we all get what we pay for out here. But yeah, I'm not getting much, definitely. But I do appreciate the time. I appreciate all the effort that people do spend, if they want to explore the ideas. And of course, you know where to find me, right? There's an email listed. There's a Discord. You guys can come up in there, have a conversation with me. And yeah, I'm not talking to anybody. I spend most of my day alone thinking about these ideas that I talk about on this show, either planning how I could write or communicate these ideas. Okay, and yeah, zero personal relationships right now. Other than just a few friends I have online, and yeah, mostly ignored by my family. But yeah, I love all the people that are here. And of course, when you're extremely bored and there's a weight of technological society squarely set upon your shoulders, and basically it's it kind of weighs down, and actually there's a lot of it's it's definitely rough to take a look at the problems. I know why people don't want to face the real issues that are going on. You know, there's tons of distractions. Tons of distractions. You know, but you can't kill what you can't see. And the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And I greatly appreciate you guys, man. You know,
It'd still be mostly pro technology if it hadn't been for this show.
yeah. Yeah, blessings, Red. That means the world to me, dude. Definitely. You
It
know,
help. I think it helps. It's needed. It's a huge piece of the puzzle that most people are missing by a lot.
oh yeah, I definitely concur with that. I put a lot of thought into these shows. You know, more than is really necessary, you know, based on the people that watch, you know, because I see a lot of other pretty much lukewarm supporters, you know, going to a lot of these other programs and just consuming straight up garbage. You know, and I'm not your daddy and I don't mean to tell you what you should do with your time. But yeah, even spending time alone reading ellul instead of watching some of these you know, shows on YouTube. You know, huge. It's huge. You know, go outside and spend time with a book or spend time by yourself. Stop
Maybe
worrying about what everybody thinks.
maybe meditate a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, isn't it so strange that this YouTube became a popularity contest and a money-making contest? Just like everything else. And of course, there's people saying that so-and-so is an intellectual. Come on, dude. Wake up. Nobody on here is an intellectual, including myself. Okay, what I am is a researcher into things that I think affect all of humanity. And hardly anyone listens. And there's no real people. Everyone's fake. It's like fucking Holden Caulfield. They're all phonies, man.
How are we supposed to support you? Where do you got a PayPal or something?
It's not really about that. It's more just about spending the time, spreading the show around. You know, of course, we do accept donations. Greatly appreciative to the people who have donated. All right, to name the people who have donated. We might put their names on the bottom. You know what I mean? But there's been several people. You know, DeFreak, Lizard Tree, Zephyr of Voxel, Jimmy Shively. Okay, Paul Unslaved. Okay, and somebody else tried to give me money too. Who was it?
About your book.
Yeah, Rock E Blessings. We got the homies. Asut. Okay, she sent me money. Blessings to her. Okay, so yeah, certain people did send money, and I greatly appreciate that. Not a lot, you know, but I greatly appreciate, and of course, I'm not going to mention the amount because people will But of course, little small things that people do, I greatly appreciate you guys, right? But you can't really do. What I'm talking about is more just deep-seated emotional problems, the kind that you cannot help with, that I need to take care of myself.
Well, certainly money can't help with
Yeah,
those kind of
exactly. Money
things.
won't solve those problems
Not
that
even
I'm
close.
having with my broken heart, motherfuckers. So, sadly, I wish you guys could help me.
Broken
Maybe
heart
get
is no joke.
yeah, maybe get
It's
a bunch
real.
of whores, to give me blowjobs or something. Maybe that'll help fix it. But yeah, I'm a man of faith, so I won't really be accepting that many blowjobs from that many whores either. So that's the thing, is that yeah, there's not that many ways out. Just prayer and going to write my book in solitude, and this is what I'm talking about. There's not that many solutions, to the problems we face. That's what I'm trying to wake people up with. Yeah, I'm definitely concerned. But yeah, I appreciate you, Dr. D Head. Yeah, but anyways, let's do some closers and move up out of here. It's already 23 minutes over the time. We did extra shows. We did a show with Father Swayden. Okay, check that out. We did shows on the alternative channel, Cyber Caliphate. Check that one out. Okay, let me see. Let me actually drop this Cyber Caliphate link. It's very important that you guys subscribe to this channel, Cyber Caliphate. We may not be here next week. Okay, we may be banned. Right? So that happens from time to time. Sometimes we get banned. Right? So here's the alt channel in case we get banned. You can still watch the show. Of course, if I get banned, I'm always still producing shows because we pay yearly for the StreamYard, so it's more based on the recording shows. Of course I try to do 2 12-hour shows. Okay, so that way that's like 24 hours. Right? So that's like 3 hours a day if I was to record stuff, right? So if I pay yearly for a service and I have 3 hours of recording per day, I consider that a good investment.
Right.
Yeah, why buy something you're not even going to use? But and definitely we are getting value out of these videos, regardless of if people watch it or not. But yeah, on the alternative channel, we have lots of original videos. Again, on this channel, we did a special PSA against transhumanism. We did a show yesterday with Ragamuffin Vision. Okay, he brought his friend JR. People had mixed opinions about JR's reading, but I thought it put a lot of interesting things into play, right? About occultism and different things. Definitely, I enjoyed the flow of the reading and definitely the notion of combining humans with machines. That being in there. That's hilarious. I found I got a real kick out of that. Right, so we got JR's reading. We got a show with Father Swayden. 2 radically different shows. Okay, we have a variety of content on this show. Okay, variety of material. Okay, on theology, philosophy, technology. Okay, which includes science, although it's not really the same thing, right? We're not really science tards. But we have conversation with lots of science tards. Okay, and religiotards. All types of people we have on the show, right? Conspiratards too. Conspiratards are in the middle of the science tards and the religiotards. But nonetheless, they have a stake in the game, if you will. Okay, let me try to find my sunglasses. Try to cam up here for you guys before we leave. But yeah, you guys want to give some opening. I mean, oh man, opening. Some closing statements, as if it were.
I'll
Yeah,
close.
blessings. Yeah,
I'm
blessings.
gonna.
Namaste. I appreciate that.
Thanks for having me up. My fix didn't work on the Hydra. I'm gonna have to do it over again. Anyway, thanks for
It's a
having
bummer.
me. Take it easy. My advice, TML, is to there's over 7,000 promises in the scriptures, and you can't claim a promise if you don't know the promise. Cast all your cares upon the Lord, for he cares for you. That's one of my always like to do. Peace.
Easy.
Yeah, peace, Rocky. Thank you for that. I think we lost Lilith a long time ago.
Yeah.
I mean, but yeah, blessings. But yeah, he sometimes surprises. I mean, he'll sometimes just unmute at the end of the show as well. So yeah, he's a wild card. I definitely greatly appreciate his time. I greatly appreciate his friendship. We attempted to do a show yesterday, watching Days of Noah's new documentary. We will bring that back soon for the people, right? So maybe Monday night, right? We'll sit around, we'll watch Days of Noah's documentary. We'll have some music for you guys, right? His documentary, Future Accessories, right? We already watched like the first 20 minutes of it, right? That's available on Cyber Caliphate. The alternative channel. We got some stuff coming up where we review Nick Fuentes, and some reflections on Ellul. Okay, with me and JG. It's an old tape. JG got in a huge fight with Unseen Warfare and then stopped hanging out with us again. So he does that. He periodically starts fighting with someone, right? Either me or somebody else. But yeah, blessings to JG, man. I mean, I appreciate you. Yeah, TML. Yeah, I mean, even if I stop doing the show, I'll bring it back like once in a while. Right? So yeah, we'll bring it back once in a while. I mean, but the regular shows, I mean, it gets to the point where, sometimes, it's getting to a point where, I'm extremely depressed. I should probably, maybe focus on moving or figuring out what's going on in my life. I mean, and all of that type of stuff. So, it is what it is. But yeah, it's not going to stop me from writing or, but yeah, the regular shows, but yeah, most likely I'll still appear once in a while. And then right now, or today, I should say, seems pretty okay. I mean, we may get banned for a week or two, but I think we'll still be here, right? So I may be wrong, right? They could take away the channel at any point if they want to, right? So so the channel doesn't always have to be here, right? Even if the channel isn't here, I may still be around, folks, right? Okay, so go check out the alternative channel. Yeah, exactly. Mimsy Limbs. Blessings. Cage Reality. I appreciate you, man. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Tree 50 AM. Tree 50. Damn. Well, Red, you got anything else you want to say to these people?
Just earlier, I'm talking about the false dialectic of science versus religion. And I was trying to think of like what a better way to word it. Maybe perhaps it'd be like dogma versus like humility or something of that effect. Basically, dogma is the extension of the ego. So the opposite of ego would be humility. I would suppose. Ego less, ego death.
Yeah, I mean, look at the extreme dogmatism that that this character had. You know, Danny Hillis, where he's not even able to notice his own level of dogmatism. Right?
Yep.
Where where he's like, "Oh, well, it's hubris to assume blah blah blah, but we already figured everything else out." So it's like, wait, you know, it's like, wow. You know, so yeah. Totally. You know, and of course we can quote Pascal. We saw a bit of Pascal's wager earlier. You know, many have compared Rocco's basilisk to a basilisk to you know, Pascal's wager. And of course, you know, as I like to quote Pascal, you know, reason confutes dogmatists while nature confutes skeptics. And from the Pensies. I mean, that's always a great closer. I mean, yeah. But yeah, blessings. And of course, the other Pascal quote that I love, the heart has its own reasons that even reason cannot comprehend. I mean, fucking OG of a quote. I mean, reminds me of a book that one of my friends bought me. You know, he died Christmas Eve. Mark Sumter. You know, and he brought me a book called Philosopher of the Heart. Sent me a text message. Last text message he ever sent me. He said, I bought a book based on Kierkegaard's philosophy. Philosopher of the Heart, it was called. But yeah, beautiful stuff, folks. And but yeah. What a just triple OG text to send your friend before you bite the big bazooka. Man, it's like, I sent you this philosophy book, dude. What a G, man. Mark Sumter. Man, I'd love to have, you know, I'd give up all of, maybe I'd give up all of these shows. You sit and talk with Mark again. Right? Blessings to all the people that are here. You know, there's lots of people like that. You know, the friends that aren't here. You know, blessings to all you people that are here with me, though. You know, we're not promised tomorrow. All right? So it's all a matter of, you know, what we're doing. And all we have is our present means to achieve what we want at this moment. So, yeah. You know, I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. I mean, but yeah, thank you for joining me here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Right? And yeah. Play some songs for you guys, right? You know. Yeah, peace be with you all. Thank you for joining me.
Speak of the freak and he shall appear.
Speak of the freaker. Yeah, blessings to freak. And yeah, that's it, folks. Of course, we got lots of reflections remaining for you guys. I mean, I only replay stuff that's really, really good. So if you guys have been missing the replays, oof, you guys missed a lot of good shit. I mean, that's the bottom line. You missed tons of good shit. Okay. And I don't know what to do about that. Right. But yeah, we'll be back. Blessings.
Scallywag, bally spag, box with a Glock in it, rocking it, rocks with a plastic bag, knots in it, Cali flag dropping it, tinted whips with cops in it, somebody's bag, try not to hop in it, dash down the alley fast, somebody profit it, that's the hot biscuit box, quick fast, watch the whip scratch, bally bad, the car stops with the cops in it, daddy swag drip, hop in the hot whip, not in the rap hot shit, toxic, pocket it, knots, I spit it, when the drops get it, and chop rocks on dishes, I got this, I was wicked, pockets lost attention, soon as you drop the rocket time, you talking to yourself again, stop it, you in the back blocks with knots in your socks, in a minute now, sit it, not sick, bow to this, I got you nodding like you slobbing it, bouncing up and down like you riding my dick, watch this, all of a sudden you stop nodding, you start to notice you cock riding, suddenly you like, when is he gonna stop rhyming, when you like, stop, shine him, I'm from the rock bottom, we don't pop Glocks popping cops that got them, neighborhood watch, pop, stop watching, knock, slugs in the door, I try to tell the cops to stop knocking, let's get it popping, I rock stockings, goggling gin, when I stop rocking, your head gonna start ringing like bringing it back to the top, rising, bringing it back to the block, how y'all been, rock chopping, got me knocked again, knocking on the wall, rhyming locked in, eyes wide open, laying on the cop, plotting my pen, jotting hot one after hot one, y'all not signing, I'm not stopping, so everybody in this industry knows who I am, CO's got these snot box locked in, I caught another case, now everybody knows where I've been, Monster Allen.
Born social equality from psychology representing, son, I couldn't imagine that bullshit if my name was John Lennon, Bill Castles on quicksand, museum figures, faggot niggas, wax crews, display exposed flesh wounds like high branded tattoos, jewels pierce the body, acupuncture intricate, test pressure points on the junks on some distant infinitely different shit, witness it extend like events beyond Andromeda, tentacles reach the pinnacle, measure bullshit like a barometer, bombing you, translate your actions like a dialect, interpret misinformation, false application, third eye lie detect, enact the thought, pop mentality, head severing, make blood suckers unsuccessful in everyday underhanded endeavoring, Monster Allen brethren, 6 degrees like a hexagon, 120 lexicon, torch snakes all night long like a sexathon, bears are constantly, dark images disturbing, gods of light and wisdom chilling, black jalabia rocking a turban, post-urban landscape beneath a pterodactyl silhouette, smack the drool after mouth so motherfucking hard make your pillow wet, rude awaken, sleep forsaken, rest is night for months, project thoughts other places, occupy 2 spaces at once, divine evil hunts, hip-hop inhabited subterraneously, ambidextrous right to or more verses simultaneously, trained to be true 5 and secret assignment, daily risk, rule you now from the beast, so I assume another alias, new identity and been apprehension, prevent all the fingerprint in the head of central lightning agency, throw thick and Hillary Clinton.
Go, let me know if you want to touch some cheddar, cause we don't know if it's hot or not, but you accustomed to this weather, we can network, don't stress, you be set for work, just beat me your sensority over there, dressed in a skirt, bloom was stuffed up, after that, every ass, some with the chucks on, gon' stop through this, pick up the math, don't get your PC weekly, like a regular gag, that way the cheddar spread equally, in one big lump, the kid's eyes jumped out, Kool-Aid smile across his face, still got to watch you, though we don't come across with the snake, test some verbs, hit it off with an 8-ball for base, see if you skate with the word before one toss him to wait, if you do good, fuck it, we got a new HUD, 2 shots to this rinky-dinky spot without cops, knock on wood, after that, we up on Amtrak, back and forth with shorty in the front, me watching it from the back of the car, she act up, step up and slap the broad, get my Tyrannosaurus respects on, attacking the dog, no question, spice it up like chicken Szechuan, Shanghai and any nigga that wanna flex they frontal.
What's taking them so long? Those monsters keep destroying everything. What will happen to us? There isn't any way we can possibly stop those monsters. Still arguing?
Bombing didn't disturb them. And also no poison liquid that we've been able to use so far.
And also, the heat ray they emit from their mouths. It's more powerful than anything yet known to man. It can turn the earth into molten lava, and we have absolutely no defense against it. If we could only get them back on land, we could use missiles.
That's right. They've got to be eliminated.
You know, people are just so furious over the death of George Floyd. You know, those protests went from peaceful to just awful. Take a look.
Yo, gatekeeper, a grim reaper, yo, the where the grave digger learns. Check it, yo, I was a nurse, the womb gave birth, partitioned to submission, forced to dwell in hell's kitchen. I lived contaminated for months, stalking flesh was a casual hunt. Peep the game, waiting for a stray pass buyer. Grab the motherfucker, burn him, set him on fire. I've been insane since exchange of brains. Got the docs and autops, tried to prevent the stop. Biologically I breathe a rebel, psychologically having fights with the devil. Waking up with gashes, deep rip and slashes. Hearing and talking, another motherfucker burn the ashes. Scared to sleep, fearing committing a sin. Stuck my eyelid and ground with a safety pin. Feeling myself lifted, yet seeing myself still sitting. Evil has become my fate. I'm slipping. Burn, baby, burn. 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 From the first day that I burst through the skin of a virgin, I was cursed by sin, a mammal of the sea. Pop named John Samuel Burgley, out of his nuts came me. True indeed, I had soul even as a tadpole. Grab hold of an egg just to have a mold. Grew up surrounded by darkness and blood, swimming in the cut like Noah in the flood. Trauma, devils attacked me inside my mama. This caused trauma. While I was growing up, she was throwing up and got roast. That's how I met the doc and the nurse. They took an x-ray, kept it to the next day to figure out the best way to possess me. Trapped in the pool of impurity, without security, nearly ruined me. No immunity to the curse yet. I saw the earth sweat as Papa prayed on the church step, in the place where they worship. As the nurse crept, I got mad nervous. Toss and turn it, fighting to awake. I woke up with a scream, strapped to the stake. Blood dripping like rain, excruciating pain, losing my grip. Episode of tales from the grip, seeing faces of death had me shortness of breath. Falling through the rabbit hole that collapsed my chest. Blood spilling, inside survived like a villain. Killing life, torturous as Vincent Price. Tried to run, got caught, then I lost my tongue. Barrels of dead corpse beating my head like a drum. Summit to scorch a headless figure. Like God in my life, I came back a grave digger. The prophet, I passed rockets, deadly concoctions. Killing evil that lurk in the dirt is the only option. 400 years in the pits we dwell, and for every drop of blood you will burn in hell, devil. Burn, baby, burn. 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 Pain builds my character, deranged cancer cells begin to damage my shell. Tissues begin to swell, the human pin cushion, needles begin pushing through my melanin cover. Blood begins gushing, hunger, pains fed through my veins. Trying to maintain body and brain under strain. Belly being drained from my nose through a catheter to maintain my stamina. Game is high caliber. Flashback, my dossier found before the hospital. Flocks are paying pound and cheddar to see me rock my style. Got lots of smiles for man, woman, and child. A grave digger here running wild like the now, you know. X-File, the horrorcore bringers, city morgue singers, new rap era beginners. 4 years out of 7 I remember touring, and this year I'm measuring my urine. Burn, baby, burn. 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 Burn, baby, burn.
Why are all these people here? There's too many people on this earth. We need a new plague.
been kissed by a girl like this?
Resurrection drawing near, mankind awaits. When you're living in this world, you got to survive. Shaitan is looking on the left, attacking from all sides. Witness before all eyes, the evidence of unseen. The power past our comprehension that controls all things. The battle fought by good and evil is a real contest. It is the outcome of the struggle that brings play contact to all sections, cruddy cliques, crews and clans. Good greens to badlands, jump up to understand. I'm just a man, not the universal architect. We tread the face of this heavenly place and show respect. Tokyo, raise your hands where you at. Osaka, raise your hands where you at. Yoshiwado die, no Daya Sapporo, Isendai. DJ Crush, most deaf on the touch. We let fly. I send my salam to my entire squad, my Sahabia, wherever you are. Stay on your job, struggling hard to overcome the perils of life. We writing rhymes on enemy lines to shine light. Stay in meditation to keep the head right. Spreading wings like heavenly things. We take flight, 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 flight. Everything gon' be alright. Everything gon' be alright. And you got to believe everything gon' be alright. Everything gon' be alright. And you got to believe everything gon' be alright. Everything gon' be alright. Said you got to believe. Said you got to believe. Yo, bust it, baby. Me and Crush, we politicking, building on this money mission. Send me a fucking something, so I had to stop and listen. If time forever ticking, my gift forever clicking. I'm trying to get mine, cause son is here for the getting. A lost provision, but help us live the providential. My pad and pencil, or transcribe the elemental. The raw essential, the southbound residential. The pure simple, to resonate in your mental. I flash the temple, my key gon' shine like precious metal. Left the raw, living alone. About to settle fast ass that trying to gas so down and save your petrol, cause the beat don't stop like yellow cabs in the metro. B-boy traverse the earth is the first and next. This is a daily operation like birth to death, and I burst the rap, yeah, of some so-called vet or orchestrated designs while they set quiet is kept. Everything that you heard in advance was just a glance of the landscape, furnished with crops and props, still sunsets and treetops, backdrops of pure skill. At night I do right to excite, but you got to believe that the most high I see every degree of this 3C, X to E. We maintain sun and carry on officially. We're talking projects to the shores of Tripoli. I speak prolifically, I write specifically, transmit upliftedly. It sounds terrific, G. Allah has gifted me with great ability to speak to my beloved and make them all love it. Fine, rugged, a product of the ghetto public. Allah is the king of the world, we just subjects. Allah is the king of the world, we just subject. Allah is the king, Allah is the king. You know everything's gonna be alright, everything's gonna be alright. And you got to believe everything's gonna be alright, everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright, everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright, everything's gonna be alright. And you got to believe.
Extended version horror, theatrical palaces, scripting vivid pictures of violence. Extended version horror, theatrical palaces, scripting vivid pictures of violence. Extended version horror, theatrical palaces, scripting vivid pictures of violence. Extended version horror, theatrical palaces, scripting vivid pictures of violence.
Rhyme destructor, my voice is bored, causing constant brain ruptures, reconstruct vocal cords. This swing swords and rap voices, my brain that's corrupted, and causes scorch so you get the pain that's inflicted. The pounds of 1,000 horse dominating all districts, my lyrics are straight poor and swing heavy fisted. Too harsh to ignore when this hammer straight hits it. 714, massively shouting my critics. Styles and metaphors showing you how my click wrecks it. Your life's pathetic, like having low life genetics. Scarecrows, drum kicks, other types of birth appendix. My crew's battle forensics are superior when this pen hit. Dosing vital bacteria, conspiracies, but fuck it. It's got me corrupted, ready to lose it. My lyrics are the most abusive, spitting with 2 lips, kicking the most sense. I can explain it, rearrange it, make modes repent. Hardcore freak amazing, rip your pecs out your chest.
Illusion in front of me melting, chased by entities, followed by eyes of pings of walls, dodging false chandeliers and candlelit corridor halls. Demons try to enter my body, fighting off flames. 3rd-degree birds, I can never be slain by the devil. Don't undermine me, I'm too maniacal. Instantly teleport for 3 iron doors. Unaware of what's next behind me, the portal closed. What door shall I choose? I sure don't want to be the motherfucking one with a skeleton army, cause after you, and all I can think about is dead bloody bodies being strung up on the ceiling. But my mind is the key that opens all doors. But my mind is the key that opens all doors. But my mind is the key that opens all doors. Evil's got a grip on me, I'm barely breathing. Show the light to the army of darkness, I was here to destroy your fucking legion.
I point you through a planet, through an asteroid from my castle planet 10010110 dynasty. Shiny maroon platoon like 1001 red doctors. A wet metal of wild tiger lilies, vital collider force. Zaz bitch, Shatterstar, Escalade, Oceanic, Titanium, Everglade, Escapade, Bionicle, Chronicle, Chrome Syndrome, Tight, Cyber Roman, Hyperchrome, like Sidewinding, Shapeshifter, Escape Fixer, Laptic, Metallic, Elixir, like Cheyenne Indians from Montana, translating Mountain War Cloud like peacock feathers left after lectures. Bite a large single-edged hunting knife down at the Alamo. Multiple mechanical mosquitoes hatch from definitive innocent tranquil ankles, head mangler, flesh peddler, strange chainsaw, angrier, deranged game, plane tangler, colossal fossil, ox hostile force.
The horrid bum, dirty stone park benches, trash can tops and old gum. Twilight writing, I'm in the corner shadow rapping, the one I've been chosen. The Iceman, I leave mics frozen of frostbite. Cold holy light, black cross strike, burning X-blade. I'm hard towering redwood, you soft grass blade is up against a pro invisible fat snake. Unseen Slytherin slapping you rap fakes. I'm waiting like bear traps and trip wire stakes. Spit fire quakes, dark water lakes, smut daughter tapes, dirty blotter bakes, clean liquid licks. Triple slaughter kick, with knowledge of pressure points you'll die from fingertips. Devilish incantation, the smooth throws from golden lips.
Put me in the booth and I Brody your wave files. You still getting booed at the open mic like 8 Mile. You still acting like spoken word is serious. I laugh at you fag niggas with dyed hair and pierced lips. What kind of nigga from the hood is you? I can name 50 niggas that's as good as you. But a nigga like Plan, man, I'm better than all of them. I make them quit, now their baby moms is calling for them. Asking me where they baby pop at. That nigga, he at the scene in my White Sox hat, bitch. I tell him call you back in a minute, cause when he finish, you gotta brush my dunk so vintage. I'm in this rap game for the spinach. My food for thoughts like serving fresh lettuce to niggas. I'm the chef and I'm cooking up Def Jams. Broad Street bully, cut the check for 10 grand.
I made a promise that I never get high. I ain't scared of death, I'm scared to live, wanting to die. Cause the 120 opened my eyes. The Quran molded me. The Bible taught me what's a disguise. But I broke nights like they need to be fixed. It had a thought pattern process that DMV's rich. But the block church did work in a trash can. I rip a nigga off and lay low in the Badlands. Stay bent off what Poppy done sold me. We all forced the whole heat, smoking a gold tree. So knowledge to the 715 force. Vinny Pass, Planetary Reef, the lost cause. What's up, Kamach? My nigga Crip and D-Mize, Apathy, self-title and king size. We all about to pit this game in a frenzy. In a chain, slight frost like the air in a Benzie.
I can breeze through the leaves when these passing me by. You can breathe, you can bleed, but please wrap me a 9 on Black Christmas. I need a gun with bullets on Black Christmas. Black Christmas, nigga, look at me, little me. My peeps asking me why I'm a G, this is me, so please wrap me a 9 on Black Christmas. I need a gun with bullets on Black Christmas. Black Christmas.
Yo, it's incredible the most how a nigga flow just comes so easy. Child's play to me, homeboy, please believe me. Way I formulate on time with metaphors, lines, and punchlines. Sometimes the shit amaze me. Fall back with a spliff in the eye of my shit. Don't need you, got enough people on my dick. I speed through, breathe life on the track so slick with sick shit. Time's money, so I must move quick. Epitome of rap, never been clapped, never been slapped up just one time. Cold winter day in 79. I catch that dot, and I'ma beat him till my arms numb and stomp him like Laws did that drum on one. Motherfucker.
I once heard the art of wars don't start a war. So I don't think you wanna ride like a carnivore. I mean carnivore, excuse my French, I'm on the floor. The blues are wet, got me feeling like I took a hallucinate. Blue is bent, L-Y, who the truest, yeah, blue the inf. Brain fragments flying through the fence. Stupid is and stupid does. I ain't stupid cause I rap like a motherfucking animal. My bluest blood never spills. I ran my hand around the bluest steel. Bluest grill like Foreman. Informers know who I kill. Ill, now get out of my face. Sorry officer, me no hablo inglés. Let me offer ya food for thought on the plate. Once you know the block, how you hit the fire escape. Get in, get out, hit lies and snakes. Your birthday, the only day you rely on the cake. The nigga breeze through the leaves when these passing me by. You can breathe, you can bleed, but please wrap me a 9 on Black Christmas. I need a gun with bullets on Black Christmas. Black Christmas, nigga, look at me, little me. My peeps asking me why I'm a G, this is me, so please wrap me a 9 on Black Christmas. I need a gun with bullets on Black Christmas. Black Christmas.
Army and TP, honor of street thieves. The harmony of harm done to a beast beat. I execute from hook to hook like a nice jab. In pain from pushing, squeeze like my wife's hand. Slight tan, my homie Muslim like Fife's man. Pillow of kush, as if it cushions my lifespan. My product slipped through the right hands like white sand. Those I kill for can count on my right hand. Beef handled like blades at knife factories. Cut cold, cut bum niggas like Nutso. This ain't a movie clip, it's a jewelry stick. Ever see me running? You have to be like Hootie Hit. You knew we Vic, shit, still trusted him. Know a lot of robbers from Bears, still fuck with them. That don't mean they up in my crib, I'm still hustling. Anniversary 9/11, we still
I'm a motherfucking monster. Everything I'm spitting is all real. Take a good look in my trunk and it's all still. Ain't nobody in control, it's a law will. The other trunk ain't filled with diesel, it's all krill. Arm, leg, arm, head when the guards build. You the first devil with a plate when the hogs kill. You the first one to run from a war. You the first one to run from Vinny Gun when it draw. I left your whole team death when I spoke. Then I put your whole entire fucking set in the yoke. Yeah, we ain't the motherfucking set to provoke. Or else the last thing you see the fucking deck of a boat.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what I think is interesting to the 5 people that are watching this here. You know, he says, I'm keenly aware that I am myself involved in the technological civilization, that its history is also my own. Okay. And he says, I may be compared rather with a physician or physicist who is describing a group situation in which he himself is involved in.
It's inevitable.
He says, the men of classical antiquity could not have found a solution to our present determinisms. It is useless to look into the works of Plato and Aristotle for an answer to the problem of freedom. So there's this little attack on philosophy there. He says, individuals, he says, for these decisions are not visible, and if they are truly personal, they cannot be foreseen. Fatalism is not involved. It is rather a question of provability. What is the basis for this most likely eventuality? I would say that it lies in social, economic, political phenomenon, and in certain chains of events and sequences. If we may not speak of laws, we may speak, at any rate, speak of repetition. If we may not speak of mechanisms in the strict sense of the word, we may speak of interdependencies. And then this final line on freedom, he says, freedom is not static but dynamic, not a vested interest but a prize continually to be won. The more man stops and resigns himself, he becomes subject to determinism. He is most enslaved when he thinks he is comfortably settled in freedom. In the modern world, the most dangerous form of determinism is the technological phenomenon. It is not a question of getting rid of it, but by an act of freedom of transcending it. How is this to be done? I do not yet know. That is why this book is an appeal to the individual sense of responsibility. The first step in the quest is the act of freedom, is to become aware of the necessity, the very fact that man can see, measure, and analyze the determinisms that press on him, means that he can face them, and by doing so, act as a free man. If man were to say, quote, these are not necessities, I am free because of technique or despite technique, this would prove that he is totally determined. However, by grasping the real nature of the technological phenomenon and the extent to which it is robbing him of freedom, he confronts the blind mechanisms as a conscious being. Interesting statement by Ellul there. Okay, so I've looked at that, read that, played that on the show a few times, said it's very important, right? Those different aspects of the preface, right? His dig on philosophy, his idea about interdependencies, his idea about the brute facts, the objective fact of technology, the idea of necessity and determinism, and his view on freedom. Right, then there's some notable statements that we went through here. Okay, he says, no social, human, or spiritual fact is important as a fact of technique in the modern world. And yet, no subject is so little understood. Okay, what is called the history of technique usually amounts to no more than a history of the machine, he says. This very formulation is an example of the habit of intellectuals regarding the terms present as identical with those of the past. Then he says technique certainly begins with the machine. He also says the machine is now the most important aspect of technique. He says technique has taken over all of man's activities, not just his productive activity. Now he gives one of my most favorite statements in the entire book, right? He says, from another point of view, however, the machine is deeply symptomatic. Okay, symptomatic of the disease of the modern technological society, right? Pretty much, right? He's saying it represents the ideal toward which technique strives. The machine is solely, exclusively technique. Okay, so the machine is itself pure technique, right? Okay, and that's why itself is a statement about freedom, right? It says it is pure technique, one might say, says Ellul. It says, for wherever a technical factor exists, it results almost inevitably in mechanization. Technique transforms everything it touches into a machine. It's one of my most, that's one of my most favorite lines in the entire book. Then it says another relationship exists between technique and the machine. And this relationship penetrates to the very core of the problem of our civilization. He says, it is said and everyone agrees that the machine has created an inhuman atmosphere. The machine, so characteristic of the 19th century, made an abrupt entrance into society from the political, institutional, and human points of view, and was not made to receive it. And man has had to put up with it as best he can. Man can now live in conditions that are less than human. Consider the concentration of our great cities, the slums, the lack of space, of air, of time, the gloomy streets, the sallow lights that confuse night and day. Think of our dehumanized factories, our unsatisfied senses, our working women, our estrangement from nature. Life is such an life in such an environment has no meaning, he says. Consider our public transportation, in which man is less important than a parcel. Our hospitals, in which he is only a number. Yet we call this progress, and the noise, that monster boring into us at every hour of the night without respite. Then he says, and quotes Mumford, the machine is antisocial. So I explained, yeah.
That was, he wrote that one, 1963, said?
Yeah. Yeah, 1964, yeah. It's published, yeah. But he probably, he probably wrote it much earlier than that. You know, this is how writing a book takes it's like a 3 or 4 year project.
Or 2 days.
Yeah. Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, probably 62, 63.
Yeah, it's wild stuff. And I mean, it's like what Rousseau, it says, man is, everywhere free, thinks he's free, but is everywhere in chains. I mean, so this idea of, people being tricked into slavery, and in his day, he was talking about the science and the arts would persuade men to, love their own chains, right? So, the idea is very old, but it's been developed, and yeah, Ellul is one of the most recent, thinkers. But yeah, after Ellul, man, there's been an explosion of thinkers that have gone into these ideas. But yeah, on the show there, I explained very carefully the difference between technique, the machine, human society, right? And of course, he goes into grave detail about these things, right? So, But that's my little explanations for now. And I've gone through everything that we've gone through so far on the show, The Machine Lies. So, you know, in very great detail. But yeah, we're going, you know, we're just having it here. But yeah.
Our great cities, the slums, the lack of space, of air, of time, the gloomy streets and the sallow lights that confuse night and day. Think of our dehumanized factories, our unsatisfied senses, our working women, our estrangement from nature. Life in such an environment has no meaning. Consider our public transportation, in which man is less important than a parcel, our hospitals, in which he is only a number. Yet we call this progress. And the noise, that monster boring into us at every hour of the night without respite. It is useless to rail against capitalism. Capitalism did not create our world. The machine did. Painstaking studies designed to prove the contrary have buried the obvious beneath tons of print, and if we do not wish to play the demagogue, we must point out the guilty party. The machine is antisocial, says Lewis Mumford. It tends, by reason of its progressive character, to the most acute forms of human exploitation. The machine took its place in a social milieu that was not made for it, and for that reason created the inhuman society in which we live. Capitalism was therefore only one aspect of the deep disorder of the 19th century. To restore order, it was necessary to question all the bases of that society, its social and political structures, its art and its way of life, its commercial system. But let the machine have its head, and it topples everything that cannot support its enormous weight. Thus, everything had to be reconsidered in terms of the machine, and that is precisely the role technique plays. In all fields, it made an inventory of what it could use, of everything that could not be brought into line with the machine. The machine could not integrate itself into 19th century society. Technique integrated it. Old houses that were not suited to the workers were torn down, and the new world technique required was built in their place. Technique has enough of the mechanical in its nature to enable it to cope with the machine, but it surpasses and transcends the machine because it remains in close touch with the human order. The metal monster could not go on forever torturing mankind. It found in technique a rule as hard and inflexible as itself. Technique integrates the machine into society. It constructs the kind of world the machine needs and introduces order where the incoherent banging of machinery heaped up ruins. It clarifies, arranges, and rationalizes. It does, in the domain of the abstract, what the machine did in the domain of labor. It is efficient and brings efficiency to everything. Moreover, technique is sparing in the use of the machine, which has traditionally been exploited to conceal defects of organization. Machines sanction social inefficiency, says Mumford. Technique, on the other hand, leads to a more rational and less indiscriminate use of machines. It places machines exactly where they ought to be and requires of them just what they ought to do. This brings us to two contrasting forms of social growth. Henri Guiton says, social growth was formerly reflexive or instinctive, that is to say, unconscious. But new circumstances, the machine, now compel us to recognize a kind of social development that is rational, intelligent, and conscious. We may ask ourselves whether this is the beginning not only of the era of a spatially finite world, but also the era of a conscious world. All-embracing technique is, in fact, the consciousness of the mechanized world. Technique integrates everything. It avoids shock and sensational events. Man is not adapted to a world of steel. Technique adapts him to it. It changes the arrangement of this blind world so that man can be a part of it without colliding with its rough edges, without the anguish of being delivered up to the inhuman. Technique thus provides a model. It specifies attitudes that are valid once and for all. The anxiety aroused in man by the turbulence of the machine is soothed by the consoling hum of a unified society. As long as technique was represented exclusively by the machine, it was possible to speak of man and the machine. The machine remained an external object, and man, though significantly influenced by it in his professional, private, and psychic life, remained nonetheless independent. He was in a position to assert himself apart from the machine. He was able to adopt a position with respect to it. But when technique enters into every area of life, including the human, it ceases to be external to man and becomes his very substance. It is no longer face to face with man, but is integrated with him, and it progressively absorbs him. In this respect, technique is radically different from the machine. This transformation, so obvious in modern society, is the result of the fact that technique has become autonomous. When I state that technique leads to mechanization, I am not referring to the simple fact of human adaptation to the machine. Of course, such a process of adaptation exists, but it is caused by the action of the machine. What we are concerned with here, however, is a kind of mechanization in itself. If we may ascribe to the machine a superior form of know-how, the mechanization which results from technique is the application of this higher form to all domains, hitherto foreign to the machine. We can even say that technique is characteristic of precisely that realm, in which the machine itself can play no role. It is a radical error to think of technique and machine as interchangeable. From the very beginning, we must be on guard against this misconception. Science and technique. Almost immediately, we come up against the second problem. It is true that it is another pons asinorum. One hesitates even to mention it since the question has been so often discussed. The relation between science and technique is a standard subject for graduate theses, in all the trappings of 19th century experimental science. Everyone has been taught that technique is an application of science. More particularly, science being pure speculation, technique figures as the point of contact between material reality and the scientific formula. But it also appears as the practical product, the application of the formulas to practical life. This traditional view is radically false. It takes into account only a single category of science and only a short period of time. It is true only for the physical sciences and for the 19th century. It is not possible, therefore, to base a general study on it, nor, as we are attempting to do here, an up-to-date review of the situation. A few simple remarks suffice to destroy our confidence in these views. Historically, technique preceded science. Even primitive man was acquainted with certain techniques. The first techniques of Hellenistic civilization were Oriental. They were not derived from Greek science. Thus, historically speaking, the relationship between science and technique ought to be reversed. However, technique began to develop and extend itself only after science appeared. To progress, technique had to wait for science. Bernard Gilles has rightly said, in this historical perspective, technique, by means of repeated experiments, posed the problems, derived general notions and the four primary elements, but it had to wait for the solutions, which science provided. In the present era, the most casual inspection reveals an entirely different relationship. In every instance, it is clear that the border between technical activity and scientific activity is not at all sharply defined. When we speak of technique in historical science, we mean a certain kind of preparatory work, textual research, reading, collation, study of monuments, criticism, and exegesis. These represent an ensemble of technical operations which aim first at interpretation and then at historical synthesis, the true work of science. Here again, technique comes first. Even in physics, in certain instances, technique precedes science. The best-known example is the steam engine, a pure achievement of experimental genius. The sequence of inventions and improvements of Salomon de Cosse, Christian Huygens, Denis Papin, Thomas Savery, and so on, rest on practical trial and error. The scientific explanation of the various phenomena involved was to come much later, after a lapse of 2 centuries, and even then it was not easy to formulate. There is still no automatic link between science and technique. The relation is not that simple. There is
Okay, so now he's distinguishing several factors. Okay, he's talking about the machine as opposed to technique itself. Technique is much more broader than the machine. Okay, because technique includes human techniques, right? And technique is what actually integrates the machine into human society. Now, science is not the same as technique, right? But you know, I guess the development of technique is linked to science, right? But technique is basically the goal of science, right? So it's superior to science itself, right? And yeah. So, technique is a much more essential factor than science itself. So now he's distinguishing the different factors between science and technique, right? But he talks about several things. Let me see. It says it is efficient. Okay, the machine brings efficiency to everything. Technique integrates the machine into society. Okay. This is on page 5. Right? It said technique thus provides a model. It specifies attitudes that are valid once at all. The anxiety is aroused in man. The turbulence of the machine is soothed by consoling the hum of a unified society. Okay. This is all embracing technique is in fact the conscience of the mechanized world. Okay. And he says everybody has been taught that technique is the application of science, more particularly science being pure speculation. Technique figures as the point of contact between material reality and the scientific formula. Right? Okay, but he says this view is false. Okay, he said technique preceded science, is what ellul says. Okay.
What exactly precedes science?
Like, for example, science as a form of pure speculation and reason developed late in the human experience, but humans already had tons of social techniques. They developed tools. They, you know what I mean? They developed simple machines. They developed all sorts of, techniques already, right? So when technique becomes integrated into science, right, it's going to happen through the very same process, which is this machine, right? So he's saying that, the same way that science, he's kind of saying there's a influence between what technique wants. Technique wants machines, right? And science wants to be like technique, right? What science wants is the best methodologies for shit, right? So science actually models itself through techniques. And then the more you develop technology, the more you can improve your methods of scientific inquiry, right? So he's saying that this idea that technology is just merely the application of science is pretty much false, right? You have to look at a much more deeper view of things, right? And yeah, he's gonna go on to explain a lot more about it, but I just wanted to pause the video there and kind of let everybody know what ellul's kind of getting at, because it gets a little bit confusing. I mean, but yeah, yeah, but he flat out says, that he says there is still no automatic link between science and technique. This is his ideas. I mean, right? And he thinks that I mean, obviously, science as we know it developed in the 16th century. So they really didn't have science at the center stage of human civilization until relatively recently, anyways, right? So he's also looking at that, right? That it's kind of natural to make tools and alter your natural environment, and and all that kind of stuff, and you don't really think you're doing science in order to do it. And anyways, he thinks magic is technique, right? He says magic is primitive technique. So I mean, magic is pretty much not scientific, right? So get more into that too, right? So yeah, there's a lot of different levels that he's looking at shit.
More and more interaction between them. Today, all scientific research presupposes enormous technical preparation. as, for example, in atomic research. And very often it is some simple technical modification which allows further scientific progress. When the technical means do not exist, science does not advance. Michael Faraday was aware of the most recent discoveries concerning the constitution of matter, but was unable to formulate precise theories because techniques for the production of vacua did not yet exist. Scientific results had to await high vacuum techniques. The medical value of penicillin was discovered in 1912 by a French physician, but he had no technical means of producing and conserving penicillin. Misgivings therefore arose about the discovery and led to its eventual abandonment. The majority of investigators in a laboratory are technicians who perform tasks far removed from what is commonly imagined to be scientific work. The research worker is no longer a solitary genius. As Robert Jung says, he works as a member of a team and is willing to give up his freedom of research as well as personal recognition in exchange for the assistance and equipment a great laboratory offers him. These two things are the indispensable conditions without which he cannot even dream of realizing his projects. Pure science seems to be yielding its place to an applied science, which now and again reaches a brilliant peak from which new technical research becomes possible. Conversely, certain technical modifications, in airplanes, for instance, which may seem simple and mechanical, presuppose complex scientific work. The problem of reaching supersonic velocities is one. The considered opinion of Norbert Wiener is that the younger generation of research workers in the United States consists primarily of technicians who are unable to do research at all without the help of machines, large teams of men, and enormous amounts of money. The relation between science and technique becomes even less clear when we consider the newer fields, which have no boundaries. Where does biological technique begin and where does it end? In modern psychology and sociology, what can we call technique, since in the application of these sciences, everything is technique? But it is not application which characterizes technique, for without technique, previous or concomitant, science has no way of existing. If we disown technique, we abandon the domain of science and enter into that of hypothesis and theory. In political economy, despite the recent efforts of economists to distinguish the boundaries between science and economic technique, we shall demonstrate that it is economic technique which forms the very substance of economic thought. The established foundations have indeed been shaken. But the problem of these relations, in view of the enormity of the technical world and the reduction of the scientific, would seem to be an academic problem of interest only to philosophers, speculation without content. Today it is no longer the frontiers of science which are at issue, but the frontiers of man, and the technical phenomenon is much more significant with regard to the human situation than with regard to the scientific. It is no longer in reference to science that technique must be defined. We need not pursue philosophy of science here, or establish, ideally or intellectually, what may be the relations between action and science. What we must do is look about us and note certain obvious things which seem to escape the all-too-intelligent philosophers. It is not a question of minimizing the importance of scientific activity, but of recognizing that, in fact, scientific activity has been superseded by technical activity to such a degree that we can no longer conceive of science without its technical outcome.
Okay, and there you have it. Today in the modern age, there's a sharp distinction between science and technique in that science is totally guided by the technical phenomenon. So yeah, you know, he's going to go on and...
As Charles Carmichael has observed, the two are closer than ever before. The very fact that techniques advance with great rapidity demands a corresponding scientific advance and sets off a general acceleration. Moreover, techniques are always put to immediate use. The interval which traditionally separates a scientific discovery and its application in everyday life has been progressively shortened. As soon as the discovery is...
Okay, so because there's technical means of employment, right? There's, you know, the inevitability of the use of techniques, right? So once techniques have a use, right, their use will be employed, right? Because the goal of the means of improvement is just efficiency, right? Science cannot be applied in the same way, right? And neither is science pure speculation, or neither is technique physical application of scientific procedures. So, you know what I mean? These are stale definitions, right? And, you know, I mean, what you could do is subject each to historical analysis, right? History of science, right? History of the progress of technology, right? As ellul does in the beginning of this, right?
Is made, a concrete application is sought. Capital becomes interested, or the state, and the discovery enters the public domain before anyone has had the chance to reckon all the consequences or to recognize its full import. The scientist might act more prudently. He might even be afraid to launch his carefully calculated laboratory findings into the world. But how can he resist the pressure of the facts? How can he resist the pressure of money? How is he to resist success, publicity, public acclaim, or the general state of mind which makes technical application the last word? How is he to resist the desire to pursue his research? Such is the dilemma of the researcher today. Either he allows his findings to be technologically applied, or he is forced to break off his research. Such is the drama of the atomic physicists who saw that only the laboratories at Los Alamos could provide them with the technical instruments necessary to the continuation of their work. The state, then, exercises a very real monopoly, and the scientist is obliged to accept its conditions. As one of the atomic scientists put it, "What keeps me here is the possibility of using for my work a special microscope which exists nowhere else." Jung. The scientist is no longer able to hold out. Even science, especially the magnificent science of our own day, has become an element of technique, a mere means. Mos. There we have, indeed, the final word. Science has become an instrument of technique. Later, we shall consider how it has come about that scientific utilitarianism has gained such momentum from technique that a disinterested piece of research is no longer possible. It has always been necessary to have a scientific substructure, but today it is scarcely possible to effect a separation between scientific and technical research. Indeed, our omnivorous technique, and this represents in part Einstein's thought, may in the end make science sterile. I shall often use the term technique in place of the more commonly used term science, and designate as techniques work that is usually termed scientific. This is due to the close association of technique and science, which I have pointed out, and which I shall discuss more fully later on.
Yeah, I think Einstein said it was like that we've outgrown. Okay, the technology has outgrown human civilization. Okay, and he said this presents a moral danger because our moral capacity is not linked up to our state of technological progress. And actually, that presents a clear danger, right? In that, you know, he said that our technological progress amounts to, you know, an axe in the hands of a crazy murderer, right? Because, you know, we're too technologically advanced, and we don't have the moral capacity to answer the questions posed by the existential risk of certain large-scale technologies, right? But yeah.
Organization and technique. A third element will help us formulate our problem more clearly. I have already pointed out that we must understand the term technique in a broader sense. But some authors, not wishing to deviate from traditional linguistic usage, prefer to keep to its current meaning and seek another term to designate the phenomena we are describing here. According to Arnold Toynbee, history is divided into 3 periods, and it is on the point of passing from the technical period into the period of organization.
Okay, now he's going to give different definitions by Toynbee and Mumford and others. And of course, we explored this on the show, The Machine Lies. We've read so far all of these thoughts here, right? We'll go to the part where we are done reading, and then we'll leave it. Right? Maybe I'll come back when I've done more reading, and then we'll play more of this audio here on Neurojack's show and explore some of the text. I do have to step away in 10 minutes. So there's also that. So Yeah.
When did this guy pass away?
I actually don't know that.
Okay. And do you know who's touched on this, like in your eyes, who's touched on this nowadays that's caught your attention?
I mean, other than Kaczynski and Skrbina and those guys, I mean, there's also Ivan Illich. You know, there's Chad Haig, who we played on the show. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Actually, yeah.
There's
Yeah,
a lot
actually, I
of
should play
names,
some
man.
Chad Haig. Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of names to keep track of. All right. I'll check that out. I got into Skrbina stuff. It was interesting seeing like what he was saying, how he was talking to Ted Kaczynski and whatnot. But I really don't remember much about it, honestly.
Yeah, I'll play some Chad Haig after this. But yeah, there's a lot of people, you know, who kind of look into the ideas, research it, hundreds of books written about it, and then and of course, you know, we read tons of material on the show, you know, so you know, I mean, just my show is a bunch of material on there about different ideas about this stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. It's a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah.
To keep
a lot
track
of names. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, it's a lot of shit to keep track of. But you know, the thing is that nobody's really promoting these ideas. You see like the whack type of analysis that's out there, and you know, nobody's really taking a deeper look at things. So it's really hard to find people who are, you know, are honest about the problems that are going on. You know, so there's not that many of them for sure.
Right, and freedom. What do you think about freedom? Do you think it's like I was talking to somebody earlier about happiness. How happiness is just kind of brief. There's not it's not, happiness isn't like a continual thing like your heartbeat, right?
Well, I think it's basically made up, or I think actually it probably shouldn't be a goal. Definitely, I mean, even if it's real.
Right, I think freedom is kind of brief moments. I don't think it's possible to be completely to be free. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I think the same thing about truth. You know, the truth is not, you know, in dead concepts, but in actual, you know, reality of things. I mean, right? So, I mean, it's the same thing with, you know, freedom. You know, like I like what ellul says. He says freedom is not a static prize, but a dynamic goal.
Right.
I mean, so he's like, once you think you're free, you're not free.
Right.
I mean, so I really like that. Right? That freedom is not, you can't think yourself free. Right?
Right. It's like, I know I go to skateboarding shit, but sometimes when you're skating, Muhammad, you'll get these moments where everything's it's easy as fuck. You're in this mode where, you know,
when you're not thinking. Right?
Well, it's not thinking. It's not that. It's just everything's working right. You're on point. You're on right. That's what I say. I'm on. I'm on right now. I think that's like with freedom, you get these brief moments of it, but it's not.
Oh, yeah.
It's not possible to. It's not a. It's a goal, but it's like it's a brief experience. You get what I'm saying? It's not.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally get that. Yeah.
But they sell us the illusion of freedom, right? They get carried away with. They sell us freedom.
Oh yeah, yeah. People who don't understand themselves, you try to give them freedom, you know, they'll literally use it to destroy themselves. So if you don't know what you want, you know, then freedom is a curse. You know what I mean? So yeah, people can destroy you with freedom, definitely. by making you think that you have more choices and make you choose between things that don't even fucking matter. You see all that shit all the time. So,
right, I'm just saying there's like a propaganda aspect to freedom where they're pimping on us. You know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's just as propagandistic as any other slogan. They got those in 1984. You mean freedom through unity, peace through war.
Yeah, it's like a hopium trick.
Yeah. Yeah, and they say that there's different types of freedom. Obviously, there's freedom from and freedom to. Obviously, these are two different things. But yeah, we got to be more specific.
Right, and Kaczynski wanted that freedom, so he broke away. But I don't see. You can't even get that type of freedom nowadays. The freedom he had when he was out there for decades.
Yeah, I think it's like Heraclitus, on some shit. War is freedom. But yeah, you got to pay the piper. From Shakespeare. But yeah. Science and technique. Well, now he's moving on to Toynbee, Mumford, Norbert Weiner. His definitions of technique. Okay. And did you know that the word cyber comes from the word kyber? And it actually means a government or humanity, human systems. Kyber. Right? So you could look that up. The word cyber is a Greek word, right? But yeah. So is the word techne. Right? But yeah.
I agree with Toynbee that mechanical technique no longer characterizes our times. However important and impressive mechanical technique remains, it is only accessory to other factors which are much more decisive, if less spectacular. I have in mind the vast amount of organization in every field, the recognition of which led James Burnham to write The Managerial Revolution. But I cannot agree with Toynbee in his choice of terms or in the line he draws between the technical period and the period of organization. In his sketchy conception of technique, for which he has been severely criticized, the confusion between machine and technique remains. He has limited the realm of technique to what it was in the past, without considering what it is now. In reality, what Toynbee calls organization, and Burnham calls managerial action, is technique applied to social, economic, or administrative life. What but technique is the organization defined in the following? Organization is the process which consists in assigning appropriate tasks to individuals or to groups so as to attain, in an efficient and economic way, and by the coordination and combination of all their activities, the objectives agreed upon. Sheldon. This leads to the standardization and the rationalization of economic and administrative life, as Antoine Masse has well shown. Standardization means resolving in advance all the problems that might possibly impede the functioning of an organization. It is not a matter of leaving it to inspiration, ingenuity, nor even intelligence to find a solution at the moment some difficulty arises. It is rather in some way to anticipate both the difficulty and its resolution. From then on, standardization creates impersonality, in the sense that organization relies more on methods and instructions than on individuals. We thus have all the marks of a technique. Organization is a technique, and André L.A. Vincent had good reason to write, "To approach the optimum combination of factors, or the optimum dimension, is to accomplish technical progress in the form of a better organization." It will no doubt be asked, what is the point of discussing these terms, since at bottom you are in agreement with Toynbee?
Yeah, let me show you guys this. Oh man, I need to actually show this on the show. But actually, I think I will play this whole thing on the show.
I used to see those Toynbee tiles all over Philly back in the early 2000s. You would see them all over in the asphalt.
Yeah, but it says here, the ancient Greek term kubernetikos, good at steering, appears in Plato's Republic and Alcibiades, where the metaphor of a steersman is used to signify the governance of people. Okay, so he says here, cybernetics, and the subtitle of the work is, or control and communication in the human and the machine. Weiner states, after much consideration, we have come to the conclusion that all existing terminology is too heavy a bias to one side or another to serve future development of a field as well as it should, as it happens so often to scientists. We have been forced to coin at least official Neo-Greek expression to fill the gap. We have decided to call the entire field control and communication theory, whether in machine or in an animal, the name cybernetics. Okay. So it says governance right here, Kubernetes in Latin, right? So the term has many origins, folks. Okay, cyber, right? It's about how to control humans. Isn't that interesting? And what is technology about?
But these discussions are important. Toynbee separates centuries and phenomena which ought to remain united. He would have us believe that organization is something other than technique, that man has in a way discovered a new field of action and new methods, and that we must study organization as a new phenomenon, when it is nothing of the sort. I, on the other hand, insist on the continuity of the technical process. It is this process which is taking on a new aspect. I would say its true aspect, and is developing on a worldwide scale. What are the consequences? The first is that the problems created by mechanical technique will be heightened to a degree as yet incalculable as a result of the application of technique to administration and to all spheres of life. Toynbee believes that this organization, which is succeeding technique, is in some way a counterbalance to it and a remedy, and that is a comforting view of history. But it seems to me that the exact opposite is true, that this development adds to the technical problems by offering a partial solution to old problems, itself based on the very methods that created the problems in the first place. This is the age-old procedure of digging a new hole to fill up an old one. A second consequence, if what we are witnessing is only an extension of the domain of technique, what was said above about mechanization is understandable. Toynbee writes of organization as a phenomenon whose effects cannot yet be seen. However, we can be confident that the final result will be that technique will assimilate everything to the machine. The ideal for which technique strives is the mechanization of everything it encounters. It is clear, therefore, that my opposition to Toynbee, even if it appears to be merely verbal, is significant. The technical age continues to advance, and we cannot even say that we are at the peak of its expansion. In fact, some decisive conquests remain to be made, man among others, and it is hard to see what is to prevent technique from making them. Thus, even if this is not a question of a new factor, it is at least clear now what the phenomenon involves and what it signifies. Definitions. Once we stop identifying technique and machine, the definitions of technique we find are inadequate to the established facts. Marcel Mauss, the sociologist, understands the problem admirably and has given various definitions of technique, some of which are excellent. Let us take one that is open to criticism and, by criticizing it, state our ideas more precisely. Technique is a group of movements, of actions generally and mostly manual, organized, and traditional, all of which unite to reach a known end. For example, physical, chemical, or organic. This definition is perfectly valid for the sociologist who deals with the primitive. It offers, as most shows, numerous advantages. For example, it eliminates from the realm of techniques questions of religion or art. Magic, however, ought to be classified among techniques, as we shall see later. But these advantages apply only in a historical perspective. In the modern perspective, this definition is insufficient. Can it be said that the technique of elaboration of an economic plan, purely a technical operation, is the result of such movements as Moses describes? No particular motion or physical act is involved. An economic plan is purely an intellectual operation, which nevertheless is a technique. When we consider Moses' statement that technique is restricted to manual activity, the inadequacy of his definition is even more apparent. Today, most technical operations are not manual. Whether machines are substituted for men or technique becomes intellectual, the most important sphere in the world today, because in it lie the seeds of future development, is scarcely that of manual labor. True, manual labor is still the basis of mechanical operation, and we would do well to recall Junger's principal argument against the illusion of technical progress. He holds that the more technique is perfected, the more it requires secondary manual labor, and furthermore, that the volume of manual operations increases faster than the volume of mechanical operations. This may be so, but the most important feature of techniques today is that they do not depend on manual labor, but on organization and on the arrangement of machines. I am willing to accept the term organized as Moses uses it in his definition, but I must part company with him in respect to his use of the term traditional. And this differentiates the technique of today from that of previous civilizations. It is true that in all civilizations technique has existed as tradition, that is, by the transmission of inherited processes that slowly ripen and are even more slowly modified, that evolve under the pressure of circumstances along with the body's social, that create automatisms which become hereditary and are integrated into each new form of technique. But how can anyone fail to see that none of this holds true today? Technique has become autonomous. It has fashioned an omnivorous world which obeys its own laws and which has renounced all tradition. Technique no longer rests on tradition, but rather on previous technical procedures, and its evolution is too rapid, too upsetting to integrate the older traditions. This fact, which we shall study at some length later on, also explains why it is not quite true that a technique assures a result known in advance. It is true if one considers only the user. The driver of an automobile knows that he can expect to go faster.
Hey, machine, are you still there?
Mechanical. With the advent of the technique of servo mechanisms, this axiom does not hold true. Footnote: mechanisms which involve so-called feedback, in which information measuring the degree to which an
Hey, machine, are you still there?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I know you're gonna go do something in a second. If you don't mind, can you, if you're gonna step away, do you mind leaving this thing I sent in the back playing so we can record it? Because it's basically Elon Musk talking with Nick Fuentes, and I'm pretty sure it's not going to be recorded. So I was wondering if it's live right now on X. I was wondering if maybe we could record it so we have a copy of it. If I was home, I would just go do it on my own, but I'm not home right now. He's like hosting a debate with Nick Fuentes that won't be recorded, I'm pretty sure. So
and I know you guys always say Remilio. I didn't understand until we talked what that was. And sometimes it's Remilio, and then it's Remilio.
Can you guys hear it?
But I
can hear it. I can hear it.
Research and, so I kind of have the gist. So Milady is the NFT.
Okay, I'm on the phone, so just holler if you need me again.
Yeah, well, sorry about that. I just want to get a copy of it.
Corporation. Do I have that right?
Yes. That's yep. So far, so true.
And why do you say Remilio at the end of everything?
So Remilio is it's a sister collection or a brother collection, really. So Milady is the main one, and then we released Remilio. It's also an NFT, and they kind of represent a little bit two different tribes. The Remilio is the one that I think the Groypers and Remilio share some community crossover. It's a lot more into sort of juvenile shit posting, trolling, that kind of 4chan style fun, but on Twitter. Milady is also 4chan influenced, but it's a lot more aligned to cypherpunk values. It's strong commitments to like free speech, free information, free markets. Remilio is also a free speech maxi project, but it's a lot more in the way of like baiting people into saying retard or starting end towers and that kind of thing. And a lot of shit posts or jokes inside the collection, like referencing QAnon or like the Trump campaign, that kind of ethos.
Gotcha. And so let me ask you this. So, I mean, really, I don't have a problem with you. I don't really know you, and I don't have a problem with the Milady people. But I mean, to me, the crux of this conversation and why we're here is, and I think you actually posed the question. I think it's the right question. You said, why should anyone who is within 3 degrees of separation from Peter Thiel, why should they be canceled or blacklisted or something like that? And I think that is really and I wouldn't phrase it exactly that way. I don't think I am blacklisting or canceling people. At least I'm not trying to do that. And we could get into that. But I just want to make that clear at the beginning. And that was how you posed it. I wouldn't necessarily say it that way. But that, I mean, it's the relationship with Thiel and then the broader little tech PayPal mafia space, because of course Thiel, as well as some of these other elements, venture capital elements, they are backing a lot of these projects, which although they're not necessarily political per se, there is a lot of overlap with a political world. Like, for example, the Remilia after party, the Milady after party, following the Passage Press inauguration party. That's an example of the overlap. So let me ask you, because I know you do a lot of ironic stuff. And when I asked you, when I said, is this ironic? I mean, that sounded like a mic drop. You posted and said, oh, I got a Peter Thiel grant. And I said, was this ironic? And that sounded like a mic drop, like, oh yeah, but it was that ironic. So I guess as much as you're willing or comfortable to answer, can you clarify what your relationship is with? Because I don't think you work for Palantir. I think that's a troll. But like, what is the relationship that you have with Thiel, if you can speak on that?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have any. I've never met him. We've never taken. Remilia is entirely self-funded or crowdsourced through crypto. It's happened very publicly, with a lot of intent so that we could retain our autonomy. We've never taken private capital. I'm not exactly opposed to it. It's just something that we would only do while we can make sure that we can do so while we're maintaining our ideals. So we're very independent in that sense. I would love to take Peter Thiel even just $100, just so I could say that we did receive that money, because I think it's very funny. And that's exactly what we were memeing. Actually, if you look up that tweet, it's a pasta. It's not. We just put it. You can find 100 ladies having made that same post saying that they took money from Peter Thiel to. If you actually read it too, that what it's saying is that Peter Thiel is giving us emails of tweets that we should retweet personally, like 20 to 30 tweets that he asked us to retweet. It's pretty clearly a joke.
Okay.
But the funny thing is, Nick, what I was so surprised is we were actually mocking libtards who had canceled us previously for other random associations. To add to the list, we've also done things with Praxis. They also get accused of being deal backed. It's our native impulse is to just lean into it. If people are going to accuse us of things, it's funny, and we're just going to mock them and put out bait to get fake cancels, like light a fire and just have a laugh. But what was surprising to me is I didn't even know there was a general Thiel-backed conspiracy from the right. I spent the last few days trying to learn a little bit about what your position was there. And I guess, well, you're an anti-Zionist is what it comes down to, right?
Well, that's certainly a part of it. I mean, I would put it simply by saying that these people like Mark Andreessen, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, they all come from the PayPal mafia. They all come from that tech venture capital world. Like there's significant overlap with, Andreessen was on eBay, and Thiel was into Facebook, and Andreessen is an advisor to Zuckerberg, and so these people come from a very specific milieu, and there is also big overlap with the intelligence world. Obviously, Palantir was funded by In-Q-Tel in the beginning, and first contractor was the CIA for 10 years. And so I'm very suspicious of their connections to the intelligence world. That's a big part of it. And then I would also, to make it very simple, I would say that I don't think that that my idea of the right wing aligns with theirs. I think that, one of them, I forget off the top of my head who said it, but they're Silicon Valley liberals. They claim to be Silicon Valley liberals. Peter Thiel is gay. Sam Altman is gay. Many of them are immigrants. Thiel, David Sachs, these guys are immigrants. They're pro-gay. I don't think any of them are Christian. Thiel, allegedly Vance became Catholic at the behest of Thiel. He's super into Girard. But there's it's a little dubious because he lives a gay lifestyle and he's not going to go to a Catholic church. So, and Thiel is maybe one of the better ones, arguably, if there are better ones. So you have this group of basically secular humanist, like socially liberal, techno-libertarians, and as a Catholic nationalist, who I wouldn't call myself, strictly speaking, a white nationalist, but I do support white identity politics. I find myself totally at odds with them philosophically, and I think that they have put a lot of money into these projects to convince people that it's basically to create a Trojan horse. It has some of the trappings of like a dissident right movement, and it styles itself in that way, but it's concealing the fact that they're really bringing forward this libertarian liberal agenda. And then I feel like that with Trump. I feel like that with this populist movement. And so I wouldn't say it's me, the way you said it, is that I'm canceling everybody with connections to Thiel. I want to make it transparent so that people understand exactly, where to follow the money and who's paying who and what they're getting. And then I'm arguing that, okay, so if these projects are backed by these intelligence contractors who are gay immigrant liberals, like obviously they probably don't align with my values, our values, me and my community. So that's kind of the basis of it. And I mean, I don't know, do you think that's objectionable?
I think you're generally accurate. They could be described as techno-libertarians. I think where I disagree is just your methods of disagreement. I mean, all right, in our first interaction, your first impulse was to dox me. I've historically very strongly argued against doxing in any fashion. I'm a big believer in the marketplace of ideas, as Twitter or any blogging, all as a commons where we can share a discourse and debate openly, and in private, not be persecuted for what you might have shared in the commons, with the commons being a place where we can just, even like on your show, you often do bits. You're not very serious about everything you say, but people can take it out of context and treat it very literally, and it's in bad faith. In the same way, like you can disagree with a guy like Peter Thiel or, for example, Curtis Yarvin. But what's shocking to me is you come in here and you're like doxing them, and you're like doxing these people that are like I mean, I've talked to them, and not all this list of figures, but like Passage Press, for example, they're good people. I might not agree with like everything they say, but they are advancing the same kind of right of bringing back an open discourse and these sort of like the dark intellectual web and these ideas that were suppressed over the last 10 years under, you know, the left censorship. So I just don't really, because I don't really understand why are you so aggressive and like divisive towards them?
Well, I would say in the first place, I mean, regarding doxing, I actually agree with you. I mean, I was really doxed. I think we do have to distinguish between a hard and a soft dox. You know, posting someone's identity is one thing, and then someone who is a public figure posting their address and phone number is something different. And I got hard doxed. Like my address went and blew up and got 20 million impressions on X, and someone showed up and tried to kill me at my house. Like that.
Yeah,
so I get it.
You pepper sprayed them. That was pretty based.
Well, I can't comment on that because I got fucking charged in connection to fucking bullshit. But that's the allegation. So I'm with you. And, you know, from my understanding, your identity had been out there already. You had been doxed previously. So I do see that as different. And for what it's worth, when it comes to the soft form of doxing, revealing people's identity, I'm a little bit less sympathetic about that when it concerns public figures. Like, for example, somebody like Bronze Age Pervert. This is a guy who's super influential, is a writer, you know, and he gets reviewed in Claremont Review of Books, which is very spooky. Claremont Institute, founded by Harry Jaffa, who was a disciple of Leo Strauss. He's the founder of the West Coast Straussians. Claremont is funded by Peter Thiel and Paul Singer. Paul Singer is like a Jewish Israeli nationalist, super pro-gay. Peter Thiel is gay, and you know, half his net worth is tied up in an In-Q-Tel intelligence contractor. They reviewed his book because Curtis Yarvin gave it to Michael Anton. And Michael Anton is now, I think, an advisor on the National Security Council, or he's a policy advisor or something. Anton is a student of Harry Jaffa. And it's like, so now they review his book, and this is what makes him blow up. And he gets talked about in Politico and the New York Times. They write favorably about him. And, you know, I initially, so the reason I'm saying this is because it kind of connects to what you said. You know, why am I so aggressive? Aren't these guys like broadly right wing? Don't they promote like a dark intellectual kind of thing? That was how I felt about them for a long time. But what was the question that I asked myself is why? Because really, not to be like juvenile, but Bronze Age Pervert started it with me. This is how it all started. Me and him, I actually had him on my show. I said, come on my show. He sent Mike Ma, who designed the cover for Selective Breeding, and he does the graphic design for Steve Saylor's speaking tour. And Mike Ma's obviously in that world. He sent Mike Ma to read pre-written answers to my questions on the show. So, and I think that was the first interview that he did for Bronze Age Mindset when he came out with the book many years ago. So I used to associate with him, and I talked to him in DMs, and we were mutuals. Then during the Groyper War 5 years ago, so in 2019 in the fall, I hosted a very small get-together. I mean, literally like 20 people, 25 people, and they were all friends of mine. And Bronze Age Pervert goes on Twitter and says, this is Charlottesville 2. Don't go. You're going to be doxxed. No one should go. Face fagging is, you know, counterproductive to what we're trying to do. And I reached out privately, like everybody says to do. And I said, hey, man, I said, that's really not what we're doing. I said, it's 25 people. We all know each other. I said, are you going to take it back? And he goes, no, you shouldn't do it. And I said, well, you're a fucking liar then. I said, because here I am explaining to you what it is, and you're telling people not to go. And that's where it started. And, you know, he's been amplifying a lot of bad faith attacks against me. If he wants to attack me for being Catholic, there's an intellectual disagreement between neoliberals and Catholics. Fine. But he's amplifying smears. And so I asked and I'm not trying to ramble here, but I said, why is this guy coming after me? What's really going on? And so I started to peel back the layers, and he had already been doxxed. And we start talking about who he is. And it turns out, this guy goes to MIT, Columbia, Yale, and we start to see who he's connected with. He was at Columbia at the same time as Bari Weiss. She writes an article in Columbia Spectator in the end of 2004. He writes an identical essay for Columbia Spectator in early 2005 about Columbia unbecoming. People can look that up. It was a big controversy about pro-Palestine professors on the campus, and all the Israelis were trying to shut it down. And Bari Weiss was working for this group called the David Project. Then she goes to Israel to get trained up by Yoram Hazony to write op-eds. And then she writes under Bret Stephens. She's the protege of Bret Stephens.
Hey, Nick, you're
yeah.
You're kind of
okay.
You've covered all this ground before.
I'm sorry.
I've seen.
Well,
I've seen
let me.
The thing is,
well, let me tie it up.
I can't even. I get the gist of it.
Okay. Let me wrap it up then. I'll just say this. So here's the point. It matters who these people are. Okay. And the ones that are saying, "Oh, you can't say who we really are," it's like, because you're right.
Nick.
I think he disconnected. I can't hear him.
Can you hear? Shows a speaker to me. I don't know.
Yeah, Nick, you there?
No, never mind. He's gone now. I'll look for him. Bring him back.
Cool. Yeah, spaces are glitchy sometimes, even if you are interacting with stuff on X, or say are getting a few reactions. Sometimes you may get disconnected. So this is quite normal. This happens all the time. I think when he's back.
There we go. Yeah, he's back. I'm bringing him up. Yep.
You might check. Is he there?
It says connecting.
Okay.
Yeah, space is real glitchy today. I can't even see Charlotte on the stage right now.
Really? Really?
Yeah, but on my
That's
other
crazy.
monitor I can, so I don't know. It's just weird.
So is he requesting? Don't see him.
To me, yeah, for Nick it says connecting with a little circle.
Oda, what do you
stuck
see?
on connecting. He's stuck on
he's also
connecting.
Charlotte is here. Charlotte, you still there?
Yeah. You can hear me?
He just left. He just
Yeah, we hear you.
requested.
Okay, there you go.
That looks like he's gonna try again.
Shall we bring somebody up?
Hey,
There we go.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can.
Yeah. All right. So, yeah, I'm here. So just to finish my point, I apologize for rambling. I do think it matters who these people are, and I think the public does need to know. I think that it only benefits basically dishonest, subversive people to be so preoccupied with, you can't know everything that I'm about. I find it very suspicious, and that was a perfect case. And I'm aggressive against these people because honestly, they started it. But I'll let you respond to some of that, and then I could pick up from there because I realize we haven't heard from you in a minute. I'm used to doing a show, so I'll just keep monologuing. So you go ahead.
It's okay. It's just also I don't know Bab's story. I'm not going to be able to be in a position to defend him, so it's inappropriate kind of to rattle off these stories where they can't defend themselves. And I don't know. I've never even actually directly talked to the guy. I'm a fan of his work. I'm a fan of his book and his writing. I cited some of his ideas, his influences in my own thinking, and I think that's what's the most important when you're discussing the question of illuminating who's a glowy, who's a Fed, who's CIA. I think it's more important to look at what it is that they're actually advocating for and the products of those actions. I wrote a post about conspiracy hermeneutics and the kind of way that conspiracy thesis is formed. You have to, by nature, any piece of information you can't know if it's being obscured or faked. You have to assess it with some degree of skepticism. So the only way to know how true something is by forming like a cluster where there's enough smoke so you can assume there's a fire, but you'll never be able to prove it. In like the question of if somebody's actually a CIA agent or a secret Zionist or whatever it is, you'll never be able to prove it 100%. You can only base it off of these like chain of connections, these associations, but it's very, very corrupt to bias, and easily be fed by paranoia. It's much more practical to just look at what is the output of what they're advocating for. So that's what I assess my peers. As an example for Bat, he's a Nietzschean vitalist. Maybe some accuse it of being a bit homoerotic in his posting. I think he does that as a joke. I don't know, but he's advocating for strength and vitality in young men, and I think that's a very productive thing to advocate for. I don't see why Fed would come in and encourage that. It doesn't make sense that it's not productive to the project of protecting the state from a dissident resistance, which is really what this dissident right forms collectively, including your camp. We're all part of a general revolutionary movement, very similar to the leftists of the 70s, starting from theory and moving in slowly into institutions and into praxis. But when I look at then your camp and you're being divisive, it does seem to me like that is what a Fed would do. If there was a Fed in the space, they would divide against other people on the right and also invoke a purity spiral. Finding reasons to, as an example, you don't like the Jews. Some people do, some people don't. If they do, though, that doesn't mean that. And you think the Israeli lobby, etc., is bad for America project. I have no opinion on that. My opinion is that I believe in American liberalism, and I'm looking towards the future where I'm an AI accelerationist. My head's off into 100 years from now. I'm not concerned about these nation state politics. I'm just not like mired in that kind of contemporary politics. But when I look at something like, as an example, Curtis Yarvin's techno-libertarianism, I think there's a lot of great ideas there in this discussion. And I don't think I saw a video of outside of Passage Presley, some of the gropers were like throwing coins at the guy. And that's not conducive to an intellectual discourse. It's just harassment. It's the kind of things you expect the left to do on the right. You don't expect it to come from inside the right. That's my contention.
Well, I would reply to your first point, because you said, it doesn't really matter the whom. You said it matters the what, what it is that they say. Yes. And I want to read to you a short quote from one of my favorite authors. This is from Palladium magazine. It says, a peculiarity of contemporary American political life should in conclusion be remarked on. It is worth noticing what happens in conversation or debate, in person or in the press, when anyone tries to shift the subject away from discussion of abstract political and foreign policy ideologies. It's to concrete questions of who and whom. If any party wishes to talk not of ideals and philosophy, but about who actually is making the decisions in government, who is their teacher, mentor, associates, and so on, the response from the usual voices in public is vehemently negative. And yet, despite its unpopularity, the greatest insight comes from precisely this type of history. You know who wrote that?
I am guessing Yarvin.
Costin Alamariu. Dr. Costin Alamariu wrote that in Palladium magazine, which is funded by Peter Thiel.
I think he's talking about a different kind of situation, though. We're talking about intellectuals.
Oh, so he meant, well, no, it really not, because he's writing on domestic and foreign policy, and so does Curtis Yarvin. So do all these people, and I follow his advice. I agree, actually, with that praxis, which is the concrete questions of who and whom. Those are the questions that matter. Those are the questions that have always mattered, as opposed to sort of vague ideology. Because, I mean, honestly,
they're not in positions of political influence. They're talking about people in the government. The question is,
Curtis Yarvin is in a position of influence?
You're not in institutional influence. It's only on a theoretical level.
Not over J.D. Vance?
He's not in a role where he's actually has wields political power. It's just intellectual influence.
He has no influence over the vice president?
That's, again, it's intellectual or theoretical. It's not, he doesn't hold a seat of power. But the point is,
he's part of the cathedral, wouldn't you say?
And he's working his way in there. It's a long march into institutions. I'm sure he's talked about that. In general, with the NRX, that was the recommended strategy, is you influence to the top rather than trying to just instill a populist movement, taking your ideology and, Aristotle teaching Alexander the Great, you just influence the people of actual power. But what you're criticizing is their thought, but you're using it on the basis of their, these connections that they supposedly have, with the point being that it's actually the CIA that's ghostwriting this thought for them, and that somehow this thought is meant to be productive towards state interest. But then in that case, you can just look at it and see, is it productive to state interest? You don't have to use the entire network of a CIA conspiracy to make that assessment.
It's conducive to somebody's interest, and that's really the question. And that's why I have been preoccupied for the past couple of years with the who and the whom when you look at J.D. Vance, because you can't have it all ways. I mean, you can say, well, you follow a Curtis Yarvin. Well, Curtis Yarvin says that the real seat of power is the cathedral. He says the real seat of power is a priestly class of intellectuals, which certainly Yarvin and his acolytes, these so-called dark intellectuals, like you just said, they are marching through the institutions like the radicals from the 70s and trying to take over the seat of power. And that is embodied by somebody like Vance, who is obviously comes from this scene because he was mentored and received money from Thiel, and he's mutuals with all these people and so on. So contrary to what you say about, well, we just need to focus on the ideas and like when we got to not talk about who these people really are, I think that's all we have to talk about is who they really are. And as to when I want to get into something else.
Vance is on your side, Nick. I mean, he
He's
might not
so
be
not on my
100%.
side.
Come on,
No.
he's at Tim Walz versus Vance. Vance is 80%.
He's married to an Indian. He's on my side.
Yeah, well, come on, you're an Italian Mexican, so I mean, it evens out.
He doesn't value his race, is the point. He married somebody who's a first-generation immigrant. And, I said that during the election. Everybody said it was an ignorant, racist statement. I think it's pretty straightforward. If somebody marries outside their race, it means that, they probably don't value their race. And he says as much in his book. He says that his culture is so backwards and he was so disgusted by it that he married somebody that far outside of his culture and race. It's in his book. And point is, someone like that does not actually share my values.
Your purity spiraling. Why does he have to be 100%?
How is that a purity spiral?
You need him to be 100%. Why?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's not a question of purity. It's a question of if a person values their race and their heritage, it's something they wouldn't do. It's got nothing to do with purity. It's just got to do with, if I go and
no, I don't mean purity of blood. I mean that of the things that he stands for or believes in, one of them, racial purity is not a concern for him. But
not
most
purity.
of the other points.
Why do you say purity?
But not being a race traitor, maintaining your white.
What percentage white is Usha Vance?
I think you're misunderstanding my point. If you look at like the list of things that Vance stands for and believes in compared to the general, politician, the average median, or even on the right, he's like 80% there, just because there might be some violations that don't agree with you. He's not concerned about a white purity bloodline. You're throwing him out completely.
You're using
spiral.
that word though, purity. It's got nothing to do with purity. It's got to do with what do you value? And the basis of a nationalist movement says that we value our people, that there is something essential about race that made America the way it is. If America were, 400 million Nigerians, it would be different than it was 400 million white people. So that is essential to our worldview. If somebody marries the first generation immigrant from Asia, it would follow them that they really don't share our values. And I would say the same, by the way, about like any liberal, like Bari Weiss. Bari Weiss is a lesbian. She doesn't share my values. Is that a purity spiral? She's got a female partner. And it is what it is. You may be more liberal on that. I know Adrian probably is. Many people are. As a Catholic, that's completely contrary to my worldview. As a consequence,
it seems to come off as you're finding excuses to throw people out of your movement and have a reason why nobody is good enough.
That's not true. I like Michelle Malkin.
It can go both ways too. A white ethno-nationalist movement for America. The precedent is the nativist movements, like the 1850s Know Nothing movement or the original Ku Klux Klan. You must be familiar. I don't mean the Hollywood racist, black-hating lynch mobs of Ku Klux Klan, but the actual movement that you must appreciate that they were anti-Semite, but also they were anti-Catholic. They were very concerned about the Catholic immigration. That was their number one concern, because they considered it fundamentally alien to the original heritage American. Maybe you could make the same argument for a white Christian ethno-state. You'd have to pull it back not to the 1920, or really it was 1965 when the Irish Catholic and the Italian Catholics began to become opened up along with the rest of the world. But in 1924, when there were still strong restrictions. I assume you'd also agree that it wouldn't be very conducive to your goals to maintain that strict purity spiral. It has to be only the WASP ethno-state rather than a general white Christian ethno-state.
You're bringing up things that have nothing to do with the subject at hand, which is, we represent in this time, that was 100 years ago. In the intervening 60 years between 65 and today, we've had 40 million immigrants come in here, probably more. That the vast majority of them are not white and not Christian. It's fundamentally transforming the fabric of the country. And it's really simple. There are people that think that this is extremely urgent and existential. It's going to threaten the existence of the essence of America and has to be arrested and reversed. And then there are people that don't really care about that at all, or they think that race is actually not determinative and it's a factor that doesn't matter. I fall into the former category. And people like Vance, and by the way, that whole ilk that champion this colorblind meritocracy stuff, obviously they disagree. People that say that it's a question of citizenship, or it's a question of legal status, or how much taxes they're paying, or something like that. It's a difference in values. And point being is, I don't know why all of a sudden you're defending Vance. All I'm saying is I disagree with him. All I'm saying is we have to look at who they are. Yarvin, Vance, Teal, Bapp. We have to look at who they are, and we have to be aware of what their values are, what their connections are. And I think that we're really not on the same page. And you asked me, why am I being divisive? Why am I being aggressive? I'm not. It didn't start out that way. Initially, I was like you, and I said, Bapp says things that are similar enough until he started attacking the Groypers. And I liked Passage Press and Sovereign House until they banned me. I was in talks with somebody to do an event at Sovereign House. And one of the owners of Sovereign House, Nick Allen, was
Okay,
open
all
to the
right.
idea. What?
Okay,
Yeah,
you're going
we're
off
kind of
on me.
spiraling. Yeah, we're kind of spiraling here. Something that I
Well,
okay,
no,
something.
this is about the subject of
I,
hand. You
I,
said, "Why am I
no,
divisive?"
Actually,
And I'm
actually, Nick,
explaining
Nick,
the.
Nick,
well,
Nick, I want to ask you
let
something.
me just let
Nick, I
me
want to
just
ask
say
you
one thing there.
Hang on.
Let me just say one thing there.
Don't say Nick Allen.
No, I don't care, Nick Allen. You just it comes off to me like you're acting whiny and you're complaining about like old views.
So you
all
feel like
right,
I'm
all right.
whining
Okay,
about
okay, guys, calm down. All right, look, Nick, let me ask you something.
Why are you rattling this off? I don't even. I mean,
Is
I
my
don't know
mic
about
actually
any of
working or
this
is it broken?
Can you hear Adrian?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay,
Charlotte,
cool.
can you hear Adrian?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, guys. So something I want to ask you, Nick, is let's say someone is of a different race, but they do, to a certain fundamental point, embrace some of the values that are important to the country in which you're in. Would that be fine? Because I think your whole struggle is more so about values than it is about race. Is that correct?
No, it is very much about race. And if there is an individual, well, and let me put it this way. I think that we can have people that are not white in America. There are people that are not white in America. There's large numbers of them. But if America becomes mostly people that are not white, it will be a different country. And you can argue whether that's acceptable or not, but you cannot argue that it won't be a different country. And as somebody that, I grew up in a neighborhood that was 95% white, it will be irreversibly and fundamentally changed by something like that. And I want to preserve that way of living. And that's the clash in values. But I mean, to me,
Actually,
I
don't disagree with you there. But I think the idea of rolling back the clock is untenable. I do agree with you that there needs to be a massive immigration reform and one that's a lot more self-conscious, including in terms of ethnicity and culture and religion. But also, not to keep drilling back to your own like personal status. I'm not doing it to insult you, but it was true too of like, for example, the Italian Catholics in Chicago, I believe you're from, that was the same scenario. People had the very identical concerns. Because when we talk about, even I actually agree that it's not just philosophy, there's an element of blood that factors into people's personality and character. The apple never falls far from the tree. You can see it from point of son to father. But that was also, in Anglo-Saxon Protestants, it is a big deviation from, the Mediterranean as an example. And that was also something that was well, discussed by the founding fathers. You must be familiar with like Benjamin Franklin's Nordicist racism.
Yeah, well, but this is the kind of thing. I actually like what J.D. Vance said in that interview where he said, just because we're a nation of immigrants 300 years ago, doesn't mean we have to have, and I feel the same way about this. I mean, this is the same kind of, well, the Italians weren't considered white. Yeah, that was 100 years ago. But the question now is, in this demographic transition worldwide, as all these countries become minority white, is whiteness worth preserving? I'm not here to debate about, the know nothings or the, these various nativist movements from 100 or 200 years ago. I'm here to talk about the demographic transition happening today. But I am curious because I'm really not as interested in debating this with you, with the race of America. I'm interested in the crux of the issue, which is Peter Thiel. That's why we're here. It's what we laid out at the beginning. And you said that you basically accused me of being a Fed, or said that I behave in a way that you would think a Fed would behave because of my needless divisiveness. I started to explain why I'm aggressive towards these people, kind of the genesis of that. And you say, wait, no, let's not talk about that. You said, that sounds whiny. And I'm curious, why don't you want to, do you not want me to talk about Nick Allen and Sovereign House? I mean, what is the issue there?
You're repeating lines that you said many times on the shows. People have seen it. I saw all those clips as soon as we interacted. I don't even know any of these stories. It's not like I'm trying to protect them. Like, don't add me to the conspiracy line that now I'm also part of this Talmudic network. I frankly, the whole deal conspiracy seems very dubious to me. Do you think that he's actually like coordinating and influencing them towards some directions, like selecting what kind of parties are thrown at Sovereign House or what books Passage Press is publishing? Um, they seem to just be part of a general movement of a dissident right. It makes a lot of sense. I can see the same kind of influences that, we both grew up with online, and the same kind of general conversations and spaces. They just happen to go into one direction while you've gone into another.
Yeah, look, this is something that has been going on for as long as there's been a CIA. It used to be called the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Would you have said in the 1950s and 60s, like, do you really think William F. Buckley Jr. is receiving money from the CIA? At the time, you might have said, no, that's a ludicrous conspiracy theory. But the Congress for Cultural Freedom was backing all of actually the intellectual antecedents of this current movement. So yeah, I do. Wait. Are you just going to interrupt me the whole time? Are you going to interrupt me the whole time?
You've got the same allegations.
Wait, can I finish a sentence, or are you going to interrupt me the whole time? Because I think I've not been interrupting you.
Okay, you're right. Go ahead.
Thank you. So no, I don't think that when you say conspiracy, the subtext of that is it's kookery. It's a tinfoil hat. It's not credible. I don't think it's a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy fact. If you follow the money, if you follow the associations, you will find that, like you said, there is this vast network. You characterize it as a sort of organic, spontaneous coming together of like-minded people. I think that there is a little more to the story there. I think that there is some intentionality. And we can start with the fact that, across the board, all of these projects, look, there are a lot of Jewish people in them, and none of them are critical of Israel. None of them are critical of the Israel lobby. And people that talk too much about that sort of stuff, they're not welcome in that network. And so I don't think I am the divisive one. I think that for as long as I've been doing this, when I was being merely pro-white or right-wing or something like that, I was accepted. The moment that I started to lean too much into criticism or skepticism of Israel's influence, among other things, that is when I became unwelcome. And I think that really is the division. You know that because Thiel goes on Bari Weiss's show. Thiel backs national conservatism, which is run by Hazony. And you say you've heard all this before and so on. Well, these are the relevant facts in the conversation. I mean, Yoram Hazony banned me from NatCon. Nick Allen and future Moldovan citizen banned me from Sovereign House. BAP attacked the first Groyper Leadership Summit. I never fired the first shot. And by the way, Peter Brimelow got banned from NatCon, run by Yoram Hazony. So it's like, it has been made clear.
I don't even know.
Go ahead.
I don't even know like half these names and people that you're rattling off.
Well, then you're ignorant.
Okay. I think what we can do. Okay, I think what we can do here is
your old personal wounds.
Right. So here's what we're gonna do. Everybody makes 1 point, and then there's a response. This happens on both sides because I feel like okay. So Charlotte likes to make very compressed points. Nick, you like to kind of elaborate a lot, and I think everything is interconnected with everything. So I could literally start rattling off about how assembly works, and then basically I would begin by saying, I need to first invent the universe. So instead of reinventing the universe, I think we should stick to individual points. So Nick, you make one, then Charlotte makes one, back and forth, and you can address each other's points. Because if we make too many points in connection with one another, then we don't actually have a conversation. Okay. So if we could do that, that would be great.
Yeah. So my point is simple, which is I'm not divisive. People like me have been. They have tried to destroy me for my particular views. It's not divisive to fight back. That's my point.
Okay, well, I've been in a very similar situation, so I think that's fair to feel that way. I think right now with Trump's win, I understand you have your qualms with his current campaign, and you've been hesitant to trust, his whatever moves he's been making. But we are in a new right renaissance. We are winning. We've won, and we're pushing the advantage. And I don't know why you would take this time to keep picking at these old wounds and other people on the right instead of just joining with this new front and pushing the advantage.
Okay, well, I'll answer with one singular point. Why am I not just joining up with the new right? Because Trump signed an executive order saying they're going to direct all of government to shut down anti-Semitism. Am I not somebody that has been, and by the way, I don't identify that way, but am I not someone that has been accused of anti-Semitism? So, it's sort of hard for me there were like, at the Passage Press party, the one that you were at and the one that you hosted the after party for, so many of the people there, that were there have tried to destroy me. People like Steve Bannon. And it's not picking at old wounds, but you're asking, why won't I just join up with them? It's because they want to destroy me and my movement, and for one very good reason. You could take a wild guess, but we'd have to get into the who and the whom rather than their abstract, Nietzschean vitalism or whatever they want to call that.
It's an ethnic war, and if one ethnic lobby has money, and they're using that for influence, it's just what it is. Naturally, you'll defend your own race. I'm sure you see that yourself. You do the very same. It's a natural incentive. I don't think it's a conspiracy. What you have to do is you just win by having more influence and better political positioning. And I'm not saying you need to join up with anybody, but you can make tentative diplomatic friendships or truces, and just you experienced a very serious deplatforming, and you've now come back. You're getting platformed again, and you don't need to be in this attack dog mode, rather than just taking your platform and putting out your influence, putting out your views. Doing the space, I got a lot of pushback. People were saying that, like, I can't platform Nick Fuentes. I told him that first of all, I'm like, I believe in platforming anybody. I think everybody should be able to express their views, and just, if you don't agree with them, debate them. But also, second, you already have your platform. It's not like you don't have a stream every day with your followers. But why isolate it rather than just entering the conversation with everybody else? I don't know any of the history between all these other players. I'm just like, I just got suddenly caught up in the middle of it. But all I stand for is I don't engage in these contemporary politics so much as I'm just interested in the actual ideals. Maybe these guys are, but for me, it's philosophy. It's about American liberalism.
Yeah, I guess I'm just sort of confused because, sometimes you'll say you don't know any of the lore and you don't know the people. And then other times you say, yeah, these are your talking points. We've heard this before. And all I'm trying to say when I spell this kind of stuff out is because, exactly what you're saying, I would describe that as the first 5 years of my career, what you're describing, which is, look for agreement, and try to form a broad coalition and try to gain influence that way. That was the first 4 or 5 years of my career. And what has effectively happened is that the more that you push on one particular issue, the more that you get pushed back on, and you're right. If I were to change my whole MO and what I talk about, I'm sure they would all these people in this vast network would love to work with me. But it is my obstinate refusal not to omit or censor that part, which is why they won't. It's not for lack of willingness to participate or cooperate in the network. I would love for Bronze Age Pervert to join the space right now, or Lomez, or any of them. And I've been clear about that for a very long time. It is that group that says they will not interact with or talk to or promote anybody that they deem anti-Semitic. That's just a fact. And so,
my impression is it's not anti-Semitism; it's the doxing that's the concern.
That's not. That's not it. That's absolutely not it. It is the fact
And
that we are talking about those things.
and,
It's not,
by
the way,
what,
I didn't
hold
dox
on,
you.
let me,
You've been doxed.
well, you did use
So
your
so was
platform to
Bronze Age
goodness
Pervert.
you promoted it on your platform. Now, for me, it didn't matter. That was like I've long been through it, but you don't know that like that could have been something that would escalate into something that could create threats on family or that kind of thing. It's the same. Oh, it's the same as your house getting posted. You mentioned like 20,000 impressions.
Completely different because I've always used my real name and face. It's completely different.
It's the same. It's the same situation where it's an attempt to silence somebody by making them feel uncomfortable.
So which is it then? Is it that I'm unwilling to be a good sport and talk with them, and I'm the one that's the problem, or is it their refusal but for doxing and not another reason? Which is it?
I got caught up in the middle. I can't say. I don't know. I just think it's unfortunate that things are at this level. And by the way, when you mentioned, like I say that sometimes I don't know, sometimes I do. It's just because I saw clips of your show where you talked about, the whole conspiracy network. Because I tried to understand what was it? What's the issue here? So I didn't know until last week.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like I've been saying a very consistent message throughout and on my show and here and elsewhere, which is, and I told you at the very beginning what I stand for. For the things that I say, I have been attacked by these people. And it's because we don't share values, fundamental values. And, and then I fight back, or I try to sort of explicate why we don't agree and why there's a sharp difference. And then I get told I'm whining, or then I get told, some other thing or whatever. I just feel like I'm putting out a very simple and straightforward message. And there's all this kind of like ad hoc equivocation coming from you and from these people, because I think I've been very crystal clear about what I'm about and about the history, the record. I'm totally transparent and open about the whole thing. None of these people want to, like you, to your credit, you came to the space. I'm curious who told you not to come, because I called you out. And by the way, I called you out because the Ethereum founder, Vitalik, or however you pronounce his name, he attacked me for Vitalik. He attacked me for saying some of these connections. And all I did was lay out the connections. And he replies and says, this guy doesn't even know how to sig hail. What a terrible Nazi. So it's like, to your credit, you came to the space, but all these other people, for one reason or another, they don't want to show up. And I think that's kind of indicative of the whole thing. Who's really the problem? Am I divisive? I'm sitting here saying I would in a civil way and cordially speak to any one of them, in spite of the fact that, by the way, they have doxed me. They have participated in a hard dox of me and of my followers. And I would talk to any one of them. But they won't reciprocate that. And I think that's because they're a part of a network that is pushing a very specific agenda. And that is contrary to what you're characterizing it as, which is a spontaneous, organic, coming together of people. I think they have a very specific agenda, and I don't agree with it. And that's really what it amounts to.
Yeah, and by the way, when I say people, it wasn't any of them. That I didn't talk to any of them about this space. It was just people from the community, people, ladies on both sides. There's people in our community who think you're a fed. There's people who think you're like a great, they're your fans. I just listened to both sides, but my concern too before going out was like, is this guy going to use a platform to like harass and smear me and my family? You kept it very civil. I appreciate that, so that's what other people were warning me, that it might become dirty. And that's deciding whether or not to do this. That was my biggest concern. Like, is this going to be a serious conversation? Listen, I believe in what I believe in. I'm an independent person. Remilia we represent, honestly, I understand why we have crossover, because, we're a big tent. We're an umbrella community to just any kind of free speech and dissident movement. We, on all sides, when you mention like things like, I don't know, lesbian, LGBT, we have that in our community too, but the beauty of it is that they're all brushing shoulders, and even if they get in arguments and fight, they're still kept under the same tent. And that's why when I look at I haven't seen your show. I'm vaguely familiar. I've seen your memes. I've seen the funny clips. You're a funny guy, but suddenly I interact with you and there's like all this drama and dirt being flung around. You know, even like Vital, like you're calling him deal backed because he received a Founders Fund grant back in like 2015. I mean, you must know that Thiel is not involved in Ethereum. Like you can't tie him into. Come on.
I called
You
him
really think
Teal
that-
backed, and even though he received Founders Fund money, that's the definition of backing. And you know,
I mean,
and
do you think Thiel is involved in like directing any of Ethereum's development? It's extremely decentralized.
by
Like,
definition, he is involved. Yes,
Okay.
by
I
definition.
think there's I think
Come
there is discrepancy. It's like not backing, but backed in the past. It's like, say for instance, if Elon had he donated, I think it was $100 million to OpenAI back in the day. That doesn't mean that he's backing OpenAI. Quite the contrary, actually, he backed in that sense financially OpenAI back
But
then, right? So from this perspective, you could say it's like back, not backing, right?
to include Thiel in the conversation around Ethereum because of that, you're implying that Thiel is somehow manipulating its direction and influencing it. That's
Well,
exactly
there's a lot of overlap. I mean, like Nick Allen is a big Ethereum guy, and he rolls at Sovereign House with the Teal people. Isn't Allen's dad in the CIA? Aren't his parents in the CIA?
I don't
I mean,
know.
I hope I'm not stepping on any toes with that, but it's like that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. It's like all these people whose parents are in the CIA, they're all tech people, they're all running in the same circles and the same network. So yeah, I mean, obviously Teal didn't like create Ethereum himself, but and by the way, Founders Fund is not just about the money, it's about the network that is created. So he might have gotten a small loan of $100,000, if that's how you want to put it, a long time ago. But he clearly is part of that vast network. And who replied to his tweets? Polymarket. Polymarket replied retardio to his tweet. Polymarket, Peter Thiel's an investor in Polymarket. So, you know, it's like, and you know, Sovereign House, which is run by Alan, who's an Ethereum guy. Sov House hosted Passage Press's Passage Prize, who publishes Yarvin, who's Peter Thiel's guy. So it's like, you don't want to hear the connections, but you also say it's this vast conspiracy, and I don't really buy that.
I don't.
There it is.
This is like you're really stretching it thin here.
Okay.
Like,
well, people can
I don't
judge
know
if they think
anything.
it's a stretch.
I can tell you at least like Ethereum, Peter Thiel is not involved in the Ethereum Foundation. You can see if you want to go and dig into it, you know, it's quite transparent in the history of Ethereum. It's played out transparently with a lot of decentralization, and also it's again going back to the what. This is not something that CIA state actors would be interested in at all promoting. It's very distinctly it undermines the entire Federal Reserve and like nation states themselves by producing an uncensorable currency of the people. So again, it's just that's. I don't know about all the rest, but that's you're really stretching it there with Ethereum. I have to say that, and the Polymarket too. I mean, they're built on Ethereum. You know, like of course they're going to interact with the founder. I mean, that's like come on.
So a company that deals and yeah, but see, and that maybe is really the issue. But I mean, if you don't find that convincing, then okay, people can decide for themselves. But maybe there's another area to go into what you just said, which is why would a group which is promoting vitalism and an uncensorable currency, why would they be backed by the CIA or by the Mossad or by, you know, whatever? And I think it's pretty, well, in the first place, they just are identical with them. There's identity, you know, like, there was a consortium put together when Trump won the election with Palantir, OpenAI, SpaceX, to bid for government contracts. You know, so by definition, people like Palmer Luckey, who's from Facebook, and his Anduril makes drones that get put I think he makes drones. They're deeply connected.
Facebook. He created Oculus, which was acquired by Meta, so that's a little bit.
Well, and then he
This
was
is a
at-
separate thing, and
he
he was
was
actually
at
ousted from Facebook. Yeah, he was like ousted from Facebook because of his
Oh,
political
how did he get
opinions.
ousted if he wasn't there?
My dude,
No,
he wasn't at Facebook from like the way that you're describing it, as if he was just a worker there. No, he was literally part of the company. It's Oculus, which got acquired by Meta, basically
I
Facebook
know,
back
I
then,
know.
effectively.
I
Right.
know, but that-
he actually got fired because of his political views, and his political views were supporting Donald Trump.
And I know
Oh.
that story, but it's like
Nick is
that's how
correct.
they
Now he's
all.
doing Anduril, which is a defense company.
Yes, and
yes.
Anduril, and Anduril's backed by Teal. Okay, and so people like that, and Oculus, who invested in Oculus, Andreessen Horowitz. So all these people, they're defense contractors. So you could we could sit here and argue like, what is the benefit of pushing this? We almost have to argue that with the assumption that they are because they're defense and intelligence contractors, and they're backing this political project. So the question should be better said, why is the defense and intelligence community pushing vitalism? That's actually the right question, because whether they are or not, it's a factual matter. You could Google it or ask ChatGPT. It's there. So I think the reason they're
Yeah, but what's the problem with people investing in something that they believe has profit in the future, like it yields profit? I mean, if, for instance, I would have the opportunity to invest in Anduril and I had the money to do so, I would do it, actually, because it's a very interesting project. And I think it is, important for, warfare in general. And warfare in general means like defending the thing that you have, which is, a nation. So like, why wouldn't you invest in it? I don't understand. How is that a bad thing?
Yeah, I'm not against investment in itself. That's not my problem.
This comes back to what I mentioned about conspiracy hermeneutics, where you can take all these chains of information and interpret it in different ways to form a narrative, but you're projecting also, the narrative you're looking for onto it. It's kind of funny because with Vermilia, a lot of the reason why we have these trolls and this bait that's just out there in our lore is specifically as a kind of we're actually artists, and it's an artistic critique or a satire of this process of conspiracy making. Because if you put out information and it's something that people want to be true, then they're more likely to take it up and put it into the narratives that they're already forming. And they form these webs. You put out a few different nodes, and then they'll convince themselves of projection. So I mean, you've built a very stretched web here. It sounds strong. It's like, okay, you've gone out to go and connect like Palmer Luckey and Anduril and Palantir, all to prove that Peter Thiel is a defense agent. He invests in defense, and he's also investing in these other things. He's also just an investor, and he clearly has unique views and things that he talks about. Like I believe he's, you mentioned Vance and Girard. I believe that comes from Peter Thiel's discussions of Girard. And, he's referenced Nietzsche in talks before. It does make sense that maybe also authentically he has these latent interests on the side, and it's not directly related to every other thing that touches him. And maybe it is, but the people that he's investing into, even if he was a conspiracy mastermind that's like nudging things over into a direction to produce some kind of long-term project, they're not going to be getting direct orders. It's all in direct coordination, and it might just be as much as just not wanting to offend. If your major investor is Jewish, you're not going to go and post anti-Israeli things, and that's why you get these levels of awkwardness around what's is an un-PC topic. Even now on the right, as far as free speech and everything, it's just a very sensitive topic because of that capital inflows. But that doesn't mean it's a giant conspiracy. It's just a product of capital coordination. I mean, there's a large Israel lobby that has been operating for 50 years to reach this level of influence. I mean, frankly, when I look at your political project, I don't really understand why you're not also attempting to do the same and just fund an actual lobby in DC for a white Christian identity initiative. Every other minority group has one. Obviously, you couldn't do it anytime until now, but now is a time where there'd be political motion where they would accept you into DC. I don't know. It's just a thought when I look at your work this week. That's just how the game is played. It's influence, it's coordination and position.
I think Nick has another one of those connection issues.
Yeah, his thing disappeared.
Yeah. I kind of want to get back when he comes back. I do want to kind of shift back to the whole cultural discussion, I think, which I believe is the most relevant, because we can like talk about potential connections and what they might mean, or we could talk about the stuff that we actually agree/disagree on. I think when it comes to like values, he continues to mention values. He kind of like wraps them up in this conceptual connection stuff that he keeps doing, right? Which is fine. It's fine. It's just that I think we should discuss the crux of whatever culture he's trying to like, put through. Specifically, I actually want to address something about the country changing type of thing, or countries themselves changing. But
hey, I was hey, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yep.
Hey, so I was just going to say, in response to what you just said, it's sort of interesting because you say on the one hand, you say, oh, well, they're not really directing people to say things. There's not a top-down conspiracy just because you've put together this web of connections. At the same time, you say, though, maybe they don't want to offend their Jewish investors, and that's why they don't talk about Israel or the Jewish topic. And yeah, I mean, it's a principle called subsidiarity, which is to say that, like Fox News is not going to tell Tucker Carlson, here's what you're going to say tonight. But if Tucker Carlson deviates from what Rupert Murdoch wants, Fox News will terminate him. Case in point, and so really it's a difference without a distinction. Maybe they're not directing it from the top down and writing the script for every shit poster on Twitter who's part of the network, but every shit poster who's part of the network knows that if they cross over into certain territory and it's going to get them in trouble, then they're not going to do it. Or, they don't receive the money if they're identified as having the wrong opinion or something. That's really the point. And that's why it matters who they are. That's the whole question from the very beginning. Why does it matter if someone's getting money from Teal or 1 or 2 degrees of separation? It's for the reason I just said, which is that, if there's money flowing to them, which is coming from these sources, which is coming from, Teal runs Palantir with Alex Karp. And all you have to do is look up who Alex Karp is and what he said to understand that what you're saying is the reality. You have said the actual truth. When you say people don't want to offend Jews in Israel because the investor is Jewish, Alex Karp, Google him and what he has said about the far right in Europe, about his fear of being defenestrated by Christian nationalists. Mm-hmm. Case in point. So anyway, so with that, I guess we've exhausted that topic. If I heard Adrian said he wants to get more into culture, which I'm fine with if we want to talk about. You said you're a liberal. We could talk about that or whatever else. But yeah, that just to wrap up a bow on what I've been saying the whole time. It's like I do disagree with that network, and the network is closed. It is closed. They do not want to hear from Catholic, critics of Israel. And you know that because I'm not the only one that's banished from it. Anyone who's associated with me is banished from it. Anyone who has my views is banished from it. So anyway, so that's that.
I just I just don't think it's the anti-Semitism. I'm not going to name names, but there are anti-Semites in that network too. It's not like you're the only one to be.
There are not.
Okay. Adrian, do you want to move on to the?
Yeah, I do want to move on to the culture. But so, Charlotte, how open are you with your identity? Like, race-wise, belief-wise, like how open are you?
It's like I'm doxxed. People have like looked me up. I think it's irrelevant to my general online presence. But I'm a Kashmiri pundit. I'm Indian, so it's often a subject of attack.
Yeah, I can imagine, especially with what's been happening over the last couple months. Of course, you know, I'm pretty sure you were aware of the whole H-1B situation. It was a great time to start it, by the way. This whole argument, you know, around Christmas time, where everybody like who normally works very hard goes to spend time with their family. Luckily for me, I'm a person who is constantly active because I love the internet. So I was there when all of this melted down, which was absolutely fascinating. But kind of to the point, though, I think that where I think Nick and I would, for instance, disagree on the idea of values and representing them. I think it is very telling of a nation when someone who is foreign represents that nation's values more than the people within the nation itself who were born there, for instance. Because I think, let's say, you know, you have what is a white feminist, or you have an Indian who is not a feminist, and who is then also someone who represents my exact values as a white person, if I would happen to be one who now lives in America, right? So let's take that as an example. Who should I be dating? Who should I be marrying? Who's better for the country?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
I think that these kinds of questions obscure the reality, because there's a
That
question
is
of
the
scale.
reality. That is the reality. The reality is that quite a large percentage of the population that would otherwise be very suitable for, say, carrying on the next generation are just incapable of doing so because their brain has been rotted by all the nonsense that they've ingested because of the society that has fallen. I think you would even
But you
agree
do
that
this-
society has fallen.
You do this kind of like would you rather. I don't like would you rather questions because we can use politics to shape society. You know, so people will say things like,
true, but you cannot,
would
unfuck this. You cannot unfuck this. This is the thing, unless of course you
True,
want to.
but well, wait. But how do you characterize a situation being fucked? Because I'll give you really good examples. Poland and Russia became communist for a century, and everything was fucked. It was completely fucked. But when communism ended, they were still Poland and Russia. If the United States becomes full of non-white people, it could be communist or capitalist. It will irreversibly be changed and never be the same as it was.
But
so I think that's
so
worse.
here's why I don't think the communist argument necessarily works here. If you look at communism, it was a atheistic ideology. But if you look at the communist countries, most of the people there were still Christian. They were still participating as Christians.
Not in
They
Russia.
were hiding it, and when it Russia is still significantly Christian, even if
No,
they
it
don't
isn't.
behave like it.
No, it's like 20% Christian. It's not Christian at all. They totally eradicated Christianity. That's the whole point. But Putin is trying to plant the seed of Christianity again, and you can do that when there's continuity. You know, that's the continuity
Nick,
that can't be undone.
Just a little correction there. According to like a 2020 study, 82% of Russians identify as Christian.
No, that's not right.
What's what it says here?
What it says where?
Even if we look at Poland, though, Poland was significantly more Christian under communism than it is currently under the liberal ideology.
Yeah, it looks like Neurojack's wanting to record this.
Point, which is that, you know, whatever you're trying to say, well, it's really arbitrary. The point is the values can change, but the people have continuity. And you seem to care more about the kind of immediate governance of the country. And
But
by
I don't know how
immediate,
much
I don't
longer.
mean like next year. I mean like in 100 years. And I'm talking more about
I seem to have gotten
family
the
tree.
basic
I'm
gist.
talking more about the bloodline. And
said
those
what?
like Germany has gone through you know, monarchy, national socialism, communism, democracy, but they remain German. If over the course of this century you have unlimited Africans move there, it won't be German anymore. And that's the kind of continuity that I'm concerned about. And I just don't see. Some people don't care. I care. I mean, that's just a first principle. Do you think race is an essential characteristic? Genetics, all of that? I think they absolutely are.
I think if you're not going to have a birth rate because the people of that country are fucked or they can't find a proper mate, and you're basically stuck in a position where you're going to have one kid and it's with a feminist, in that situation, you're way worse off because there's not even going to
And that it was enough. I just wanted to record enough to make the point that Nick Fuentes and Elon Musk are hanging out. That's the only thing I'll say. And that he'll basically call out he'll basically say, well, you know,
Right.
Peter Thiel will do this and that, but he won't point out that Elon Musk hangs out with fucking Netanyahu, right? So I mean, it's just fucking hilarious.
Right. You know, and then or that he hung out with Alex Jones or all these dissident right people. You know,
Exactly. It's totally fucking weird and fake and gay, and it's like it's just
right, like totally weird.
It's like right in your face. Like he's like Peter
You know
Thiel,
what I
Peter
do
Thiel,
notice,
Peter Thiel.
though? You know what I do notice though? They're taking 180-degree contradiction to the situation I presented about Nick Fuentes and the accelerationists and the alt-right and all the you know what I'm saying? So he's trying to draw distinctions and saying there's still viable a dissident right movement. So isn't that pretty funny that all these feds come out and say the opposite of what I've just said like a fucking month ago on fucking Truth or Cop, which is hilarious.
I think the term dissident right is really interesting because there was Russian dissidents that sort of, and because I'm going at it from what I understand about like Orthodox history, right? And that's my expertise, right? So what I understand is the Russian dissidents were like Solzhenitsyn and these guys, and they would go to roll call and they would basically be like, you know, we see the problem of the Soviets and Sergianism, but we want you to be joined to all the Russian people. So they sort of were for the right, you know, for orthodoxy, but at the same time, they seem to be too lax and want unity not based on truth. So I think that there's something to say about that. That a dissident is someone, at least from my understanding, is someone that's acting as if they're for the truth, but they're a bit deluded or something. Like, I don't know. That was a bunch of gibberish, really, but I think you know what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean it's just fascinating stuff.
Dissidents. Yeah, that's a great word for them. Yeah. Did they name themselves that? Or
I mean, essentially, what he's saying is that there's been an encroachment by Thiel into the right, into the dissident right.
Okay.
Sort of circus, and it's funny because you know, you know, obviously there's been notable people that are complaining about that for a year, such as myself and others, right? So, what made him suddenly notice this today? And how come he didn't notice it when he was deeper into those networks and connections? Right, is kind of what me and Neuro.
Right. So they act as if they're against like mainstream conservative ideologies,
Exactly,
but they go straight into them at the same time. It's
right,
like,
and they're surrounded by people who support them, and then say that those are the enemies.
well, that's what the Russian dissidents did. It's the exact same thing. That there's a difference between what you say and what you do. You know.
Yeah. It's
and
like,
they want all the shine, but without all the action. It's weird, man.
Yeah, it's like it's like Dugan versus Thiel, or fucking Nick Fuentes versus Thiel, or fucking you know Andrew Wilson versus Nick Fuentes. It's all just fake and gay shit.
Right, this like Western chauvinism type movements and weirdness. Which, like, one of our Metropolitan Demetrius came out, and I think I sent it to you and maybe Neurojack, but he came out and was like, ethnophylatism is a heresy, you know, and that. So all these guys that are usually associated with Orthodoxy in some way are promoting that, you know, and it's been condemned multiple times. Like, it's anathema, and it places you outside of the church if you are even, you know, thinking that way. So it's unfortunate that that's probably what most younger guys are going to get like kind of caught up in, is these the dissident movement, these provocateurs, and the rhetoric's pretty good, if you're not aware, because I got people now on like my Twitter sort of like mad at me because I spoke out against nationalism, and they're like, well, it's the church's fault that uh, we're supporting nationalism. And it's like, well, what are you separating yourself from the church? If you're claiming to be Orthodox and separating yourself from the church and blaming the church for your nationalism, something's wrong, dude. Like you're shifting the blame. This is like last I checked, those that are baptized into the church are the church. So it's not the church's fault that you gave into a heresy. Like,
well, this is what I was telling the people when I went on the white nationalist show. I said Christianity created Europe, not the other way around, dude.
Right. I agree with that. That's true. Well, and like I've brought this up before, it's like the West really there wouldn't have been an enlightenment and all this stuff without Christianity, right? Because it was an answer or a pushback towards Christianity, if I'm not mistaken. Reason becomes God because man is rejecting God. And some of it was right to do because there were doctrinal developments that weren't correct, so it's understandable to a certain degree, but it goes to the extreme, and it's very nitpicky. Like everything, it becomes a scapegoat. Like Christianity becomes a scapegoat for whatever wild belief you want to believe. But it seems like, from what I can tell, is that the master plan behind everything is, to get rid of Islam or something too. You know what I mean?
Well, look at how it is. Well, look at how this dude just said that, there's a Talmudic deception, but you're a Catholic. It's like, surely you must have seen that the Catholic Church is like working with the Jews and with Israel. I mean, like what?
Right.
I mean, like what the fuck are you like? How did you not see that? I mean, right?
Well,
Or
it goes all the way back to Pope Innocent III with that, right? Because he would get influenced by these like early Kabbalists and Jewish Gnostic sages, and he got caught up in this secret teaching that they were, that they somehow had more information than all the saints of the past, and that they knew the real teachings of Christ, right? So the Pope himself wasn't even believing in the doctrines of the church anymore. He was believing these Jewish Gnostic sages. So there's the connection there, right? And this is a long time ago, man. And it's only, sort of snowballed as time has gone on. Like,
yeah, and then I mean the Musk guy just collapsed his argument and his whole argument for ethno-nationalism in one fucking sentence, because the dude said, he said that if you are a American, right, and you were born an American and you marry a first generation Asian immigrant, then you don't have a lot of respect for American values. But what the Elon Musk guy said was that sometimes, some of the people who are first generation Asian immigrants, they understand American values and follow and aspire to American values more than the American citizens.
That's absolutely true.
Now, who would you rather be in a relationship with, is what he asked him. He said, how, what's a better way to promote American values? Is to be in a relationship with one of those people, or,
yeah, you'd be in a
American
relationship with basically a communist sympathizer who's been subverted by brainwashing, or being, a relationship with someone that's probably come from a communist country, or, has experienced what this is happening in our land, and sees the value in the traditions we hold, right? And that is true. That's a great point. I will
Yeah,
give
so
it.
you know what I mean, it's like, come on, like so is that easy? And I mean, being in a situation like that, I think it's very interesting that he thinks that somebody coming from my background doesn't respect American values. I think it's absolutely false.
Everybody I've met that has come from another country and came to America, they are extremely,
Yeah,
respectful and happy to be here. You know what I mean? They like being American, and all of us embrace them. Like they're not like everybody I've met that's from another country. Let's say like a guy at a gas station there working there, like whatever. Like dude, like best friends, right? We don't we don't view those people as not a part of our community. A part of America is this diverse set of people from different places. Like it's just
Yeah, I
what it
remember
is.
when I was in college, and my friend Ryan said, yeah, give me liberty or give me death. And he said, isn't that Samuel Adams? And I said, no, that's Patrick Henry, you fool. And then I said to him, I said, a Pakistani immigrant just told your stupid ass that shit.
That's funny. That's
This is what it
funny.
is, right?
Okay. So, but that's the whole thing with, what they're trying to sell is like to be American is to be white, right? And that's just not true. It's not. And their whole idea, they base this on like the founding fathers sort of, said this stuff. But that ain't, I mean, even if they did say it, they weren't the greatest people to, I mean, really, I mean, all of them, it's America's a Freemasonic experiment. And, they'll depend on these arguments when it's comfortable for them, but they also sort of accept, all the things that come along with people immigrating here and with open arms, whether they know it or not, right? I don't know. You'll see a whole lot of people like if they go through with this idealistic purge of immigrants or whatever it is that they're doing, they're gonna see the evil that comes out of it and realize when it's too late that they made a really stupid move. It's a bad idea.
Yeah, I was literally playing ellul before that. So.
And like I get it. Like there is something to like saying basically like we don't want like murderers or like these cartel people coming and like flooding our streets with drugs and all that. But I mean, is that really what's going on? Is it just them or is the CIA helping them? Like what happened? Like, did the deal go bad at some point? Like, what's going on, man? There's a lot of hypocrisy going on. There's a lot of talking points that want to place people placing themselves as good guy when they're really not. And I don't know. We're in some confusing times. Like, of course, nobody wants, awful people immigrating here and doing awful things, but it's going to happen, right? And sure, we should do what we can to make that not happen, but at the same time, it feels like it's almost going overboard. Like it's it's using these emotional arguments to justify sort of a racist mentality, right? Like, I don't know. That's what I see.
Mega, what up? You already? Yeah, let's go. Yeah. I'm just trying to live comfortable. but it's hard to appear modest and humble in convertibles. Automated with the curtain drew, furs a baby blue, person lady view, pearly gator shoe, early making loot like the youth on the paper route. Screw what they pursue. If shit don't bring the table food, shake a boot. High maintenance, condos with fireplaces, wine tasters, live gangsters with fly faces. Fives are spacious, geishas, Versace vases, Prada aviators waving at neighbors with crusaders. Imagine if I would've stayed sedated, waving nickel platers at haters and catching cases. It never turned what I put on pages in the papers. I probably would've made the papers for pulling capers or making sure no bullets wasted, but what good is hatred?
I was trapped on them pack corners, lacked order, cooked up in tap water, looked up to Pat Porter, etc. The black Jordans reflecting, was it worth all I invested? Indeed, my daughter's conception encouraged my exit. Wrongs I corrected with righteous ways, niggas broke, light and haze, and sour the next man trying to make it. Time's wasted when you live fast and die faithless, oblivious to your divine nature. Lies plague us, true is freedom to find greatness requires patience. Is needed while thinking of ways to acquire paper, inspires hatred, as if love lacks motivation. Closed minds only know my math when there's open cases. Subtract that from your contact list. You just a schemer who can't conceive the depths of mega thinking is immeasurable. I'm a lyrical resurrected phoenix in a 7-speed and listening to Malcolm X speeches.
Once the police have convinced the public that the so-called Negro community is a criminal element, they can go in and question, they can go in, brutalize, they can go in, murder, and us come together against the common enemy. Go
in the zone like vintage penny wearing phones. Hit the block so hard I grip a pen with hands of stones. I spar with adversity, the bars of verses be so godly. I conquer serpent beasts with murking beats and certainly putting in work for me. No days off verbally. I burn in the first degree, learn urgency, earning in the urban street. The purpose was to purchase keys and open new doors. This is real, so my words are deep.
Deep as a billionaire's pockets. Deeper than the look at my optics. Deeper than they drop wooden boxes. Next to the foxes, the Glocks by my low boxes. Blowing pot shots of ghost locker. God is my ghost rider. Tell promoters put toast on the show rider. If not, roll like a tire. Esquire, flyer. I keep 2 texts to fire like Spencer for hire. Never expire. 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 Expire.
Accepted to Harvard at 16, child prodigy. Math was specializing in complex analysis geometry. Earned a PhD in mathematics early, youngest professor ever hired by UC in Berkeley. A short-lived position. He resigned in 69 with no apologies, without an explanation given. Social anxiety multiplied silently, disconnected entirely from society. Built a cabin, became a survivalist. Rejected electricity and modern scientists. He cooked his dinner in the fire pit and watched the stars from afar where Orion sits. The wilderness where the lions live, primitive like the times of the giant pyramids the Mayans built. It's something causes mine to tilt. A course solidified successfully the very first time he killed. What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? Exploding octopus, blockbuster in the 6-finger hand. Will we drop a box and shock the populace with wishful plans? Initially ignored. Industrial society and its future, the manifesto for Kaczynski's war. Life is seclusion, Bibles and bruises, rifles and Uzis, devices, reclusive, designed to confuse the FBI, throw them off plan, blowing off hands, blinding people first. Soon the results were even worse, became obsessed with teaching society a lesson, with homemade weapons to reach society's perception. The Washington Post and the Times finally printed his manuscript. That was the tipping point that notified his family with suspicion leading to his arrest. His brother recognized his writing style and mission to death. Ran up in his cabin and discovered undeniable proof of his guilt. 16 bombs, 23 injured and 3 killed. What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? What would you do? How far would you go?
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism, so a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish. But there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which the discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but as a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on replacement by animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They may seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that primitive culture is inferior to ours. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from a privileged strata of society. Political correctness has a strong hold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identifications with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak, women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We are only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take on an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundation of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftish philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally with their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftist hates science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, i.e., failed, inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection of many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. If a person is inferior, it is not his fault but society's because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, self-promoter, or ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is gone too far for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable, hence the collectivism of the left. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, but many leftists use them not as means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm black people because the activist hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectation than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on trails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles, but justify their hostility to society by claiming with some degree of truth that society is not living up to these principles. Here's an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African American culture. But in what does this preservation of African American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify their rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by, he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life. Food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power, the good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the Earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power motors, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating them from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community, because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. Suppose that a public official or corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems, but we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belong to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas 19th century frontiersmen had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire country might have only a couple hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern country is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there has been rapid change and/or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. We divide human drives into three groups. 1. Those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2. Those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3. Those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventual defeatism, depression, etc. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone, in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case you have hardly any autonomy in work, so the need for the power process is not well served. Social needs such as sex, love, and status often remain in group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process, largely through a pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities. It seems that for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of the social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names, such as anomie or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee, and as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small businesses today operate on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by the experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into Group 3, the drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and we usually do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Hayman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis in the New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards of a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, or how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is. Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government economists or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his shorter life expectancy. Hence, modern man suffers from less, not more, than the amount of insecurity that is normal for human beings. But psychological security does not closely correspond with physical security. What makes us feel secure is not so much objective security as a sense of confidence in our ability to take care of ourselves. Primitive man, threatened by a fierce animal or by hunger, can fight in self-defense or travel in search of food. He has no certainty of success in these efforts, but he is by no means helpless against the things that threaten him. The modern individual, on the other hand, is threatened by many things against which he is helpless: nuclear accidents, carcinogens in food, environmental pollution, war, increasing taxes, invasion of his privacy by large organizations, nationwide social or economic phenomena that may disrupt his way of life. It is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him, disease for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault unless it's the fault of some imaginary impersonal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the results of chance, but are imposed upon him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. Thus, primitive man, for the most part, has his security in his own hands, either as an individual or a member of a small group, whereas the security of modern man is in the hands of persons or organizations that are too remote or too large for him to be able to personally influence them. So modern man's drive for security tends to fall into groups 1 and 3. In some areas, food, shelter, etc., his security is assured at the cost of only trivial effort, whereas in other areas he cannot attain security. The foregoing greatly simplifies the real situation, but it does indicate in a rough general way how the condition of modern man differs from that of primitive man. People have many transitory drives or impulses that are necessarily frustrated in modern life, hence fall into group 3. One may become angry, but modern society cannot permit fighting. In many situations, it does not even permit verbal aggression. When going somewhere, one may be in a hurry, or one may be in a mood to travel slowly, but one generally has no choice but to move with the flow of traffic and obey the signals. One may want to do one's work in a different way, but usually one can only work according to the rules laid down by one's employer. In many other ways as well, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, explicit or implicit, that may frustrate many of his impulses and thus interfere with the power process. Most of these regulations cannot be dispensed with because they are necessary for the functioning of industrial society. Modern society is, in certain respects, extremely permissive. In matters that are irrelevant to the functioning of the system, we can generally do what we please. We can believe in any religion, as long as it does not encourage behavior that is dangerous to the system. We can go to bed with anyone we like, as long as we practice safe sex. We can do anything we like, as long as it is unimportant. But in all important matters, the system tends increasingly to regulate our behavior. Behavior is regulated not only through explicit rules, and not only by the government. Control is often exercised through indirect coercion or through psychological pressure or manipulation, and by organizations other than the government or by the system as a whole. Most large organizations use some form of propaganda to manipulate public attitudes or behavior. Propaganda is not limited to commercials and advertisements, and sometimes is not even consciously intended as propaganda by the people who make it. For instance, the content of entertainment programming is a powerful form of propaganda. An example of indirect coercion. There is no law that says we have to go to work every day and follow our employer's orders. Legally, there is nothing to prevent us from going to live in the wild like primitive people or from going into business for ourselves. But in practice, there is very little wild country left, and there is room in the economy only for a limited number of small business owners. Hence, most of us can only survive as someone else's employee. We suggest that modern man's obsession with longevity and with maintaining physical vigor and sexual attractiveness to his advanced age is a symptom of unfulfillment resulting from deprivation with respect to the power process. The midlife crisis is also such a symptom. So is the lack of interest in having children that is fairly common in modern society, but almost unheard of in primitive societies. In primitive societies, life is a succession of stages. The needs and purposes of one stage having been fulfilled, there is no particular reluctance about passing on to the next stage. A young man goes through the power process by becoming a hunter, hunting not for sport or fulfillment, but to get meat that is necessary for food. In young women, the process is more complex with greater emphasis on social power. We won't discuss that here. This phase having been successfully passed through, the young man has no reluctance about settling down to the responsibilities of raising a family. In contrast, some modern people indefinitely postpone having children because they are too busy seeking some kind of fulfillment. We suggest that the fulfillment they need is adequate experience of the power process with real goals instead of the artificial goals of surrogate activities. Again, having successfully raised his children, going through the power process by providing them with the physical necessities, the primitive man feels that his work is done and he is prepared to accept old age, if he survives that long, and death. Many modern people, on the other hand, are disturbed by the prospect of physical deterioration and death, as is shown by the amount of effort they expend trying to maintain their physical condition, appearance, and health. We argue that this is due to unfulfillment resulting from the fact that they have never put their physical powers to any practical use, have never gone through the power process using their bodies in a serious way. It is not the primitive man who has used his body daily for practical purposes who fears the deterioration of age, but the modern man who has never had a practical use for his body beyond walking from his car to his house. It is the man whose need for the power process has been satisfied during his life who is best prepared to accept the end of that life. In response to the arguments of this section, someone will say, society must find a way to give people the opportunity to go through the power process. For such people, the value of the opportunity is destroyed by the very fact that society gives it to them. What they need is to find or make their own opportunities. As long as the system gives them their opportunities, it still has them on a leash. To attain autonomy, they must get off that leash. How some people adjust. Not everyone in industrial technological society suffers from psychological problems. Some people even profess to be quite satisfied with society as it is. We now discuss some of the reasons why people differ so greatly in their response to modern society. First, there doubtless are differences in the strength of the drive for power. Individuals with a weak drive for power may have relatively little need to go through the power process, or at least relatively little need for autonomy in the power process. These are docile types, who would have been happy as plantation darkies in the Old South. We don't mean to sneer at the plantation darkies of the Old South. To their credit, most of the slaves were not content with their servitude. We do sneer at people who are content with their servitude. Some people may have some exceptional drive in pursuing which they satisfy their needs for the power process. For example, those who have an unusually strong drive for social status may spend their whole lives climbing the status ladder without ever getting bored of that game. People vary in their susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. Some are so susceptible that, Even if they make a great deal of money, they cannot satisfy their constant craving for the shiny new toys that the marketing industry dangles before their eyes. So they always feel hard-pressed financially, even if their income is large and their cravings are frustrated. Some people have low susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. These are the people who aren't interested in money. Material acquisition does not serve their need for the power process. People who have medium susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques are able to earn enough money to satisfy their cravings for goods and services, but only at the cost of serious effort, putting in overtime, taking a second job, earning promotions, etc. Thus, material acquisition serves their needs for the power process, but it does not necessarily follow that their need is fully satisfied. They may have insufficient autonomy in the power process. Their work may consist of following orders, and some of their drives may be frustrated. For example, security, aggression. We are guilty of oversimplification in paragraphs 80 through 82 because we've assumed that the desire for material acquisition is entirely a creation of the advertising and marketing industry. Of course, it's not that simple. Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement and organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely. Example, Manuel Noriega was an irritant to the U.S. Goal, punish Noriega. The U.S. invaded Panama, effort, and punished Noriega, attainment of goal. Thus, the U.S. went through the power process, and many Americans, because of their identification with the U.S., experienced the power process vicariously, hence the widespread public approval of the Panama invasion. It gave people a sense of power. We see the same phenomenon in armies, corporations, political parties, humanitarian organizations, religious or ideological movements. In particular, leftist movements tend to attract people who are seeking to satisfy their need for power. But for most people, identification with a large organization or a mass movement does not fully satisfy the need for power. Another way in which people satisfy their need for the power process is through surrogate activities. As we explained in paragraphs 38 through 40, a surrogate activity is an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that the individual pursues for the sake of the fulfillment that he gets from pursuing the goal, not because he needs to attain the goal itself. For instance, there is no practical motive for building enormous muscles, hitting a little ball into a hole, or acquiring a complete series of postage stamps. Yet many people in our society devote themselves with passion to bodybuilding, golf, or stamp collecting. Some people are more other-directed than others, and therefore will more readily attach importance to a surrogate activity simply because the people around them treat it as important or because society tells them it is important. That is why some people get very serious about essentially trivial activities such as sports or bridge or chess or arcane scholarly pursuits, whereas others who are more clearly sighted never see these things as anything but the surrogate activities that they are, and consequently never attach enough importance to them to satisfy their need for the power process in that way. It only remains to point out that in many cases a person's way of earning a living is also a surrogate activity. Not a pure surrogate activity, since part of the motive for the activity is to gain the physical necessities and, for some people, social status and the luxuries that advertising makes them want. But many people put into their work far more effort than is necessary to earn whatever money and status they require. And this extra effort constitutes a surrogate activity. This extra effort, together with the emotional investment that accompanies it, is one of the most potent forces acting toward the continual development and perfecting of the system, with negative consequences for individual freedom. Especially for the most creative scientists and engineers, work tends to be largely a surrogate activity. This point is so important that it deserves a separate discussion, which we shall give in a moment. In this section, we have explained how many people in modern society do satisfy their need for the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But we think that for the majority of people, the need for the power process is not fully satisfied. In the first place, those who have an insatiable drive for status, or those who get firmly hooked on a surrogate activity, or who identify strongly enough with a movement or organization to satisfy their need for power in that way, are exceptional personalities. Others are not fully satisfied with surrogate activities or by identification with an organization. In the second place, too much control is imposed by the system through explicit regulation or through socialization, which results in a deficiency of autonomy and in frustration due to the impossibility of attaining certain goals and the necessity of restraining too many impulses. But even if most people in industrial technological society were well satisfied, we would still be opposed to that form of society because, among other reasons, we consider it demeaning to fulfill one's need for the power process through surrogate activities or through identification with an organization rather than through pursuit of real goals. The motives of scientists. Science and technology provide the most important examples of surrogate activities. Some scientists claim that they are motivated by curiosity or by a desire to benefit humanity, but it is easy to see that neither of these can be the principal motive of most scientists. As for curiosity, that notion is simply absurd. Most scientists work on highly specialized problems that are not the object of any normal curiosity. For example, is an astronomer, a mathematician, or an entomologist curious about the properties of isopropyl trimethylmethane? Of course not. Only a chemist is curious about such a thing, and he is curious about it only because chemistry is his surrogate activity. Is the chemist curious about the appropriate classification of a new species of beetle? No, that question is of interest only to the entomologist, and he is interested in it only because entomology is his surrogate activity. If the chemist and the entomologist had to exert themselves seriously to obtain the physical necessities, and if that effort exercised their abilities in an interesting way, but in some non-scientific pursuit, then they wouldn't give a damn about isopropyl trimethylmethane or the classification of beetles. Suppose that lack of funds for postgraduate education had led the chemist to become an insurance broker instead of a chemist. In that case, he would have been very interested in insurance matters, but would have cared nothing about isopropyl trimethylmethane. In any case, it is not normal to put into the satisfaction of mere curiosity the amount of time and effort that scientists put into their work. The curiosity explanation for the scientist's motive just doesn't stand up. The benefit of humanity explanation doesn't work any better. Some scientific work has no conceivable relation to the welfare of the human race, most of archaeology or comparative linguistics, for example. Some other areas of science present obviously dangerous possibilities, yet scientists in these areas are just as enthusiastic about their work as those who develop vaccines or study air pollution. Consider the case of Dr. Edward Teller, who had an obvious emotional involvement in promoting nuclear power plants. Did this involvement stem from a desire to benefit humanity? If so, then why didn't Dr. Teller get emotional about other humanitarian causes? If he was such a humanitarian, then why did he help to develop the H-bomb? As with many other scientific achievements, it is very much open to question whether nuclear power plants actually do benefit humanity. Does the cheap electricity outweigh the accumulating waste and the risk of accidents? Dr. Teller saw only one side of the question. Clearly, his emotional involvement with nuclear power arose not from a desire to benefit humanity, but from a personal fulfillment he got from his work and from seeing it put to practical use. The same is true of scientists generally. With possible rare exceptions, their motive is neither curiosity nor a drive to benefit humanity, but the need to go through the power process, to have a goal, a scientific problem to solve, to make an effort, research, and attain the goal, solution of the problem. Science is a surrogate activity because scientists work mainly for the fulfillment they get out of the work itself. Of course, it's not that simple. Other motives do play a role for many scientists. Money and status, for example. Some scientists may be persons of the type who have an insatiable drive for status, and this may provide much of the motivation for their work. No doubt the majority of scientists, like the majority of the general population, are more or less susceptible to advertising and marketing techniques and need money to satisfy their craving for goods and services. Thus, science is not a pure surrogate activity, but it is in large part a surrogate activity. Also, science and technology constitute a power mass movement, and many scientists gratify their need for power through identification with this mass movement. Thus, science marches on blindly without regard to the real welfare of the human race or to any other standard, obedient only to the psychological needs of the scientists and the government officials and corporation executives who provide the funds for research. The nature of freedom. We are going to argue that industrial technological society cannot be reformed in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing the sphere of human freedom. But because freedom is a word that can be interpreted in many ways, we must first make clear what kind of freedom we are concerned with. By freedom, we mean the opportunity to go through the power process with real goals, not the artificial goals of surrogate activities, and without interference, manipulation, or supervision from anyone, especially from any large organization. Freedom means being in control, either as an individual or as a member of a small group, of the life and death issues of one's existence. food, clothing, shelter, and defense against whatever threats there may be in one's environment. Freedom means having power, not the power to control other people, but the power to control the circumstances of one's own life. One does not have freedom if anyone else, especially a large organization, has power over one, no matter how benevolently, tolerantly, and permissively that power may be exercised. It is important not to confuse freedom with mere permissiveness.
It is said that we live in a free society because we have a certain number of constitutionally guaranteed rights, but these are not as important as they seem. The degree of personal freedom that exists in a society is determined more by the economic and technological structure of the society than by its laws or form of government. Most of the Indian nations of New England were monarchies, and many of the cities of the Italian Renaissance were controlled by dictators. But in reading about these societies, one gets the impression that they allowed far more personal freedom than our society does. In part, this was because they lacked efficient mechanisms for enforcing their rulers' will. There were no modern, well-organized police forces, no rapid long-distance communications, no surveillance cameras, no dossiers of information about the lives of average citizens, hence it was relatively easy to evade control.
As for our constitutional rights, consider, for example, that of freedom of the press. We certainly don't mean to knock that right. It is a very important tool for limiting concentration of political power and for keeping those who do have political power in line by publicly exposing any misbehavior on their part. But freedom of the press is of very little use to the average citizen as an individual. The mass media are mostly under the control of large organizations that are integrated into the system. Anyone who has a little money can have something printed and can distribute it on the internet or in some way, but what he has to say will be swamped by the vast volume of material put out by the media. Hence, it will have no practical effect. To make an impression on society with words is therefore almost impossible for most individuals and small groups. Take us, for example. If we had never done anything violent and had submitted the present writings to a publisher, they probably would not have been accepted. If they had been accepted and published, they probably would not have attracted many readers, because it's more fun to watch the entertainment put out by the media than to read a sober essay. Even if these writings had many readers, most of these readers would soon have forgotten what they had read as their minds were flooded by the massive material to which the media exposed them. In order to get our message before the public with some chance of making a lasting impression, we've had to kill people.
Constitutional rights are useful up to a point, but they do not serve to guarantee much more than what might be called the bourgeois conception of freedom. According to the bourgeois conception, a free man is essentially an element of a social machine and has only a certain set of prescribed and delimited freedoms, freedoms that are designed to serve the needs of the social machine more than those of the individual. Thus, the bourgeois free man has economic freedom because that promotes growth and progress. He has freedom of the press because public criticism restrains misbehavior by political leaders. He has a right to a fair trial because imprisonment at the whim of the powerful would be bad.
This was clearly the attitude of Simon Bolivar. To him, people deserved liberty only if they used it to promote progress as conceived by the bourgeois. Other bourgeois thinkers have taken a similar view of freedom as a mere means to a collective ends. Chester C. Tan, Chinese Political Thought in the 20th Century, page 202, explains the philosophy of the Kuomintang leader Hu Han-min. An individual is granted rights because he is a member of society, and his community life requires such rights. By community, Hu meant the whole society of the nation. And on page 259, Tan states that according to Carson Chang Chen-mai, head of the State Socialist Party in China, freedom had to be used in the interest of the state and of the people as a whole. But what kind of freedom does one have if one can use it only as someone else prescribes? FC's conception of freedom is not that of Bolivar, Hu, Chang, or any other bourgeois theorists. The trouble with such theorists is that they have made the development and application of social theories their surrogate activity. Consequently, the theories are designed to serve the needs of the theorists more than the needs of any people who may be unlucky enough to live in a society on which the theories are imposed.
One more point to be made in this section. It should not be assumed that a person has enough freedom just because he says he has enough. Freedom is restricted in part by psychological controls of which people are conscious, and moreover, many people's ideas of what constitutes freedom are governed more by social convention than by their real needs. For example, it's likely that many leftists of the over-socialized type would say that most people, including themselves, are socialized too little rather than too much. Yet the over-socialized leftist pays a heavy psychological price for his high level of socialization. Some principles of history. Think of history as being the sum of two components: an erratic component that consists of unpredictable events that follow no discernible pattern, and a regular component that consists of long-term historical trends. Here we are concerned with the long-term trends. First principle. If a small change is made that affects a long-term historical trend, then the effect of that change will almost always be transitory. The trend will soon revert to its original state. Example, a reform movement designed to clean up political corruption in a society rarely has more than a short-term effect. Sooner or later, the reformers relax, and corruption creeps back in. The level of political corruption in a given society tends to remain constant, or to change only slowly with the evolution of the society. Normally, a political cleanup will be permanent only if accompanied by widespread social changes. A small change in the society won't be enough. If small change in a long-term historical trend appears to be permanent, it is only because the change acts in the direction in which the trend is already moving, so that the trend is not altered but only pushed a step ahead. The first principle is almost a tautology. If a trend were not stable with respect to small changes, it would wander at random rather than following a definite direction. In other words, it would not be a long-term trend at all. Second principle. If a change is made that is sufficiently large to alter a permanently long-term historical trend, then it will alter society as a whole. In other words, society is a system in which all parts are interrelated, and you can't permanently change any important part without changing the other parts as well. Third principle. If a change is made that is large enough to alter permanently a long-term trend, then the consequences for society as a whole cannot be predicted in advance, unless various other societies have passed through that same change and have all experienced the same consequences, in which case one can predict on empirical grounds that another society that passes through the same change will be likely to experience similar consequences. Fourth principle. A new kind of society cannot be designed on paper. That is, you cannot plan out a new form of society in advance, then set it up and expect it to function as it was designed to do. The third and fourth principles result from the complexity of human societies. A change in human behavior will affect the economy of a society and its physical environment. The economy will affect the environment and vice versa. And the changes in the economy and the environment will affect human behavior in complex, unpredictable ways, and so forth. The network of causes and effects is far too complicated to be untangled and understood. Fifth principle. People do not consciously and rationally choose the form of their society. Societies develop through processes of social evolution that are not under rational human control. The fifth principle is a consequence of the other four. To illustrate, by the first principle, generally speaking, an attempt at social reform either acts in the direction in which the society is developing anyway, so that it merely accelerates a change that would have occurred in any case, or else it has only a transitory effect, so that the society soon slips back into its old groove. To make a lasting change in the direction of development of any important aspect of society, reform is insufficient and revolution is required. A revolution does not necessarily involve an armed uprising or the overthrow of a government. By the second principle, a revolution never changes only one aspect of society, it changes the whole society. And by the third principle, changes occur that were never expected or desired by the revolutionaries. By the fourth principle, when revolutionaries or utopians set up a new kind of society, it never works out as planned. The American Revolution does not provide a counterexample. The American Revolution was not a revolution in our sense of the word, but a war of independence followed by a rather far-reaching political reform. The Founding Fathers did not change the direction of American society, nor did they aspire to do so. They only freed the development of American society from the retarding effects of British rule. Their political reform did not change any basic trend, but only pushed American political culture along its natural direction of development. British society, of which American society was an offshoot, had been moving for a long time in the direction of representative democracy, and prior to the War of Independence, the Americans were already practicing a significant degree of representative democracy in the colonial assemblies. The political system established by the Constitution was modeled on the British system and on the colonial assemblies. With major alteration to be sure, there is no doubt that the Founding Fathers took a very important step, but it was a step along the road that English-speaking world was already traveling. Proof is that Britain and all of its colonies that were populated predominantly by people of British descent ended up with systems of representative democracy essentially similar to that of the United States. If the Founding Fathers had lost their nerve and declined to sign the Declaration of Independence, our way of life today would not have been significantly different. Maybe we would have had somewhat closer ties to Britain, and we would have had a parliament and a prime minister instead of a Congress and a president. No big deal. Thus, the American Revolution provides not a counterexample to our principles, but a good illustration of them. Still, one has to use common sense in applying the principles. They are expressed in imprecise language that allows latitude for interpretation, and exceptions to them can be found. So we present these principles not as inviolable laws, but as rules of thumb or guides to thinking that may provide a partial antidote to naive ideas about the future of society. The principles should be borne constantly in mind, and whenever one reaches a conclusion that conflicts with them, one should carefully re-examine one's thinking and retain the conclusion only if one has good, solid reasons for doing so. Industrial technological society cannot be reformed. The foregoing principles help to show how hopelessly difficult it would be to reform the industrial system in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing our sphere of freedom. There has been a consistent tendency going back at least to the Industrial Revolution for technology to strengthen the system at a high cost in individual freedom and local autonomy. Hence, any change designed to protect freedom from technology would be contrary to a fundamental trend in the development of our society. Consequently, such a change either would be a transitory one soon swamped by the tide of history, or, if large enough to be permanent, would alter the nature of our whole society. This by the first and second principles. Moreover, since society would be altered in a way that could not be predicted in advance, third principle, there would be great risk. Changes large enough to make a lasting difference in favor of freedom would not be initiated because it would be realized that they would gravely disrupt the system, so any attempts at reform would be too timid to be effective. Even if changes large enough to make a lasting difference were initiated, they would be retracted when their disruptive effects became apparent. Thus, permanent changes in favor of freedom could be brought about only by persons prepared to accept radical, dangerous, and unpredictable alteration of the entire system. In other words, by revolutionaries, not reformers. People anxious to rescue freedom without sacrificing the supposed benefits of technology will suggest naive schemes for some new form of society that would reconcile freedom with technology. Apart from the fact that people who make such suggestions seldom propose any practical means by which the new form of society could be set up in the first place, it follows from the fourth principle that even if the new form of society could be once established, it either would collapse or would give results very different from those expected. So even on very general grounds, it seems highly improbable that any way of changing society could be found that would reconcile freedom with modern technology. In the next few sections, we will give more specific reasons for concluding that freedom and technological progress are incompatible. As explained in paragraphs 65 through 67, 70 through 73, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, and his fate depends on the actions of persons remote from him whose decisions he cannot influence. This is not accidental or a result of the arbitrariness of arrogant bureaucrats. It is necessary and inevitable in any technologically advanced society. The system has to regulate human behavior closely in order to function. At work, people have to do what they are told. Otherwise, production would be thrown into chaos. Bureaucracies have to be run according to rigid rules. To allow any substantial personal discretion to lower-level bureaucrats would disrupt the system and lead to charges of unfairness due to differences in the way the individual bureaucrats exercise their discretion. It is true that some restrictions on our freedom could be eliminated, but generally speaking, the result is a sense of powerlessness on the part of the average person. It may be, however, that formal regulations will tend increasingly to be replaced by psychological tools that make us want to do what the system requires of us. Propaganda, educational techniques, mental health programs, etc. The system has to force people to behave in ways that are increasingly remote from the natural pattern of human behavior. For example, the system needs scientists, mathematicians, and engineers. It can't function without them, so heavy pressure is put on children to excel in these fields. It isn't natural for an adolescent human being to spend the bulk of his time sitting at a desk absorbed in study. A normal adolescent wants to spend his time in active contact with the real world. Among primitive peoples, the things that children are trained to do tend to be in reasonable harmony with natural human impulses. Among the American Indians, for example, boys were trained in active outdoor pursuits, just the sort of thing that boys like. But in our society, children are pushed into studying technical subjects, which most do grudgingly. Because of the constant pressure that the system exerts to modify human behavior, there is a gradual increase in the number of people who cannot or will not adjust to society's requirements. Welfare leeches, youth gang members, cultists, anti-government rebels, radical environmentalist saboteurs, dropouts, and resistors of various kinds. In any technologically advanced society, the individual's fate must depend on decisions that he personally cannot influence to any great extent. A technological society cannot be broken down into small autonomous communities because production depends on the cooperation of very large numbers of people. When a decision affects, say, 1 million people, then each of the affected individuals has on average only 1/millionth share in making the decision. What usually happens in practice is that decisions are made by public officials or corporation executives or by technical specialists, But even when the public votes on a decision, the number of voters ordinarily is too large for the vote of any one individual to be significant. Thus, most individuals are unable to influence measurably the major decisions that affect their lives. There is no conceivable way to remedy this in a technologically advanced society. The system tries to solve this problem by using propaganda to make people want the decisions that have been made for them. But even if this solution were completely successful in making people feel better, it would be demeaning. Conservatives and some others advocate more local autonomy. Local communities once did have autonomy, but such autonomy becomes less and less possible as local communities become more enmeshed with and dependent on large-scale systems like public utilities, computer networks, highway systems, the mass communications media, the modern healthcare system. Also operating against autonomy is the fact that technology applied in one location often affects people at other locations far away. Thus, pesticide or chemical use near a creek may contaminate the water supply hundreds of miles downstream, and the greenhouse effect affects the whole world. The system does not and cannot exist to satisfy human needs. Instead, it is human behavior that has to be modified to fit the needs of the system. This has nothing to do with the political or social ideology that may pretend to guide the technological system. It is not the fault of capitalism, and it is not the fault of socialism. It is the fault of technology, because the system is guided not by ideology, but by technical necessity. Of course, the system does satisfy many human needs, but generally speaking, it does this only to the extent that it is to the advantage of the system to do so. It is the needs of the system that are paramount, not those of the human being. For example, the system provides people with food because the system couldn't function if everyone starved. It attends to people's psychological needs whenever it can conveniently do so because it couldn't function if too many people became depressed or rebellious. But the system, for good, solid, practical reasons, must exert constant pressure on people to mold their behavior to the needs of the system. Too much waste accumulating? The government, the media, the educational system, environmentalists, everyone inundates us with a massive propaganda about recycling. Need more technical personnel? A chorus of voices exhorts kids to study science. No one stops to ask whether it is inhumane to force adolescents to spend the bulk of their time studying subjects most of them hate. When skilled workers are put out of a job by technical advances and have to undergo retraining, no one asks whether it's humiliating for them to be pushed around in this way. Efforts to make room for a sense of purpose and for autonomy within the system are no better than a joke. For example, one company, instead of having each of its employees assemble only one section of the catalog, had each assemble a whole catalog, and this was supposed to give them a sense of purpose and achievement. Some companies have tried to give their employees more autonomy in their work, but for practical reasons, this usually can be done only to a very limited extent, and in any case, employees are never given autonomy as to their ultimate goals. Their autonomous efforts can never be directed toward goals that they select personally, but only towards their employer's goals, such as the survival and growth of the company. Any company would soon go out of business if it permitted its employees to act otherwise. Similarly, in any enterprise within a socialist system, workers must direct their efforts toward the goals of the enterprise. Otherwise, the enterprise will not serve its purpose as a part of the system. Once again, for purely technical reasons, it is not possible for most individuals or small groups to have much autonomy in industrial society. Even the small business owner commonly has only limited autonomy. Apart from the necessity of government regulation, he is restricted by the fact that he must fit into the economic system and conform to its requirements. For instance, when someone develops a new technology, the small business person often has to use that technology whether he wants to or not in order to remain competitive. The bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good parts. A further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed in favor of freedom is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts. Take modern medicine, for example. Progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science, and other fields. Advanced medical treatments require expensive, high-tech equipment that can be made available only by technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly, you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. Even if medical progress could be maintained without the rest of the technological system, it would by itself bring certain evils. Suppose, for example, that a cure for diabetes is discovered. People with a genetic tendency to diabetes would then be able to survive and reproduce as well as anyone else. Natural selection against genes for diabetes will cease, and such genes will spread throughout the population. This may be occurring to some extent already, since diabetes, while not curable, can be controlled through use of insulin. The same thing will happen with many other diseases, susceptibility to which is affected by genetic degradation of the population. The only solution would be some sort of eugenics program or extensive genetic engineering of human beings, so that man in the future will no longer be a creation of nature or of chance or of God, depending on your religious or philosophical opinions, but a manufactured product. If you think that big government interferes in your life too much now, just wait till the government starts regulating the genetic constitution of your children. Such regulation will inevitably follow the introduction of genetic engineering of human beings, because the consequences of unregulated genetic engineering would be disastrous. The usual response to such concerns is to talk about medical ethics, but a code of ethics would not serve to protect freedom in the face of medical progress. It would only make matters worse. A code of ethics applicable to genetic engineering would be in effect a means of regulating the genetic constitution of human beings. Somebody, probably the upper middle class mostly, would decide that such and such applications of genetic engineering were ethical, and others were not, so that in effect they would be imposing their own values on the genetic constitution of the population at large. Even if a code of ethics were chosen on a completely democratic basis, the majority would be imposing their own values on any minorities who might have a different idea of what constituted an ethical use of genetic engineering. The only code of ethics that would truly protect freedom would be one that prohibited any genetic engineering of human beings, and you can be sure that no such code will ever be applied in a technological society. No code that reduced genetic engineering to a minor role would stand up for long, because the temptation presented by the immense power of biotechnology would be irresistible, especially since to the majority of people many of its applications will seem obviously and unequivocally good, eliminating physical and mental diseases, giving people the abilities they need to get along in today's world. Inevitably, genetic engineering will be used extensively, but only in ways consistent with the needs of the industrial technological system. Technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. It is not possible to make a lasting compromise between technology and freedom, because technology is by far the more powerful social force and continually encroaches on freedom through repeated compromises. Imagine the case of two neighbors, each of whom at the outset owns the same amount of land, but one of whom is more powerful than the other. The powerful one demands a piece of the other's land. The weak one refuses. The powerful one says, "Okay, let's compromise. Give me half of what I asked." The weak one has little choice but to give in. Sometime later, the powerful neighbor demands another piece of land. Again, there is a compromise, and so forth. By forcing a long series of compromises on the weaker man, the powerful one eventually gets all of his land. So it goes in the conflict between technology and freedom. Let us explain why technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. A technological advance that appears not to threaten freedom often turns out to threaten it very seriously later on. For example, consider motorized transport. A walking man formerly could go where he pleased, go at his own pace without observing any traffic regulations, and was independent of technological support systems. When motor vehicles were introduced, they appeared to increase man's freedom. They took no freedom away from the walking man. No one had to have an automobile if he didn't want one, and anyone who did choose to buy an automobile could travel much faster and further than a walking man. But the introduction of motorized transport soon changed society in such a way as to restrict greatly man's freedom of locomotion. When automobiles became numerous, it became necessary to regulate their use extensively. In a car, especially in densely populated areas, one cannot just go where one likes at one's own pace. One's movement is governed by the flow of traffic and by various traffic laws. One is tied down by various obligations: license requirements, driver test, renewing registration, insurance, maintenance required for safety, monthly payments on purchase price. Moreover, the use of motorized transport is no longer optional. Since the introduction of motorized transport, the arrangement of our cities has changed in such a way that the majority of people no longer live within walking distance of their place of employment, shopping areas, and recreational opportunities, so that they have to depend on the automobile for transportation. Or else they must use public transportation, in which case they have even less control over their own movement than when driving a car. Even the walker's freedom is now greatly restricted. In the city, he continually has to stop to wait for traffic lights that are designed mainly to serve auto traffic. In the country, motor traffic makes it dangerous and unpleasant to walk along the highway. Note this important point that we have just illustrated with the case of motorized transport. When a new item of technology is introduced as an option that an individual can accept or not as he chooses, it does not necessarily remain optional. In many cases, the new technology changes society in such a way that people eventually find themselves forced to use it. Another reason why technology is such a powerful social force is that, within the context of a given society, technological progress marches in only one direction. It can never be reversed. Once a technical innovation has been introduced, people usually become dependent on it, so that they can never again do without it, unless it is replaced by some still more advanced innovation.
Not only do people become dependent as individuals on a new item of technology, but even more, the system as a whole becomes dependent on it. Imagine what would happen to the system today if computers, for example, were eliminated. Thus, the system can move in only one direction, toward greater technologization. Technology repeatedly forces freedom to take a step back, but technology can never take a step back, short of the overthrow of the whole technological system. Technology advances with great rapidity and threatens freedom at many different points at the same time. Crowding, rules and regulations, increasing dependence of individuals on large organizations, propaganda and other psychological techniques, genetic engineering, invasion of privacy through surveillance devices and computers, etc. To hold back any one of the threats to freedom would require a long and difficult social struggle. Those who want to protect freedom are overwhelmed by the sheer number of new attacks and the rapidity with which they develop. Hence, they become apathetic and no longer resist. To fight each of the threats separately would be futile. Success can be hoped for only by fighting the technological system as a whole, but that is revolution, not reform. Technicians, we use this term in its broad sense to describe all those who perform a specialized task that requires training, tend to be so involved in their work, their surrogate activity, that when a conflict arises between their technical work and their freedom, they almost always decide in favor of their technical work. This is obvious in the case of scientists, but it also appears elsewhere. Educators, humanitarian groups, conservation organizations do not hesitate to use propaganda or other psychological techniques to help them achieve their laudable ends. Corporations and government agencies, when they find it useful, do not hesitate to collect information about individuals without regard to their privacy. Law enforcement agencies are frequently inconvenienced by the constitutional rights of suspects, and often of completely innocent persons, and they do whatever they can do legally, or sometimes illegally, to restrict or circumvent those rights. Most of these educators, government officials, and law officers believe in freedom, privacy, and constitutional rights, but when these conflict with their work, they usually feel that their work is more important. It is well known that people generally work better and more persistently when striving for a reward than when attempting to avoid punishment or a negative outcome. Scientists and other technicians are motivated mainly by the rewards they get through their work, but those who oppose technological invasions of freedom are working to avoid a negative outcome. Consequently, there are few who work persistently and well at this discouraging task. If reformers ever achieved a signal victory that seemed to set up a solid barrier against further erosion of freedom through technical progress, most would tend to relax and turn their attention to more agreeable pursuits. But the scientists would remain busy in their laboratories, and technology, as it progresses, would find ways, in spite of any barriers, to exert more and more control over individuals and make them always more dependent on the system. No social arrangements, whether laws, institutions, customs, or ethical codes, can provide permanent protection against technology. History shows that all social arrangements are transitory. They all change or break down eventually, but technological advances are permanent within the context of a given civilization. Suppose, for example, that it were possible to arrive at some social arrangements that would prevent genetic engineering from being applied to human beings, or prevent it from being applied in such a way as to threaten freedom and dignity. Still, the technology would remain waiting. Sooner or later, the social arrangement would break down, probably sooner given the pace of change in our society. Then genetic engineering would begin to invade our sphere of freedom, and this invasion would be irreversible, short of a breakdown of technological civilization itself. Any illusions about achieving anything permanent through social arrangements should be dispelled by what is currently happening with environmental legislation. A few years ago, it seemed that there were secure legal barriers preventing at least some of the worst forms of environmental degradation. A change in the political wind, and those barriers begin to crumble. For all the foregoing reasons, technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. But this statement requires an important qualification. It appears that during the next several decades, the industrial technological system will be undergoing severe stresses due to economic and environmental problems, and especially due to problems of human behavior: alienation, rebellion, hostility, a variety of social and psychological difficulties. We hope that the stresses through which the system is likely to pass will cause it to break down, or at least will weaken it sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. If such a revolution occurs and is successful, then at that particular moment the aspiration for freedom will have proved more powerful than technology. In paragraph 125, you used an analogy of a weak neighbor who is left destitute by a strong neighbor who takes all his land by forcing him on a series of compromises. But suppose now that the strong neighbor gets sick so that he is unable to defend himself. The weak neighbor can force the strong one to give him his land back, or he can kill him. If he lets the strong man survive and only forces him to give the land back, he is a fool, because when the strong man gets well again, he will take all the land for himself. The only sensible alternative for the weaker man is to kill the strong one while he has the chance.
In the same way, while the industrial system is sick, we must destroy it. If we compromise with it and let it recover from its sickness, it will eventually wipe out all of our freedom. Simpler social problems have proved intractable. If anyone still imagines that it would be possible to reform the system in such a way as to protect freedom from technology, let him consider how clumsily and for the most part unsuccessfully our society has dealt with other social problems that are far more simple and straightforward. Among other things, the system has failed to stop environmental degradation, political corruption, drug trafficking, or domestic abuse. Take our environmental problems, for example. Here, the conflict of values is straightforward. Economic expedience now versus saving some of our natural resources for our grandchildren. But on this subject, we only get a lot of blather and obfuscation from people who have power, and nothing like a clear, consistent line of action. And we keep piling up environmental problems that our grandchildren will have to live with. Attempts to resolve the environmental issue consist of struggles and compromises between different factions, some of which are ascendant at one moment, others at another moment. The line of struggle changes with the shifting currents of public opinion. This is not a rational process, nor is it one that is likely to lead to a timely and successful solution to the problem. Major social problems, if they get solved at all, are rarely or never solved through any rational, comprehensive plan. They just work themselves out through a process in which various competing groups pursuing their own, usually short-term, self-interest arrive, mainly by luck, at some more or less stable modus vivendi. In fact, these principles we formulated in paragraphs 100 through 106 make it seem doubtful that rational long-term social planning can ever be successful. Thus, it is clear that the human race has at best a very limited capacity for solving even relatively straightforward social problems. How then is it going to solve the far more difficult and subtle problem of reconciling freedom with technology? Technology presents clear-cut material advantages, where freedom is an abstraction that means different things to different people, and its loss easily obscured by propaganda and fancy talk. And note this important difference. It is conceivable that our environmental problems, for example, may someday be settled through a rational, comprehensive plan. But if this happens, it will be only because it is in the long-term interest of the system to solve these problems. But it is not in the interest of the system to preserve freedom or small group autonomy. On the contrary, it is in the interest of the system to bring human behavior under control to the greatest extent possible. Thus, while practical considerations may eventually force the system to take rational, prudent approach to environmental problems, equally practical considerations will force the system to regulate human behavior ever more closely, preferably by indirect means that will disguise the encroachment on freedom. This isn't just our opinion. Eminent social scientists, for example James Q. Wilson, have stressed the importance of socializing people more effectively. Revolution is easier than reform. We hope we've convinced the reader that the system cannot be reformed in such a way as to reconcile freedom with technology. The only way out is to dispense with the industrial technological system altogether. This implies revolution, not necessarily an armed uprising, but certainly a radical and fundamental change in the nature of society. People tend to assume that because revolution involves a much greater change than reform does, it is more difficult to bring about than reform is. Actually, under certain circumstances, revolution is much easier than reform. The reason is that a revolutionary movement can inspire an intensity of commitment that a reform movement cannot inspire. A reform movement merely offers to solve a particular social problem. A revolutionary movement offers to solve all problems at one stroke and create a whole new world. It provides the kind of ideal for which people will take great risks and make great sacrifices. For this reason, it would be much easier to overthrow the whole technological system than to put effective permanent restraints on the development or application of any one segment of technology, such as genetic engineering, for example. Not many people will devote themselves with a single-minded passion to imposing and maintaining restraints on genetic engineering, but under suitable conditions, large numbers of people may devote themselves passionately to a revolution against the industrial technological system. As we noted in paragraph 132, reformers seeking to limit certain aspects of technology would be working to avoid a negative outcome, but revolutionaries work to gain a powerful reward, fulfillment of their revolutionary vision, and therefore work harder and more persistently than reformers do. Reform is always restrained by the fear of painful consequences if change goes too far. But once a revolutionary fever has taken hold of society, people are willing to undergo unlimited hardships for the sake of their revolution. This was clearly shown in the French and Russian revolutions. It may be in such cases only a minority of the population is really committed to the revolution, but this minority is sufficiently large and active so that it becomes the dominant force in society. We will have more to say about a revolution in paragraphs 180 through 205. Control of human behavior. Since the beginning of civilization, organized societies have had to put pressures on human beings for the sake of the functioning of the social organism. The kinds of pressures vary greatly from one society to another. Some of the pressures are physical, poor diet, excessive labor, environmental pollution, and some are psychological, noise, crowding, forcing human behavior into the mold that society requires. In the past, human nature has been approximately constant, or at any rate has varied only within certain bounds. Consequently, societies have been able to push people only up to certain limits. When the limit of human endurance has passed, things start going wrong. Rebellion, or crime, or corruption, or evasion of work, or depression, and some other mental problems, or an elevated death rate, or a declining birth rate, or something else, so that either the society breaks down, or its functioning becomes too inefficient, and it is quickly or gradually, through conquest, attrition, or evolution, replaced by some more efficient form of society. Thus, human nature has in the past put certain limits on the development of societies. People could be pushed only so far and no farther. But today, this may be changing because modern technology is developing ways of modifying human beings. Imagine a society that subjects people to conditions that make them terribly unhappy, then gives them drugs to take away their unhappiness. Science fiction? It's already happening to some extent in our own society. It is well known that the rate of clinical depression has been greatly increasing in recent decades. We believe that this is due to disruption of the power process, as explained in paragraphs 59 through 76. But even if we are wrong, the increasing rate of depression is certainly the result of some conditions that exist in today's society. Instead of removing the conditions that make people depressed, modern society gives them antidepressant drugs. In effect, antidepressants are a means of modifying an individual's internal state in such a way as to enable him to tolerate social conditions that he would otherwise find intolerable. Yes, we know that depression is often of purely genetic origin. We are referring here to the cases in which environment plays the predominant role. Drugs that affect the mind are only one example of the new methods of controlling human behavior that modern society is developing. Let us look at some of the other methods. To start, there are techniques of surveillance. Hidden video cameras are now used in most stores, and in many other places, computers are used to collect and process vast amounts of information about individuals. Information so obtained greatly increases the effectiveness of physical coercion, in other words, law enforcement. Then there are methods of propaganda for which the mass communication media provide effective vehicles. Efficient techniques have been developed for winning elections, selling products, influencing public opinion. The entertainment industry serves as an important psychological tool of the system, possibly even when it is dishing out large amounts of sex and violence. Entertainment provides modern man with an essential means of escape. While absorbed in television, videos, etc., he can forget stress, anxiety, frustration, dissatisfaction. Many primitive peoples, when they don't have work to do, are quite content to sit for hours at a time doing nothing at all because they are at peace with themselves and their world. But most modern people must be constantly occupied or entertained, otherwise they get bored. In other words, they get fidgety, uneasy, irritable. Other techniques strike deeper than the foregoing. Education is no longer a simple affair of paddling a kid's behind when he doesn't know his lessons and patting him on the head when he does know them. It is becoming a scientific technique for controlling the child's development. Sylvan Learning Centers, for example, have had great success in motivating children to study, and psychological techniques are also used with more or less success in many conventional schools. Parenting techniques that are taught to parents are designed to make children accept fundamental values of the system and behave in ways that the system finds desirable. Mental health programs, intervention techniques, psychotherapy, and so forth are ostensibly designed to benefit individuals, but in practice, they usually serve as methods for inducing individuals to think and behave as the system requires. There is no contradiction here. An individual whose attitudes or behavior bring him into conflict with the system is up against a force that is too powerful for him to conquer or escape from. Hence, he is likely to suffer from stress, frustration, defeat. His path will be much easier if he thinks and behaves as the system requires. In that sense, the system is acting for the benefit of the individual when it brainwashes him into conformity. Child abuse, in its gross and obvious forms, is disapproved in most, if not all, cultures. Tormenting a child for trivial reasons, or no reason at all, is something that appalls almost everyone. But many psychologists interpret the concept of abuse much more broadly. Is spanking, when used as a part of rational and consistent system of discipline, a form of abuse? The question will ultimately be decided by whether or not spanking tends to produce behavior that makes a person fit in well with the existing system of society. In practice, the word abuse tends to be interpreted to include any method of child rearing that produces behavior inconvenient for the system. Thus, when they go beyond the prevention of obvious senseless cruelty, programs for preventing child abuse are directed toward the control of human behavior on behalf of the system. Presumably, research will continue to increase the effectiveness of psychological techniques for controlling human behavior, but we think it is unlikely that psychological techniques alone will be sufficient to adjust human beings to the kind of society that technology is creating. Biological methods probably will have to be used. We have already mentioned the use of drugs in this connection. Neurology may provide other avenues for modifying the human mind. Genetic engineering of human beings is already beginning to occur in the form of gene therapy, and there's no reason to assume that such methods will not eventually be used to modify those aspects of the body that affect mental functioning. As we mentioned in paragraph 134, industrial society seems likely to be entering a period of severe stress, due in part to the problems of human behavior and in part to economic and environmental problems. And a considerable proportion of the system's economic and environmental problems result from the way human beings behave. Alienation, low self-esteem, depression, hostility, rebellion, children who won't study, youth gangs, illegal drug use, rape, child abuse, other crimes, unsafe sex, teen pregnancy, population growth, political corruption, race hatred, ethnic rivalry, bitter ideological conflict, for example, pro-choice versus pro-life, political extremism, terrorism, sabotage, anti-government groups, hate groups. All these threaten the very survival of the system. The system will therefore be forced to use every practical means of controlling human behavior. The social disruption that we see today is certainly not the result of mere chance. It can only be a result of the conditions of life that the system imposes on people. We have argued that the most important of these conditions is disruption of the power process. If the system succeeds in imposing sufficient control over human behavior to assure its own survival, a new watershed in human history will have been passed. Whereas formerly, the limits of human endurance have imposed limits on the development of societies, as we explain in paragraphs 143 and 144, industrial technological society will be able to pass those limits by modifying human beings, whether by psychological methods or biological methods or both. In the future, social systems will not be adjusted to suit the needs of human beings. Instead, human beings will be adjusted to suit the needs of the system. Generally speaking, technological control over human behavior will probably not be introduced with a totalitarian intention or even through a conscious desire to restrict human freedom. Each new step in the assertion of control over the human mind will be taken as a rational response to a problem that faces society, such as curing alcoholism, reducing the crime rate, or inducing young people to study science and engineering. In many cases, there will be a humanitarian justification. For example, when a psychiatrist prescribes an antidepressant for a depressed patient, he is clearly doing that individual a favor. It would be inhumane to withhold the drug from someone who needs it. When parents send their children to Sylvan learning centers to have them manipulated into becoming enthusiastic about their studies, they do so from concern for their children's welfare. It may be that some of these parents wish that one didn't have to have specialized training to get a job, and that their kid didn't have to be brainwashed into becoming a computer nerd. But what can they do? They can't change society, and their child may be unemployable if he doesn't have certain skills, so they send him to Sylvan. Thus, control over human behavior will be introduced not by a calculated decision of the authorities, but through a process of social evolution, rapid evolution, however. The process will be impossible to resist because each advance considered by itself will appear to be beneficial, or at least the evil involved in making the advance will appear to be beneficial. Or, at least the evil involved in making the advance will seem to be less than that which would result from not making it. Propaganda, for example, is used for many good purposes, such as discouraging child abuse or race hatred. Sex education is obviously useful, yet the effect of sex education, to the extent that it is successful, is to take the shaping of sexual attitudes away from the family and put it in the hands of the state, as represented by the public school system. Suppose a biological trait is discovered that increases the likelihood that a child will grow up to be a criminal, and suppose some sort of gene therapy can remove this trait. Of course, most parents whose children possess the trait will have them undergo the therapy. It would be inhumane to do otherwise, since the child would probably have a miserable life if he grew up to be a criminal. But many or most primitive societies have a low crime rate in comparison with that of our society, even though they have neither high-tech methods of child rearing nor harsh systems of punishment. Since there is no reason to suppose that more modern men than primitive men have innate predatory tendencies, the high crime rate of our society must be due to the pressures that modern conditions put on people, to which many cannot or will not adjust. Thus, a treatment designed to remove potential criminal tendencies is at least in part a way of re-engineering people so that they suit the requirements of the system. Our society tends to regard as a sickness any mode of thought or behavior that is inconvenient for the system. And this is plausible because when an individual doesn't fit into the system, it causes pain to the individual as well as problems for the system. Thus, the manipulation of an individual to adjust him to the system is seen as a cure for a sickness and therefore as good. In paragraph 127, we pointed out that if the use of a new item of technology is initially optional, it does not necessarily remain optional because the new technology tends to change society in such a way that it becomes difficult or impossible for an individual to function without using that technology. This applies also to the technology of human behavior. In a world in which most children are put through a program to make them enthusiastic about studying, a parent will almost always be forced to put his kid through such a program, because if he does not, then the kid will grow up to be, comparatively speaking, an ignoramus and therefore unemployable. Or suppose a biological treatment is discovered that, without undesirable side effects, will greatly reduce the psychological stress from which so many people suffer in our society. If large numbers of people choose to undergo the treatment, so that it will be impossible for the system to increase the stress-producing pressures. In fact, something like this seems to have happened already with one of our society's most important psychological tools for enabling people to reduce, or at least temporarily escape from stress, namely mass entertainment. Our use of mass entertainment is optional. No law requires us to watch television, listen to the radio, read magazines. Yet mass entertainment is a means of escape and stress reduction on which most of us have become dependent. Everyone complains about the trashiness of television, but almost everyone watches it. A few have kicked the TV habit, but it would be a rare person who could get along today without any form of mass entertainment. Yet until quite recently in human history, most people got along very nicely with no other entertainment than that which each local community created for itself. Without the entertainment industry, the system probably would not have been able to get away with putting as much stress-producing pressure on us as it does. Assuming the industrial society survives, it is likely that technology will eventually acquire something approaching a complete control over human behavior. It has been established beyond any rational doubt that human thought and behavior have a largely biological basis. As experimenters have demonstrated, feelings such as hunger, pleasure, anger, and fear can be turned on and off by electrical stimulation of appropriate parts of the brain. Memories can be destroyed by damaging parts of the brain, or they can be brought to the surface by electrical stimulation. Hallucinations can be induced or moods changed by drugs. There may or may not be an immaterial human soul, but if there is one, it is clearly less powerful than the biological mechanisms of human behavior. For if that were not the case, then researchers would not be able to so easily manipulate human feelings and behavior with drugs and electrical currents. It presumably would be impractical for all people to have electrodes inserted into their heads so that they could be controlled by the authorities. But the fact that human thoughts and feelings are so open to biological intervention shows that the problem of controlling human behavior is mainly a technical problem, a problem of neurons, hormones, and complex molecules, the kind of problem that is accessible to scientific attack. Given the outstanding record of our society in solving technical problems, it is overwhelmingly probable that great advances will be made in the control of human behavior. Will public resistance prevent the introduction of technological control of human behavior? It certainly would if an attempt were made to introduce such control all at once, but since technological control will be introduced through a long sequence of small advances, there will be no rational and effective public resistance. To those who think all this sounds like science fiction, we point out that yesterday's science fiction is today's fact. The Industrial Revolution has radically altered man's environment and way of life, and it is only to be expected that as technology is increasingly applied to the human body and mind, man himself will be altered as radically as his environment and way of life have been. Human race at a crossroads. But we have gotten ahead of our story. It is one thing to develop in the laboratory a series of psychological or biological techniques for manipulating human behavior, and quite another to integrate these techniques into a functioning social system. The latter problem is the more difficult of the two. For example, while the techniques of educational psychology doubtless work quite well in the lab schools where they were developed, it is not necessarily easy to apply them effectively throughout our educational system. We all know what many of our schools are like. The teachers are too busy taking knives and guns away from the kids to subject them to the latest techniques for making them into computer nerds. Thus, in spite of all its technical advances relating to human behavior, the system to date has not been impressively successful in controlling human beings. The people whose behavior is fairly well under the control of the system are those of the type that might be called bourgeois. But there are growing numbers of people who in one way or another are rebels against the system. Welfare leeches, youth gangs, cultists, Satanists, Nazis, radical environmentalists, militiamen, etc. The system is currently engaged in a desperate struggle to overcome certain problems that threaten its survival, among which the problems of human behavior are the most important. If the system succeeds in acquiring sufficient control over human behavior quickly enough, it will probably survive. Otherwise, it will break down. We think the issue will most likely be resolved in the next several decades, say 40 to 100 years. Suppose the system survives the crisis of the next several decades. By that time, it will have to have solved, or at least brought under control, the principal problems that confront it, in particular that of socializing human beings. That is, making people sufficiently docile so that their behavior no longer threatens the system. That being accomplished, it does not appear that there would be any further obstacle to the development of technology, and it would presumably advance towards its logical conclusion, which is complete control over everything on Earth, including human beings and all other important organisms. The system may become a unitary monolithic organization, or it may be more or less fragmented and consist of a number of organizations coexisting in a relationship that includes elements of both cooperation and competition, just as today the government, the corporations, and other large organizations both cooperate and compete with one another. Human freedom will mostly have vanished because individuals and small groups will be impotent vis-a-vis large organizations armed with super technology and an arsenal of advanced psychological and biological tools for manipulating human beings, besides instruments of surveillance and physical coercion. Only a small number of people will have any real power, and even these probably will have only very limited freedom, because their behavior too will be regulated. Just as today, our politicians and corporation executives can retain their positions of power only as long as their behavior remains within fairly narrow limits. Don't imagine that the systems will stop developing further techniques for controlling human beings and nature once the crisis of the next few decades is over and increasing control is no longer necessary for the system's survival. On the contrary, once the hard times are over, the system will increase its control over people and nature more rapidly because it will no longer be hampered by difficulties of the kind that it is currently experiencing. Survival is not the principal motive for extending control. As we explained in paragraphs 87 through 90, technicians and scientists carry on their work largely as a surrogate activity. That is, they satisfy their need for power by solving technical problems. They will continue to do this with unabated enthusiasm, and among the most interesting and challenging problems for them to solve will be those of understanding the human body and mind and intervening in their development, for the good of humanity, of course. But suppose, on the other hand, that the stresses of the coming decades prove to be too much for the system. If the system breaks down, there may be a period of chaos, a time of troubles such as those that history has recorded at various epochs in the past. It is impossible to predict what would emerge from such a time of troubles, but at any rate the human race would be given a new chance. The greatest danger is that the industrial society may begin to reconstitute itself within the first few years after the breakdown. Certainly there will be many people, power-hungry types especially, who will be anxious to get the factories running again. Therefore, two tasks confront those who hate the servitude to which the industrial system is reducing the human race. First, we must work to heighten the social stresses within the system so as to increase the likelihood that it will break down or be weakened sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. Second, it is necessary to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial society if and when the system becomes sufficiently weakened. And such an ideology will help to assure that if and when industrial society breaks down, its remnants will be smashed beyond repair so that the system cannot be reconstituted. The factories should be destroyed, technical books burned, etc. Human suffering. The industrial system will not break down purely as a result of revolutionary action. It will not be vulnerable to revolutionary attack unless its own internal problems of development lead it into very serious difficulties. So if the system breaks down, it will do so either spontaneously or through a process that is in part spontaneous, but helped along by revolutionaries. If the breakdown is sudden, many people will die, since the world's population has become so overgrown that it cannot even feed itself any longer without advanced technology. Even if the breakdown is gradual enough so that the reduction of the population can occur more through lowering of the birth rate than through elevations of the death rate, the process of deindustrialization probably will be very chaotic and involve much suffering. It is naive to think it likely that technology can be phased out in a smooth, managed, orderly way, especially since the technophiles will fight stubbornly at every step. Is it therefore cruel to work for the breakdown of the system? Maybe, but maybe not. In the first place, revolutionaries will not be able to break the system down unless it is already in enough trouble so that there will be a good chance of its eventually breaking down by itself anyway. And the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the consequences of its breakdown will be. So it may be that revolutionaries, by hastening the onset of the breakdown, will be reducing the extent of the disaster. In the second place, one has to balance struggle and death against the loss of freedom and dignity. To many of us, freedom and dignity are more important than a long life or avoidance of physical pain. Besides, we all have to die sometime, and it may be better to die fighting for survival for a cause than to live a long but empty and purposeless life. In the third place, it is not certain that the survival of the system will lead to less suffering than the breakdown of the system would. The system has already caused and is continuing to cause immense suffering all over the world. Ancient cultures that for hundreds of years gave people a satisfactory relationship with each other and with their environment have been shattered by contact with the industrial society. and the result has been a whole catalog of economic, environmental, social, and psychological problems. One of the effects of the intrusion of industrial society has been that over much of the world, traditional controls on population have been thrown out of balance.
Hence the population explosion with all that that implies.
Then there is the psychological suffering that is widespread throughout the supposedly fortunate countries of the West. No one knows what will happen as a result of ozone depletion, the greenhouse effect, and other environmental problems that cannot yet be foreseen. And, as nuclear proliferation has shown, new technology cannot be kept out of the hands of dictators and the irresponsible third world nations. Would you like to speculate about what Iraq or North Korea will do with genetic engineering? Oh, say the technophiles, science is going to fix all that. We will conquer famine, eliminate psychological suffering, and make everybody healthy and happy. Yeah, sure. That's what they said 200 years ago. The Industrial Revolution was supposed to eliminate poverty, make everybody happy, etc. The actual result has been quite different. The technophiles are hopelessly naive or self-deceiving in their understanding of social problems. They are unaware or choose to ignore the fact that when large changes, even seemingly beneficial ones, are introduced into society, they lead to a long consequence of other changes, most of which are impossible to predict. The result is disruption of the society. So it is very probable that in their attempts to end poverty and disease, engineer docile, happy personalities, and so forth, the technophiles will create social systems that are terribly troubled, even more so than the present ones. For example, scientists boast that they will end famine by creating new genetically engineered food plants. But this will allow the human population to keep expanding indefinitely, and it is well known that crowding leads to increased stress and aggression. This is merely one example of the predictable problems that will arise. We emphasize that, as past experience has shown, technical progress will lead to other new problems that cannot be predicted in advance. In fact, ever since the Industrial Revolution, technology has been creating new problems for society far more rapidly than it has been solving old ones. Thus, it will take a long and difficult period of trial and error for the technophiles to work the bugs out of their brave new world, if they ever do. In the meantime, there will be great suffering. So it is not at all clear that the survival of industrial society would involve less suffering than the breakdown of that society would. Technology has gotten the human race into a fix from which there is not likely to be any escape. The future. But suppose now that industrial society does survive the next several decades, and that the bugs do eventually get worked out of the system so that it functions smoothly. What kind of system will it be? We will consider several possibilities. First, let us postulate that the computer scientists succeed in developing intelligent machines that can do all things better than human beings can do them. In that case, presumably, all work will be done by vast, highly organized systems of machines, and no human effort will be necessary. Either of two cases might occur. The machines might be permitted to make all of their own decisions without human oversight, or else human control over the machines might be retained. If the machines are permitted to make all their own decisions, we can't make any conjectures as to the results, because it is impossible to guess how such machines might behave. We only point out that the fate of the human race would be at the mercy of the machines. It might be argued that the human race would never be foolish enough to hand over all power to the machines, but we are suggesting neither that the human race would voluntarily turn power over to the machines, nor that the machines would willfully seize power. What we do suggest is that the human race might easily permit itself to drift into a position of such dependence on the machines that it would have no practical choice but to accept all of the machines' decisions. As society and the problems that face it become more and more complex, and as machines become more and more intelligent, people will let machines make more and more of their decisions for them, simply because machine-made decisions will bring better results than man-made ones. Eventually, a stage may be reached at which the decisions necessary to keep the system running will be so complex that human beings will be incapable of making them intelligently. At that stage, the machines will be in effective control. People won't be able to just turn the machine off, because they will be so dependent on them that turning them off would amount to suicide. On the other hand, it is possible that human control over the machines may be retained. In that case, the average man may have control over certain private machines of his own, such as his car or his personal computer. But control over large systems of machines would be in the hands of a tiny elite, just as it is today, but with two differences. Due to improved techniques, the elite will have greater control over the masses. Because human work will no longer be necessary, the masses will be superfluous, a useless burden on the system. If the elite is ruthless, they may decide to exterminate the mass of humanity. If they are humane, they may use propaganda or other psychological or biological techniques to reduce the birth rate until the mass of humanity has become extinct, leaving the world to the elite. Or, if the elite consists of soft-hearted liberals, they may decide to play the role of good shepherds to the rest of the human race. They will see to it that everyone's physical needs are satisfied, that all children are raised under psychologically hygienic conditions, that everyone has a wholesome hobby to keep him busy, and that anyone who may become dissatisfied undergoes treatment to cure his problem. Of course, life will be so purposeless that people will have to be biologically or psychologically engineered either to remove their need for the power process or to make them sublimate their drive for power into some harmless hobby. These engineered human beings may be happy in such a society, but they will most certainly not be free. They will have been reduced to the status of domestic animals. But suppose now that the computer scientists do not succeed in developing artificial intelligence, so that human work remains necessary. Even so, machines will take care of more and more of the simpler tasks so that there will be an increasing surplus of human workers at the lower levels of ability. We see this happening already. There are many people who find it difficult or impossible to get work because, for intellectual or psychological reasons, they cannot acquire the level of training necessary to make themselves useful in the present system. On those who are employed, ever-increasing demands will be placed. They will need more and more training, more and more ability, and will have to be more reliable, conforming, and docile, because they will be more and more like cells of a giant organism. Their tasks will be increasingly specialized so that their work will be, in a sense, out of touch with the real world, being concentrated on one tiny slice of reality. The system will have to use any means that it can, whether psychological or biological, to engineer people to be docile, to have the abilities that the system requires, and to sublimate their drive for power into some specialized task. But the statement that the people of such a society will have to be docile may require qualification. The society may find competitiveness useful, provided that ways are found of directing competitiveness into channels that serve the needs of the system. We can imagine a future society in which there is endless competition for positions of prestige and power, but no more than very few people will ever reach the top, where the only real power is. Very repellent is a society in which a person can satisfy his need for power only by pushing large numbers of other people out of the way and depriving them of their opportunity for power. One can envision scenarios that incorporate aspects of more than one of the possibilities that we have just discussed. For instance, it may be that machines will take over most of the work that is of real practical importance, but that human beings will be kept busy by giving relatively unimportant work. It has been suggested, for example, that a great development of the service industries might provide work for human beings. Thus, people would spend their time shining each other's shoes, driving each other around in taxicabs, making handicrafts for one another, waiting on each other's tables, etc. This seems to us a thoroughly contemptible way for the human race to end up, and we doubt that many people would find fulfilling lives in such pointless busy work. They would seek other dangerous outlets, drugs, crime, cults, hate groups, unless they were biologically or psychologically engineered to adapt them to such a way of life. Needless to say, the scenarios outlined above do not exhaust all the possibilities. They only indicate the kinds of outcomes that seem to us most likely. But we can envision no plausible scenarios that are any more palatable than the ones we've just described. It is overwhelmingly probable that if the industrial technological system survives the next 40 to 100 years, it will by that time have developed certain general characteristics. Individuals, at least those of the bourgeois type who are integrated into the system and make it run, and who therefore have all the power, will be more dependent than ever on large organizations. They will become more socialized than ever, and their physical and mental qualities, to a significant extent, possibly to a very great extent, will be those that are engineered into them rather than being the result of chance or God's will or whatever. And whatever may be left of wild nature will be reduced to remnants preserved for scientific study and kept under the supervision and management of scientists. Hence it will no longer be truly wild. In the long run, say a few centuries from now, it is likely that neither the human race nor any other important organisms will exist as we know them today, because once you start modifying organisms through genetic engineering, there is no reason to stop at any particular point, so that the modifications will probably continue until man and other organisms have been utterly transformed. Whatever else may be the case, it is certain that technology is creating for human beings a new physical and social environment radically different from the spectrum of environments to which natural selection has adapted the human race physically and psychologically. If man is not adjusted to this new environment by being artificially re-engineered, then he will be adapted to it through a long and painful process of natural selection. The former is far more likely than the latter. It would be better to dump the whole stinking system and take the consequences. Strategy. The technophiles are taking us all on an utterly reckless ride into the unknown. Many people understand something of what technological progress is doing to us, yet take a passive attitude towards it because they think it is inevitable. But we don't think it is inevitable. We think it can be stopped, and we will give here some indications of how to go about stopping it. As we stated in paragraph 166, the two main tasks for the present are to promote social stress and instability in industrial society and to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial system. When the system becomes sufficiently stressed and unstable, a revolution against technology may be possible. The pattern would be similar to that of the French and Russian revolutions. French society and Russian society, for several decades prior to their respective revolutions, showed increasing signs of stress and weakness. Meanwhile, ideologies were being developed that offered a new worldview that was quite different from the old one. In the Russian case, revolutionaries were actively working to undermine the old order. Then, when the old system was put under sufficient additional stress by financial crisis in France, by military defeat in Russia, it was swept away by revolution. What we propose is something along the same lines. It will be objected that the French and Russian revolutions were failures, but most revolutions have two goals. One is to destroy an old form of society, and the other is to set up a new form of society envisioned by the revolutionaries. The French and Russian revolutionaries failed, fortunately, to create the new kind of society of which they dreamed, but they were quite successful in destroying the old society. We have no illusions about the feasibility of creating a new ideal form of society. Our goal is only to destroy the existing form of society. But an ideology, in order to gain enthusiastic support, must have a positive ideal as well as a negative one. It must be for something as well as against something. The positive ideal that we propose is nature, that is, wild nature. Those aspects of the functioning of the earth and its living things that are independent of human management and free of human interference and control. And with wild nature, we include human nature, by which we mean those aspects of the functioning of the human individual that are not subject to regulation by organized society, but are products of chance or free will or God, depending on your philosophical or religious opinions. Nature makes a perfect counter-ideal to technology for several reasons. Nature, which is outside the power of the system, is the opposite of technology, which seeks to expand indefinitely the power of the system. Most people will agree that nature is beautiful. Certainly, it has tremendous popular appeal. The radical environmentalists already hold an ideology that exalts nature and opposes technology. It is not necessary for the sake of nature to set up some chimerical utopia or any new kind of social order. Nature takes care of itself. It was a spontaneous creation that existed long before any human society, and for countless centuries, many different kinds of human societies coexisted with nature without doing it an excessive amount of damage. Only with the Industrial Revolution did the effect of human society on nature become really devastating. To relieve the pressure on nature, it is not necessary to create some special kind of social system. It is only necessary to get rid of industrial society. Granted, this will not solve all problems. Industrial society has already done tremendous damage to nature and will take a very long time for the scars to heal. Besides, even pre-industrial societies can do significant damage to nature. Nevertheless, getting rid of industrial society will accomplish a great deal. It will relieve the worst of the pressure on nature so that the scars can begin to heal. It will remove the capacity of organized society to keep increasing its control over nature, including human nature. Whatever kind of society may exist after the demise of the industrial system, it is certain that most people will live close to nature, because in the absence of advanced technology, there is no other way people can live. To feed themselves, they must be peasants, or herdsmen, or fishermen, or hunters, etc. And generally speaking, local autonomy should tend to increase, because lack of advanced technology and rapid communications will limit the capacity of governments or other large organizations to control local communities. As for the negative consequences of eliminating industrial society, well, you can't eat your cake and have it too. To gain one thing, you must sacrifice another. Most people hate psychological conflict. For this reason, they avoid doing any serious thinking about difficult social issues, and they like to have such issues presented them in simple black and white terms. This is all good, and that is all bad. The revolutionary ideology should therefore be developed on two levels. On the more sophisticated level, the ideology should address itself to people who are intelligent, thoughtful, and rational. The object should be to create a core of people who will be opposed in the industrial system on a rational, thought-out basis, with full appreciation of the problems and ambiguities involved, and of the price that has to be paid for getting rid of the system. It is particularly important to attract people of this type, as they are capable people and will be instrumental in influencing others. These people should be addressed on as rational a level as possible. Facts should never intentionally be distorted, and intemperate language should be avoided. This does not mean that no appeal can be made to the emotions, but in making such appeal, care should be taken to avoid misrepresenting the truth or doing anything else that would destroy the intellectual respectability of the ideology. On a second level, The ideology should be propagated in a simplified form that will enable the unthinking majority to see the conflict of technology versus nature in unambiguous terms. But even on the second level, the ideology should not be expressed in language that is so cheap, intemperate, or irrational that it alienates people from the thoughtful and rational type. Cheap, intemperate propaganda sometimes achieves impressive short-term gains, but it will be more advantageous in the long run to keep the loyalty of a small number of intelligently committed people than to arouse the passions of an unthinking, fickle mob who will change their attitude as soon as someone comes along with a better propaganda gimmick. However, propaganda of the rabble-rousing type may be necessary when the system is nearing the point of collapse, and there is a final struggle between rival ideologies to determine which will become dominant when the old worldview goes under. Prior to that final struggle, the revolutionaries should not expect to have a majority of people on their side. History is made by active, determined minorities, not by the majority, which seldom has a clear and consistent idea of what it really wants. Until the time comes for the final push toward revolution, the task of revolutionaries will be less to win the shallow support of the majority than to build a small core of deeply committed people. As for the majority, it will be enough to make them aware of the existence of the new ideology and remind them of it frequently, though of course it will be desirable to get majority support to the extent that this can be done without weakening the core of seriously committed people. Any kind of social conflict helps to destabilize the system, but one should be careful about what kind of conflict one encourages. The line of conflict should be drawn between the mass of people and the power-holding elite of the industrial society, politicians, scientists, upper-level business executives, government officials, etc. It should not be drawn between the revolutionaries and the mass of the people. For example, it would be a bad strategy for the revolutionaries to condemn Americans for their habits of consumption. Instead, the average American should be portrayed as a victim of the advertising and marketing industry, which has suckered him into buying a lot of junk that he doesn't need and that is very poor compensation for his lost freedom. Either approach is consistent with the facts. It is merely a matter of attitude whether you blame the advertising industry for manipulating the public or blame the public for allowing itself to be manipulated. As a matter of strategy, one should generally avoid blaming the public. One should think twice before encouraging any other social conflict than that between the power-holding elite, which wields technology, and the general public, over which technology exerts its power. For one thing, other conflicts tend to distract attention from the important conflicts between power elite and ordinary people, between technology and nature. For another thing, other conflicts may actually tend to encourage technologization, because each side in a conflict wants to use technological power to gain advantages over its adversary. This is clearly seen in rivalries between nations. It also appears in ethnic conflicts within nations. For example, in America, many black leaders are anxious to gain power for African Americans by placing black individuals in the technological power elite. They want there to be many black government officials, scientists, corporation executives, and so forth. In this way, they are helping to absorb the African American subculture into the technological system. Generally speaking, one should encourage only those social conflicts that can be fitted into the framework of the conflicts of power elite versus ordinary people, technology versus nature. But the way to discourage ethnic conflict is not through militant advocacy of minority rights. Instead, the revolutionaries should emphasize that although minorities do suffer more or less disadvantage, this disadvantage is of peripheral significance. Our real enemy is the industrial technological system, and in the struggle against the system, ethnic distinctions are of no importance. The kind of revolution we have in mind will not necessarily involve an armed uprising against any government. It may or may not involve physical violence, but it will not be a political revolution. Its focus will be on technology and economics, not politics. Probably the revolutionaries should even avoid assuming political power, whether by legal or illegal means, until the industrial system is stressed to the danger point and has proved itself to be a failure in the eyes of most people. Suppose, for example, that some Green Party should win control of the United States Congress in an election. In order to avoid betraying or watering down their own ideology, they would have to take vigorous measures to turn economic growth into economic shrinkage. To the average man, the results would appear disastrous. There would be massive unemployment, shortages of commodities, etc. Even if the grosser ill effects could be avoided through superhumanly skillful management, still people would have to begin giving up the luxuries to which they have become addicted. Dissatisfaction would grow, the Green Party would be voted out of office, and the revolutionaries would have suffered a severe setback. For this reason, the revolutionaries should not try to acquire political power until the system has gotten itself into such a mess that any hardships will be seen as resulting from the failures of the industrial system itself and not from the policies of the revolutionaries. The revolution against technology will probably have to be a revolution by outsiders, a revolution from below and not from above. The revolution must be international and worldwide. It cannot be carried out on a nation-by-nation basis. Whenever it is suggested that the United States, for example, should cut back on technological progress or economic growth, people get hysterical and start screaming that if we fall behind in technology, the Japanese will get ahead of us. Holy robots. The world will fly off its orbit if the Japanese ever sell more cars than we do. Nationalism is a great promoter of technology. More reasonably, it is argued that if the relatively democratic nations of the world fall behind in technology while nasty dictatorial nations like China, Vietnam, and North Korea continue to progress, eventually the dictators may come to dominate the world. That is why the industrial system should be attacked in all nations simultaneously to the extent that this may be possible. True, there is no assurance that the industrial system can be destroyed at approximately the same time all over the world, and it is even conceivable that the attempt to overthrow the system could lead, instead, to the domination of the system by dictators. That is a risk that has to be taken, and it is worth taking, since the difference between a democratic industrial system and one controlled by dictators is small compared with the difference between an industrial system and a non-industrial one. It might even be argued that an industrial system controlled by dictators would be preferable, because dictator-controlled systems usually have proved inefficient, hence they are presumably more likely to break down. Look at Cuba. Some people take the line that modern man has too much power, too much control over nature. They argue for a more passive attitude on the part of the human race. At best, these people are expressing themselves unclearly because they fail to distinguish between power for large organizations and power for individuals and small groups. It is a mistake to argue for powerlessness and passivity because people need power. Modern man is a collective entity, that is, the industrial system has immense power over nature, and we regard this as evil. But modern individuals and small groups of individuals have far less power than primitive man ever did. Generally speaking, the vast power of modern man over nature is exercised not by individuals or small groups, but by large organizations. To the extent that the average modern individual can wield the power of technology, he is permitted to do so only within narrow limits and only under the supervision and control of the system. You need a license for everything, and with the license comes rules and regulations. The individual has only those technological powers in which the system chooses to provide him. His personal power over nature is slight. Primitive individuals and small groups actually had considerable power over nature, or maybe it would be better to say power within nature. When primitive man needed food, he knew how to find it and prepare edible roots, how to track game and take it with homemade weapons. He knew how to protect himself from heat, cold, rain, dangerous animals, etc. But primitive man did relatively little damage to nature because the collective power of primitive society was negligible compared to the collective power of industrial society. Instead of arguing for powerlessness and passivity, one should argue that the power of the industrial system should be broken, and that this will greatly increase the power and freedom of individuals and small groups. Until the industrial system has been thoroughly wrecked, the destruction of that system must be the revolutionaries' only goal. Other goals would distract attention and energy from the main goal. More importantly, if the revolutionaries permit themselves to have any other goal than the destruction of technology, they will be tempted to use technology as a tool for reaching that other goal. If they give in to that temptation, they will fall right back into the technological trap, because modern technology is a unified, tightly organized system, so that in order to retain some technology, one finds oneself obliged to retain most technology. Hence, one ends up sacrificing only token amounts of technology. Suppose, for example, that the revolutionaries took social justice as a human goal. Human nature being what it is, social justice would not come about spontaneously. It would have to be enforced. In order to enforce it, the revolutionaries would have to retain central organization and control. For that, they would need rapid, long-distance transportation and communication, and therefore all the technology needed to support the transportation and communication systems. To feed and clothe poor people, they would have to use agricultural and manufacturing technology, and so forth. So that the attempt to ensure social justice would force them to retain most parts of the technological system. Not that we have anything against social justice, but it must not be allowed to interfere with the effort to get rid of the technological